661. They could only hear the voice, but not see the person. Lu Bai had been paying attention to the battle situation around them. He quickly said in telepathy, "It happened so suddenly that there is no sword immortal to help us. We have to end this quickly." This female sword cultivator, who came from the Zhoumi lineage along with the sword immortal minister, had been the assistant of the main official wooden clog in the Jiaxin tent. She had never used her sword. "Young man," Tan was the first to conjure his intrinsic flying sword. It flew close to the ground and circled the edge of the crater, creating a sword beam that lingered for a long time. "We have to force him to show up." Tan had two swords hanging from his waist. He held the sword hilt with both hands and looked down at the dusty bottom of the pit. Some dust and sand could not block the vision of a sword cultivator. He did not know what kind of trick the other party used, but he could not find the figure of the young hidden official. However, Chun Pingon definitely did not leave this place. Tan communicated with his friends telepathically. "I don't care. Since I can't see, I will go directly to the pit to investigate. I will not give him a chance to recover. Zhu Gong, pay attention to the movement of the underground mountain. Lu Bai, pay attention to the sword to kill Chun Pingon." Beach leaped down and used his intrinsic flying sword, Armored Horseman, to open a path. The sword beam dissipated at the edge of the crater, revealing thousands of armored horsemen. They were densely packed into a formation. Although each horseman was only the size of a palm and looked comical, each one of them was like a flying sword. Instantly, countless pocket-sized horsemen charged down the slope from the top of the crater like a tidal wave pouring into a depression. The flying sword armored cavalry took the lead to open the formation in the formation of an army. It was the best time to explore the details of the young hidden official's trap. Tan was a sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. This natal flying sword was the most suitable to break the formation on the battlefield. It could be rated as a B class by the hidden official's lineage. It was on par with Yu Qing's 1,000 feet spring, Skylark in the Sky, and Qi Shou's Jumping Pearl. If this life-bound flying sword possessed even more profundity, then perhaps it could be ranked on the same level as Wu Qingpei's Sweet Rain. Zhu Gong was Lu Cha's first disciple. If Lu Cha did not take in a group of nominal disciples in this battle, he would be the only direct disciple. However, since the start of the war, Zhu Ying had never made a move. Compared to the female sword cultivator Lu Bai, he was even more mysterious. Other than Zhu Ying having a master that everyone knew, the number of other flying swords he had, his original supernatural powers, and the way he practiced the sword were all unknown. He carried a huge sword rack on his back. At this moment, 6 of the swords left the rack and circled around the pit. Finally, the tips of the swords turned and sank into the ground. They formed a formation deep underground, not giving the injured young hidden official any chance to escape. Even if he still had the strength to break the formation, he would still be exposed. At that time, what awaited the young hidden official would be the interception of the swift and fierce flying swords, and there would definitely be more than one. Yu Si wore a black robe. His hair was tied up with a piece of white silk. He looked like a handsome and elegant young master, with a thought in his mind. The few broken weapons on the ground nearby immediately flew away in different directions and eventually landed on the ground. Wherever they passed, there was not the slightest ripple, which meant that there were no traps. Even if he was willing to exchange injuries with Chun Pingon, even if he was willing to die in exchange for injuries, Chun Pingon's retreat was abnormally decisive. The key was that Chun Pingon's ability to sustain a battle was too shocking. Therefore, compared to those sword cultivators on the Great Wall of Sword Chi, who had great killing power, an opponent like the young hidden official was the most disgusting. Damn, I almost fell for it. Everyone, I'm sorry. It was my mistake earlier. Yu Si was extremely annoyed. He stretched out his hand and pressed on his sword. The sword was condensed into a solid form. Threads of snow-white sword chi surrounded his arm and the sword hilt. The sword chi was dense and the entire sword sheath was covered by a thin layer of frost. However, it can be seen that his injuries are not light. Otherwise, with Li Zhen's action, our hidden official would definitely continue to hide and not expose himself so quickly. As an apology, I'll be the last one to attack. Those who were not part of the Great Wall of Sword Qi would definitely feel that Yu Ci's last words were too ridiculous. Zhu Gong frowned and asked, Li Zhen, where did this small world come from? Did you borrow it from the saint? Can a small world be borrowed? Among the crowd, Li was truly the first person in terms of familiarity with the small world. Li Zhen had already started to stroll. It was just like when he first fought Qin Pingan. Every few steps he took, he would throw out a treasure of the mountain. There was no other way. As the last disciple of the moon-bearing mountain, he did not lack treasures. And Li Zhen's attainment in the art of setting up formations was extremely high. Li Zhen did not trust Zhu Gong's underground sword formation. He had to set up another formation personally to be at ease. It could not only prevent Qin Pingan from breaking out of the formation, but also slightly obstruct the Sword Immortal from rescuing him. Li Zhen smiled and said, God knows how it came about. The most important thing now is to determine the mystery of this small world. Is it able to help Qin Pingan advance a level? Or is it a place that deliberately targets Qi cultivators? Or is it just a smokescreen to delay the battle so that the Sword Immortal can arrive in time to join Qin Pingan? Yu Ci had already been investigating this matter. Around him, broken limbs and bones were flying in the air, bumping into each other near the invisible wall. Yu Ci looked at the big pit. The dust had already been dispersed by him, but the bottom of the pit was still covered in white fog. Other than the restriction that isolated the world, the bottom of the pit is still uncertain. There doesn't seem to be anything strange around us. Why don't we just use our swords to break this small world? Li Zhen shook his head and squatted down, pressing the last magic weapon into the ground. At the same time, he answered telepathically, It doesn't mean much. Qin Pingan doesn't mind us leaving now. Don't forget what our purpose is. It's to besiege and kill Qin Pingan. Previously, I tested with the flying sand, and I already have the answer. As you expected, Qin Pingan is indeed heavily injured. Using the small world to mystify things, in the end, he just wants to buy some time to catch his breath. Let's take a look first. Let's see the results of the sand sword. Yu Ci was helpless. With the situation of being besieged, he could not find anyone. He felt a little aggrieved. The armored cavalry army in the big pit had small banners attached to their spears and axes, which were colorful. The colorful banners and tassels attached to the spears and axes were the second of the sand sword's natal abhijna. Refining a sword required a variety of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the most important of which was the soil from the 5 great mountains of the wildlands. It was not as simple as making the cavalry army materialized by the flying sword look like it was just for show. Sand's mind was unsteady. When he looked again, he realized that he was hovering above a sea of clouds. He could vaguely see a few mountain peaks that were as high as islands. The world was huge. Sand immediately stopped riding the wind and hovered in the air. Looking down, the ground was like a battlefield. The armored cavalry were charging like headless flies. The geographical situation did not follow common sense at all. Many armored cavalry that were originally far apart ended up colliding with each other in an instant. As far as he could see, there was an army of dark green armored cavalry that was crushing the army of crimson banners. Sand did not collect the natal flying sword, armored cavalry. As long as the armored cavalry stepped on the ground, even in the illusory small world, the armored cavalry army with spears and banners would not be damaged at all. In fact, the battlefield was like that. The armored cavalry was constantly being crushed and regenerated. They did not know fatigue and continued to charge again and again. Tan quickly discovered the mysteries of the battlefield. It was as if the pages of a book were as thin as white paper. Time and time again, the person behind the scenes folded them delicately, beyond the reach of the naked eye. Therefore, the marching route of the steel cavalry was completely under the control of the opponent. Sand realized that he could no longer communicate with Bamboo Box and the others. Although he was in a difficult situation, the young man's sword heart was still clear. He pulled out 2 swords and disappeared in a flash. After the sword disappeared, lightning intertwined into a net in the sky. It surged crazily and constantly bloomed into shocking scrolls. The sword turned into a rainbow and hurriedly flew to the farthest place. He wanted to explore the size of the small world. Sand reached out and grabbed. The second sword that should have been thousands of feet away actually pierced towards his back. The young man held it in his hand. Sand sneered, "Sneaky. Relying on these fancy tricks, you want to waste time with me?" On the peak of a mountain, a mustard seed figure suddenly grew as big as a mountain. The towering, green-robed visitor carried a sword box on his back. The Fa Siong stood on the peak. It was like a person standing on a stone by the roadside. Chun Pingon smiled and looked down at the sword-wielding young man. He raised his hand, and a jade bamboo folding fan given by a student appeared in his hand. He slammed it down violently. The surrounding sea of clouds was pulled by the majestic atmosphere and rolled like boiling water. There was a faint sound of thunder. Sand did not move at all. He allowed the huge fan to slam down on his head and finally passed through. Sand sneered, "Your real body is indeed heavily injured. You can only rely on these illusions to delay." Chun Pingon raised his hand again. There was a seal in his palm. He flipped his palm. The seal was as big as a mountain. It went towards the Fa Siong again. Sand swung his sword and cut the Shan seal in half. There was no ripple of chi. There was only the light of the sword. It was the illusion formed by the mind again. Sand shook his long sword and hooked his finger at the young hidden official who was pretending to be mysterious. That Chun Pingon smiled and took out a golden talisman. Because the Fa Siong was holding a talisman in the young man's hand, because the eye of the beach was too large, a talisman gallbladder that was like a golden pool of lightning floated towards the young sword show with a menacing aura. At the same time, Chun Pingon's Fa Siong raised his left hand. On the ground, a mountain was directly uprooted. From the bottom to the top, it covered the young man's head. Sand's golden talisman flew through the air and smashed towards the young man. Sand's finger touched the body of the long sword. His finger pressed against the tip of the sword. The tip of the sword emitted a bright light. Finally, with the young swordsman as the center, a circle of sword light was produced. It collided with the talisman and the mountain. This time, the young hidden official's attacks were all real. With a stroke of luck, Tan abruptly leaned back and formed a mudra with 2 fingers. The robe on his body shone with a dazzling 7-colored light. Musicians of the heavens with colorful ribbons appeared one after another. They were extremely small and cute and immediately protected all of the young man's natal acupuncture points. Sand rode his sword away from the original spot. The next moment, when he stopped, a golden figure appeared behind the young man. It was a beautiful fairy. She bent down slightly and held the young man's body with both hands. A long string of blood beads slowly seeped out from Sand's neck. The long sword under the young man's feet trembled slowly, as if it was being suppressed by the Tao of heaven and earth. The golden figure of the female god protecting the young man also began to show signs of peeling off inch by inch. The originally flawless golden figure was being corroded extremely quickly. Sand rode his sword in one hand and wiped away the blood on his neck with the other. It was obviously a place of no return that targeted all the chi cultivators in the world. He even almost had his head cut off by that fellow. The young man finally experienced the feelings of those who fought against the young hidden official. Falsehood and falsehood, truth and falsehood, it was all part of a scheme. On the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword, Aura, Wei Jin, and the old swordsman asked, "You really don't need me to help you out?" Chun Qingdu laughed and said, "Help? Who should we save? Chun Pingan or you, Wei Jin? Do you think the other party doesn't have a backup plan? If we only talk about the 5 excellent sword immortal embryos who will be responsible for guiding them away, if any one of them dies, the 60-year camp will be heartbroken." Wei Jin said, "With Lu Ji's help, I can try." Chun Qingdu shook his head. "Just wait. Whoever makes a move later will have the advantage." Chun Qingdu looked at the many demon tents in the south. Even if Zhou Mi made a move, it would still be fine. Only Lu Cha, if he had a reason to use his sword. The Great Wall of Sword Aura would be a little troublesome. For example, if a direct disciple whom Lu Cha had high hopes for died. At that time, it would be inconvenient for Chun Qingdu to use his sword. Then, who would stop him? Dong San was pinned down by the Golden River. Lu Ji? It was far from enough. Even if the jailer, Old Deaf, had a reason to use his sword, it was still not enough. Distance? At the foot of a mountain far away from the beach. Chun Pingan, who had left and returned in the blink of an eye, was now standing on a relatively thin mountain range. Under Chun Pingan's feet was the corpse of Ho Kuei Men, who had revealed his true demon form after his death. As for the black armor, the purple gold crown, and the 2 feathers, they had been damaged, but not shattered after the previous collision. According to common sense, they should have been picked up and put into the pocket of the hidden official. However, this time, Chun Pingan did not take all of them. He only put the feathers into the near hand that Yen Ming had temporarily lent to him in exchange for one. Not only that the things stored in the near hand had been emptied. As for Ho Kuei Men's armor and purple gold crown, they were placed far away from Ho Kuei Men's corpse by Chun Pingan using the mountain-moving spell. Chun Pingan was severely injured at this moment. His face was pale, to the point that his entire right arm was already trembling uncontrollably. For Chun Pingan, this was an extremely rare thing. Ho Kuei Men's previous attack was too vicious. Chun Pingan was equivalent to taking a full-force punch from a 10th realm martial artist. If he had not dodged slightly, Ho Kuei Men's punch would have penetrated his heart on the spot. If he had taken a punch from a peak 10th realm martial artist on the training field and not died, that would have been an extremely good feeling. However, at this moment, it seemed like he was toying with the young sword cultivator, but in reality, Chun Pingan still could not escape the encirclement. That was an extremely bad feeling. Just now, he had missed the young sword cultivator, which made Chun Pingan feel extremely helpless. If his body was at its peak, that genius sword cultivator's head would have been placed in the square hand right now. However, the longer the young man was restrained here, unable to forcefully break out of the small world, the more Chun Pingan could recover. Chun Pingan looked at the young man's posture of being protected by a god, and did not withdraw his gaze for a long time. Tan did not look at that pretentious Dharma idol on the mountain peak that seemed to be resting with its eyes closed. The young man stared fixedly at the distance where a wisp of aura remained. Although he could not see the scene at the foot of the mountain clearly, the young man was certain that the young hidden official's true body was hiding there. The towering Dharma idol on the mountain peak opened its eyes, and 2 fingers formed a sword seal. Huge flying swords flew out of the sword box on its back. Tan broke through the air. The UG Dharma idol that used its hands to protect the young man's body turned around, its back facing those flying swords that were as large as immortal boats. Tan gritted his teeth and spat out blood. The sword that intertwined with lightning suddenly hovered between heaven and earth, between the sword tip and the sword hilt. A sliver of sword light blossomed, shooting towards the sky and the earth respectively. Chun Pingon wantonly used his ability to fold the mountains and rivers to change the trajectories of the two sword lights as much as possible. Once the trajectories were slightly changed, the sword lights would no longer be in a straight line, and Chun Pingon would be able to prevent the young sword cultivator from inspecting the boundary between heaven and earth. He did not expect that the young man would directly explode the sword. The sword light suddenly expanded, and it was as if a pillar had been opened between heaven and earth. That sword, was it Tan's second life-bound flying sword? At the same time, the life-bound flying sword armored cavalry condensed from the army of cavalry into one sword. Return in one of Tan's apertures. The fairy Dharma idol put its hands together to protect the master, who did not hesitate to destroy a flying sword. Tan swept towards the sword light as fast as lightning, clearly intending to use the sword light as a path of retreat. The Dharma idol on the mountain peak raised one hand, and its palm pointed towards the sky. Tan placed his palm on the mountain peak and patched up the huge hole that the young man had created on the ground far away. Chun Pingon's Dharma idol's palms did not actually touch the sword light, but they were constantly being worn down. Chun Pingon had separated the mini-world into 3 layers. From the inside to the outside, they protected his true body and physique. Then there was the restriction on the door, and the half-baked Dharma idol appeared. It was specifically targeted at the first young sword cultivator to break through. The last layer was the thinnest, and was responsible for creating a diversion for the other 4 genius sword cultivators. What he wanted was to do as much as possible while recuperating. He wanted to defeat his opponents one by one. He wanted to injure them if he could, and kill them if he could. In short, killing one was a gain. However, from the looks of it, just killing the young man would not be easy. It was highly likely that he would have to withdraw the outermost 3rd layer of the mini-world and consolidate the 2nd layer before he could kill the young man. Chun Pingon was still unwilling to use all the powers of the 2 life-bound flying swords too early. However, the young man's choice was surprising. Chun Pingon could only choose the lesser of 2 evils and kill one first. Clang! Tan paid the price of destroying one of his life-bound flying swords to force his way out of this place. A sword light had already broken through the 2nd layer of the mini-world's mini-world. Chun Pingon held a dagger with both hands and was about to kill the young man. Suddenly, he had a thought and stopped. At that moment, the item in Chun Pingon's sleeve vibrated without warning. Not only that, the armor and purple gold crown that Chun Pingon had thrown far away exploded at the same time. An external sword light like a crescent moon hanging in the sky cut through the 2 layers of the mini-world's barrier and struck the spot where the armor had shattered. Chun Pingon looked in another direction. At the spot where the purple gold crown had self-destructed, there was an extremely tiny trace of a flying sword. There was no eye-catching sword light, no trace of sword chi, and no ripples. If not for the fact that it was in the mini-world that he was overseeing, Chun Pingon would not have noticed it. When Chun Pingon wanted to capture the flying sword's trajectory, there was no clue at all. Overseeing the mini-world, he was like a saint who could observe the mountains and rivers with a single thought. This made Chun Pingon wary of the unknown flying sword. He paid more attention to it than the sword that broke the barrier. The former was an even more exaggerated version of Qi Shou's flying sword, Heartstrings. If they were in a confrontation on the battlefield, being targeted by the flying sword was bound to be extremely troublesome. If it was not Yu Si, Li Zhen, or Zhu Gong who had already sent out a sharp sword, then it should be the female sword cultivator that the young man called Lu Bai. No wonder the young man reminded Lu Bai to be careful to kill him. This Lu Bai's life-bound flying sword was similar to the female sword cultivator from the North Continent, Xie Songhua, who had once fought alongside him. She was good at nurturing her sword will. Her sword was extremely fast and had great killing power. She pursued to kill with one blow and instantly decide life and death. Chun Pingon gave up the idea of killing the young man. Since the situation had changed and the young man was seriously injured, he would be of great use if he stayed on the battlefield. The young man could be killed or not, but the female sword cultivator must be killed. Li Shun instantly came to Lu Bai's side. Following the sword will trace of the barrier of the mini-world that was broken by Zhu Gong's sword. Li Shun did a little mental calculation and immediately said, "Our words from before were very likely heard by Chun Pingon. This mini-world was not borrowed from him. It is his mini-world." Lu Bai suddenly reminded, "It's you see who stayed above." After Lu Bai spoke, the young man that Zhu Gong protected, Tan, and Lu Bai, who was protected by Li Shun, were originally very far away from each other, and were both suspended above the sea of clouds. At this moment, they were inexplicably standing at the bottom of the huge pit a few feet away. During this period, the four most outstanding young sword cultivators in the wild world felt like a breeze was blowing on their faces. It was a clue of the three mini-worlds' transformation. Suddenly, the two sides returned to their original situation. Two groups of four sword cultivators were separated above the sea of clouds. Zhu Gong said, "Li Shun, don't hide anymore. Outside the formation, create a bigger mini-world, and then keep shrinking." Li Shun nodded and took out 7 natal items that he had just refined not long ago. They suddenly rose into the air and eventually connected with each other, like stars hanging in the sky. Then they complemented each other with the earth formation that Li Shun had previously set up. What was originally daytime turned into night, but in the next moment, the world was clear again. Li Shun's figure gradually dissipated, and his soul flew in 7 directions. He reminded Zhu Gong and the others, "I can make Chun Pingon's mini-world show its original form in, at most, half an hour. But during this time, I can't use my sword for the time being." A battle of great das broke out between the two small worlds. The world shook as a result. The scene in the eyes of the sword cultivators became distorted. It was as if a scroll was placed on a desk, but the end of the scroll was violently shaking. The long swords on Zhu Gong's back kept flying away, bringing with them streaks of rainbow light. All the sea of clouds and mountains in the mini-world were destroyed by the long swords. Outside the sword light, sword chi bloomed. Some of the mountains and rivers that the flying swords passed by wanted to create illusions again, but they were destroyed by the remaining sword chi again. Zhu Gong seemed to want to fill the whole mini-world with endless sword intent. Even if Chun Pingon was the saint here, he could only stand on the awl and could not move his body as he wished. There was no long sword on Zhu Gong's back. Zhu Gong held the long sword and landed on the ground. With the tip of the sword against the ground, the sword slowly sank into the ground. Circles of ripples spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Among the ripples on the ground, drops of water condensed from the essence of sword intent were suspended. They followed those circles of ripples and kept growing like a curtain of rain hanging over the ground. Obviously, Zhu Gong was no longer willing to wait for Li Shun. The young man, Tan, sat cross-legged. Lu Bai had replaced Li Shun and stood on the ground, the defense formation beside Tan. It was Yu Si who promised that he would be the last to attack. A miserable figure covered in blood and holding a long sword suddenly slid out from the sea of clouds. It was as if he was kicked in the abdomen by someone. Then, Yu Si forcefully broke through the barrier of heaven and earth. Finally, he was able to crash into Lu Bai not far away. Lu Bai directly took out his life origin flying sword and pierced through the back of Yu Si. Ten also took out the Dharma form of the goddess of origin again. It hung behind him and Lu Bai, each of them protected by the Dharma form. This ancient Yuji Dharma form was not ordinary. It was as lively as a living person. Previously, when it took the flying sword of the man in green from the peak of the mountain, there was a slight change in its expression. At this moment, she lowered her head and stared at her master with a face full of kindness that, you see, came and left in a hurry. Zhu Gong's long sword was at the place where the door was opened. The sword light flashed and then disappeared. In the deepest mini-world, Qin Pingon reached out to cover his ribs that were pierced by the flying sword and smiled bitterly. What a good Lu Bai! Originally, as long as she was a little merciful, even if she was cautious and ruthless enough, according to Qin Pingon's expectation, she would be able to lightly injure, you see, to determine if it was real or fake. Then, a distance of more than 10 feet would be enough for Qin Pingon to get close to her. Once he got close, there would be a great opportunity to kill her or that young man. Qin Pingon did not expect that Lu Bai's natal flying sword would go straight for the Qi residence of all the sword cultivators in Fourth Reign. Qin Pingon had no choice but to change his position slightly and retreat decisively at the cost of light injuries. It was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. As for the Zhu Gong's long sword that followed, it was not difficult for Qin Pingon to avoid it. Soon, he was politely sent out of the country, and in the mini-world where Qin Pingon was, you see, situation would be worse than before. Tan was even worse. Because Qin Pingon's body was gradually recovering, there were no more fancy moves. In the mini-world, there were flying swords everywhere. Jia Shun Tent, sword cultivator, you see. The secret files in the Summer Palace were more detailed than those of Zhu Gong and Lu Bai. Waterfall, a spirit flying sword. After you see sent out the flying sword, he was wearing a whirlwind coat in the freezing cold. Therefore, even though he was besieged by those flying swords, he was still able to hold on. If Lu Bai and you see switch places, Lu Bai should be dead already. The special abilities of Qin Pingon's 2 spirit flying swords were just enough to completely suppress that weird flying sword of Lu Bai. Sadly, there were no such good ifs. Today's battle was mostly about bad accidents and what if. Marsh Marquis Kuei Gate, the 3 supreme treasures that were also tampered with, the young sword cultivator's decisiveness, and Lu Bai's cruelty towards a good friend of his. As for the ability to fold mountains and rivers in his own mini-world, it was inspired by Qin Pingon's early years in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, when he saw Mao Fuzi trapped in a magic formation. It was a pity that Qin Pingon hadn't really mastered it yet. Otherwise, Li Shun and Zhu Gong would have been able to break the magic formation in less than half an hour, because the flying sword Cage Sparrow was not an inanimate magic formation of mountains and rivers. It was different from the magic formation of the Saints' Academy, Taoist Temple, or battlefield. The magic formation of the Saints' Academy was almost fixed. However, Qin Pingon's Cage Sparrow was able to travel between heaven and earth. It was also because Qin Pingon was a hidden official and couldn't really concentrate on cultivating Tao and sword. Otherwise, the division of heaven and earth in the cage would be more flexible and seamless. The world had always been like this. There were endless advantages. If he wasn't a hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Pingon wouldn't have been able to make these 2 spirit flying swords that were compatible with the Great Wall of Sword Qi. You see could guarantee that he wouldn't die for the time being, but he definitely wouldn't feel good. Other than using the flying sword to kill the enemy, the young hidden official would also suppress the opponent's flying sword in this lawless place where his own flying sword would flow more smoothly. He would use pure martial arts to punch out, holding the blade with both hands, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. A large piece of flesh on Yusi's cheek was cut off by Qin Pingon's blade, and his body was covered with wounds. Fortunately, the sword aura didn't linger in his vital Qi residence, nor did the fist aura surged in his acupuncture points. Yusi was a sword cultivator after all, so there weren't any fatal injuries. However, compared to the handsome Yusi when he appeared, there was a world of difference. Suddenly, a sword slashed through the sky. The long sword was sent out of heaven and earth, and Zhu Gong found this place with the remnants of the sword will. Chun Pingan's figure disappeared, and he operated heaven and earth. He was waiting for this sword, so he purposely left behind the sword will. Lu Bai's life-flying sword was hard to track, and in Chun Pingan's eyes, Zhu Gong's sword was no different from fireflies in the night sky. Chun Pingan couldn't touch Yusi, who was protected by the waterfall of sword aura, so he reversed heaven and earth and made Yusi, who was busy blocking more than 100 flying swords, moon in the well, to be in the direction of the sword light. Zhu Gong said in his mind. You see, Zhu Gong didn't say anything else, so it couldn't be said that he revealed heaven's secret. It only depended on their chemistry. Yusi didn't disappoint Zhu Gong and reached out to grab the sword light. The sword light was curved like a rope, and Zhu Gong controlled his mind and sword will to pole, and was about to drag Yusi, who was holding the sword light, out of the small heaven and earth that was like a big cage, to prevent Chun Pingan from taking the chance to act, and to prevent him from being killed by Chun Pingan instead of saving him. Yusi, who had a traceable escape route, didn't need Zhu Gong to remind him, and took out the life-flying sword that didn't seem to exist in this world. When Zhu Gong took out his sword, he was standing on the shoulder of the goddess. Chun Pingan sighed slightly and allowed Zhu Gong to save Yusi, and he went to kill the young man. Originally, there was no delay. You save your people, and I kill your people. It was fair to do business. Since Zhu Gong had expected it, then he could only settle for the second best. The flying swords number 1 and number 15 that had gone through thousands of mountains and rivers with Chun Pingan finally appeared at the same time. Then behind the goddess, an even more majestic and huge green-robed Dharma appeared, and the 10 fingers of both hands intertwined into a fist and smashed towards her head. Zhu Gong, who was holding the sword in his hand, swept towards the sky. The crescent sword light appeared out of thin air again, and directly cut off Chun Pingan's Dharma that was clenched into a fist, since he couldn't kill the few weak points of the sword cultivator. Then he would give the other party a surprise and kill the strongest one. Chun Pingan forcefully changed the thickness of heaven and earth and placed himself in the folded mountains and rivers. He was even faster than Song Zhen's thunder and the contraction talisman, and arrived behind Zhu Gong in an instant. Zhu Gong was punched in the back and fell off the shoulder of the goddess and smashed into the ground far away. Chun Pingan was stabbed by Zhu Gong's backhand, and his abdomen took a solid hit. Zhu Gong could have dodged, but he didn't. It was clear that he wanted to exchange injuries with Chun Pingan. Number 1 and number 15 had already clashed with Lu Bai's life source flying sword no less than 100 times. That wasn't all. 2 long rivers of talismans appeared between heaven and earth, sparkling with golden light. They rushed majestically towards Yusi's direction. Even if Zhu Gong was sent flying by a punch, he still guided the sword light, drawing a large arc in the air, and tried to pull Yusi towards himself. Lu Bai grabbed. She continued to control her life source flying sword to block number 1 and number 15 while she brought Yusi along. She flew far away on her sword, not giving Chun Pingan a chance to fight in close range. Sure enough, the young hidden official followed Yusi. Yusi roared, "Lu Bai!" The female sword cultivator's mind was blank, and she instinctively threw away the young man in her hand. She was going to destroy her own golden core, and then control her life source flying sword to stab herself in the heart, hoping to kill herself first, and then kill the young hidden official. But the other party's 5 fingers grabbed her neck and pulled her back, leaving the place. Then Chun Pingan twisted heavily and directly broke Lu Bai's neck. There was also a punch that heavily hit Lu Bai's spine, and the fist aura seeped into his body, causing Lu Bai's chi to collapse, and even his mind was affected. It forced the life source flying sword to fly under its original trajectory, and there was a trace of stagnation. Chun Pingan was about to add another punch, trying to penetrate Lu Bai's entire back. Not only did he want to shatter her entire spine and golden core, but he also wanted to completely break her longevity bridge. Unexpectedly, Chun Pingan's forehead was like being hit by a heavy hammer, and his figure was forced to disappear. Although Lu Bai's body was destroyed, he barely managed to protect half of his foundation. However, if he wanted to enter the upper 5 realms, especially the immortal realm, his hope in this life would be slim. Chun Pingan quickly glanced at the woman's head. It was the young man who quietly left a talisman on the woman's body. In order to cast the life-saving talisman, the young man was injured and he vomited blood. His face was covered with blood and his vision was blurred. The young man still tried his best to wave his hand and wrapped the woman's golden core and soul with the broken talisman and put them into the young man's sleeve. After doing this, Beach almost fainted. Maintaining the last trace of clarity in his mind, the young man stretched out his hand again. No matter what, he wanted to take back Sister Lu Bai's skin. Unexpectedly, from the canopy of the sky appeared streaks after streaks of light pillars that could not be called sword light or starlight, turning the bamboo box. You see, Beach and Lu Bai's lifeless body were shrouded in it. Chun Pingan just avoided Lu Bai's attack, but in his own small world, there was no way to avoid it, and he was hit by the second beam of light. As for Lu Bai's body, it had been washed away by the beam of light. Chun Pingan was hit to the ground, and his figure staggered in the air. With a roll, he avoided a beam of light that followed like a shadow, and then he folded the mountains and rivers, and instantly went hundreds of feet away. Li Zhen's figure hovered in the sky, like an ancient god who crossed the long river of time, and his hands held up the Big Dipper that was supposed to be hanging in the night sky. The stars slowly moved, and the 4 seasons in the small world flowed. The spring thunder shook, the summer was hot, the autumn wind was cold, and the snow was heavy. The great Tao was running like a millstone, crushing everything. During this period, the countless sword chi that Bamboo Box had previously set up became more and more fierce. Between heaven and earth, the sword intent water droplets condensed into a sword chi river that was constantly expanding the territory, swaying and flooding the sky. Chun Pingan either put away the flying sword, the caged sparrow's magical power, or he would be caught in a tough battle with Li Zhen in terms of divine will consumption. Chun Pingan's figure appeared and disappeared in the small world again and again. Chun Pingan slid out more than 100 feet and stood still in an instant. The caged sparrow that turned into a small world condensed into a sword and plunged into his life aperture. Chun Qingdo looked up and smiled. The gray-robed elder in the Jiazi tent walked out of the military tent, as if he wanted to witness a certain scene with his own eyes. In the sky of the wasteland and the great wall of sword chi, a beam of rainbow light as large as a mountain smashed through the magnificent restrictions of the entire world and landed on the battlefield. It did not go near the great wall of sword chi. Instead, it directly chose the hinterland of the demon race army, north of the Golden River. On the huge battlefield with a radius of hundreds of kilometers, the ground instantly cracked. Countless demon race soldiers were shaken up, and a large number of casualties were caused. A man from outer space bent his knees slightly and stood on the battlefield. He raised his hands and pressed them against his forehead, slowly stroking his hair back. The man straightened his back and looked around at the demons. He laughed and said, "You have been surrounded by me." 662. The man spread out his hands, palms facing up, and waved them lightly, reuniting after such a long time. He signaled to the people of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, especially to the ladies that he missed dearly, to show some appreciation. The originally silent Great Wall of Sword Chi on top of the city wall was suddenly filled with whistles and boos. The female great sword Immortal Lu, she lowered her eyes. Too lazy to look at that man. She really couldn't bear to look at him. The man with his back to the city wall nodded, very satisfied that he was still so popular. Outside the battlefield, the Great Wall of Sword Chi was like a child on the side of the road. Whenever they met a drunkard, gambler, or a bachelor, they would call out Alliance. On the battlefield, that man was Alliance, just Alliance. Alliance's gaze wandered, glancing at the scattered tents, and said loudly, "Don't hesitate, send a few who can fight." A bearded man turned around, stared at that fellow, and said in a low voice, "I'll do it." Alliance did not turn around, only turning his head to look at Lu Cha, who was standing alone on the other side of the Golden River. In the past, they had hit it off very well, both enemies and friends. Alliance slowly turned around, rubbed his hands, and smiled. "Good brother, let's talk. Send a few who can't fight to help me warm up. I can't fight many experts like you." Lu Cha, with a sword and saber on his back, was expressionless. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why haven't you found a suitable sword yet?" Alliance clasped his hands together, lightly twisting his wrists. Since it was going to be a tough battle, he could only warm up first. Lu Cha's thumb lightly touched the hilt of his saber, and with a light push, Lu Cha had already swept across the Golden River, arriving in front of Alliance, and slashed down with his saber. On the battlefield, the two figures could no longer be seen. There were only circles of shocking ripples that were like mountains crashing into a great lake. Every layer of ripples instantly spread out in all directions. It was as if the sword boats of the school of Moism had launched a round of attacks. The flying swords were dense and countless. After Alliance descended from the sky, the demon army within a radius of 100 miles, those who were still alive, hurriedly retreated. The supervisors of the various military tents did not stop them at all. On the ground, accompanied by the sound of thunder, huge craters that were extremely far apart appeared. After all the potholes appeared, there was no sign of life. The bodies and souls of the monster race cultivators fell to the ground and turned into dust. The weapons and treasures on the mountain were all covered in sword energy that didn't dissipate. It was as if a natural sword array had appeared out of thin air. The sword intent was dense and could kill anything. It was all caused by the lingering sword chi of the two swordsmen. The sword cultivators, who each stood at the peak of the world's sword Tao, forcefully created a phenomenon of heaven and earth. A military tent that was relatively close to the battlefield was instantly cut apart by a long line. Several cultivators who couldn't avoid it in time died without even knowing how they died. Lu Cha stood at the top of the military tent that was cut in two. The military tent under his feet didn't collapse, but the cultivators inside had already scattered. A few miles away, Alliance stopped, reached out, and grabbed a flying sword of an Upper Five Realms sword cultivator in his hand. He first clenched his fist, then used two fingers to press against the tip and hilt of the flying sword, increasing his strength and squeezing it into an exaggerated arc. This flying sword was as thin as a cow's hair and was extremely small. The key was that it could secretly sweep along the long river of light. It seemed to be a sword immortal who was extremely good at assassination. In a flash, the flying sword was pressed down by Alliance's two fingers almost like a full moon. The flying sword wasn't a big bow after all. Just as it was about to break, an imperceptible groan sounded in the distance. He paid a huge price and used some kind of secret technique to forcibly take away the natal flying sword that was imprisoned by Alliance's two fingers. Then his aura instantly escaped far away. He wanted to leave the battlefield after his attack failed. He didn't expect that on his way out, a man would appear behind him and reach out to press his head. Sword intent poured over his head like water. Alliance pulled back and made his body lean back. Alliance looked down at the face of the sword immortal corpse. "I told you it wouldn't be that little bastard Churchin. As long as I'm on the battlefield, he won't have the guts to use his sword in his life." The corpse was gently pushed away by Alliance and fell heavily to the ground hundreds of feet away. In another direction, a snow-white pillar of light suddenly rose from the ground. The soul of the demon sword immortal who had abandoned his physical body, along with the Jindan, and Yuanying that were tightly wrapped by the soul, was swept through by the pillar of light that contained the true meaning of the sword Tao, leaving no trace behind. During this short pause, Alliance looked around. The white fog was boundless. Clearly, he was already trapped in a small world of a great demon. Little tricks. Are you trying to scare me? How do you know that I'm timid? That's right. I'm a person who blushes when I see a girl. Alliance seemed to be warming himself with his hands, with him as the center. The white fog automatically dispersed. On the battlefield that was only black and white in the world, the true body of a great demon appeared. It occupied an area and was overlooking the insignificant swordsman who was as small as a black. Alliance looked up and was stunned for a moment. What a huge demon. He asked a very sincere question. I don't even know who you are. How dare you come here? The reason was very simple. Apart from those existences that possessed ancient well thrones in the martyr's palace, the rest of the demons that Alliance had never fought before did not have the right to be called great demons in the wilderness. Since they weren't great demons, how could they be good enough in Alliance's eyes? The enormous being that Liang had identified as an unknown demon was just about to unleash a divine ability in an attempt to crush Liang, who had been renowned throughout the wildlands for a long time. He did not expect that a straight white line would appear from the top of the head of the demon's real body, as if it had been cut in half by a long sword. In the end, it was still in this immortal realm demon's miniature world. Although it had been instantly injured, it wasn't difficult for it to shift the battlefield. The demon's true body had just stopped its momentum and barely withstood the surging sword intent from the bright line when it appeared at the edge of the miniature world. It did its best to put as much distance between it and Alliance as possible, but it never imagined that there were thousands of streaks of light not only on the boundary of the miniature world, but also outside the miniature world. It was as if the entire miniature world had become that person's miniature world. It was a forest of swords stabbed into the ground. In the end, the great demon's true body was pinned to the ground by several dozen streaks of sword light, let alone moving its body. Just the slightest movement of its mind would cause the demon to feel heart-wrenching pain. It was shocked to find that it was also in a miserable situation where it couldn't escape from its miniature world. Alliance didn't pay any attention to this immortal realm demon. The opponent's miniature world was as fragile as porcelain. It was as if it would shatter into pieces if a sword cultivator gently tapped it with the tip of his sword. After the world regained its clarity, countless streaks of sword light emerged from the area occupied by Alliance. It was like a huge circle that was constantly expanding. The area within a radius of dozens of miles was cleared in one fell swoop. It wasn't difficult for Lu Cha, who was standing at the top of the military tent, to resist those streaks of sword light. Now, he was hovering in the air, and once again became the only existence on the battlefield that could confront Alliance. He said indifferently, "Let me give you a word of advice. No one should interfere. Even if they were willing to die, they should at least injure Alliance a little." Lu Cha sheathed his saber and reached behind him. He unsheathed his sword and held it in his hand. In the savage world, there was almost no opportunity to use his sword when traveling around. That was why Lu Cha was looking forward to meeting Alliance again. He thought that it would be in the vast world, but he didn't expect this man to break through the restrictions of two great worlds. He directly returned to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Alliance stretched out his hand and brought back a standard Sword of the Sword workshop from the battlefield north of the long river of gold. He held it in his hand and weighed it in his hand. It was much lighter than before. He sighed. Even the sword workshop was forced to cut corners. This battle was truly a little bitter. Earlier, Lu Cha had slashed at his face the moment they met. He didn't follow the rules of Jiang Hu. Alliance returned a blow to the bearded man. After the exchange of blows, Alliance retreated and crashed into the clouds. The sea of clouds above the great wall of Sword Chi was stirred up and scattered like broken cotton. Alliance retreated and stomped heavily on the air to stop himself. Lu Cha's back crashed into the ground and sank deep into the ground. There was no trace of him. A series of muffled thunders came from underground. The two of them each sent out a second sword at an even faster speed. Alliance fell from the sea of clouds while Lu Cha appeared on the ground. They both sent out a straight line and a sword. This time, the two of them retreated even further. Alliance was actually pushed back to the sea of clouds at the highest point of the great wall of Sword Chi. He shook out a sword flower and casually dispersed the remnant sword intent that Lu Cha had left on the sword. He smiled at the old Taoist priest who was guarding the sky screen and said, "Old friend, I haven't seen you for 20 years. Those girls who had snot in our great wall of Sword Chi in the early years have all grown up into beautiful young ladies, right? I wonder if they have an Uncle Alliance who has gone on a long journey." The old Taoist priest, who was holding the tail of the bamboo flute, changed his arm and held the severely damaged bamboo flute. He smiled and cursed in the dialect of the Qing Ming world. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries, Alliance disappeared in a flash. The entire sea of clouds was affected by the sword intent and shook violently. The saint of the Tao sect, who was sitting cross-legged, was a little helpless. He extended his hand and gently pressed down on the sea of clouds. Only then did the sea of clouds stop trembling. Alliance raised his arm high. He was like a child who had never learned the sword. He just swung his sword and slashed. Lu Cha and his sword disappeared again and retreated to the depths of the ground. Alliance did not retreat at all this time. However, the long sword in his hand shattered and dissipated. In this kind of battlefield, even if there were only two people facing each other, no one was willing to get close to them, unless the gray-robed old man who was watching the battle outside the Jiazi tent ordered several sovereign-level demons to surround and kill that man. However, the gray-robed old man only watched coldly from the side. Some of the sovereign-level demons who were originally ready to make a move dispelled the idea of taking the initiative to attack. After all, Lu Cha had not used his full strength. Alliance, who was without a sword in his hand, made hand seals with both hands. On the battlefield, two torrents of Sword Chi surged crazily into the direction where Lu Cha retreated. They contained the true meaning of the Sword Chi River and the savage world. They were incomparably thick. The two Sword Chi were like two flood dragons that crashed into the ground. The ground within a radius of 100 miles collapsed with a loud boom. Alliance, who was originally only a few feet above the ground, was now suspended high in the sky. The demons of the upper 5 realms looked down. Lu Cha stood on the ground 1,000 feet below the battlefield. With one hand behind his back, he made a gesture with 2 fingers of the other hand. The bearded man did not hold a sword in his hand. Instead, a snow-white jade plate appeared in front of him. It was thin and clear, shining brightly like a moon rising in the human world. It blocked the 2 torrents of Sword Chi and the Milky Way in the sky. 2 streams of Sword Chi poured down like waterfalls and collided with the white moon. Behind Lu Cha, who was already below the ground, the mountain roots and soil were still crumbling. The Sword Chi dispersed in all directions. Many earthly immortal realm demon cultivators in the distance actually used their palms to observe the mountains and rivers for a moment before they felt their eyes hurt, like mortals looking directly at the sunlight. They had no choice but to withdraw their palms and didn't dare continue to stare at the small world that was forcefully created by the 2 sides. Lu Cha was dressed in a coarse hemp robe. His sleeves were fluttering in the wind. The bearded man looked up and said, You went to the heavens beyond and killed some otherworldly demons. Is this the result? Or is it that the second Taoist is not good enough and does not live up to his name? Alliance smiled and said, I'm telling you the truth because we're friends. If you really think so, you'll die. Lu Cha shook his head and kept the sword. After holding the sword in his hand, he allowed the 2 torrents of sword chi to crash into him. The bearded man stopped accumulating power and began to deliberately restrain his sword chi. He was as stable as a rock, and as stable as a rock. No matter how strong the sword chi was, Lu Cha's own sword Dao was like a towering mountain. After the 2 torrents of sword chi collided with Lu Cha's body, they automatically bypassed him and created waves of sword chi that were hundreds of feet high. However, they had heard or seen with their own eyes that there were many sword chi around him. After the experience in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he could even condense his own pure sword will into a substance. However, at this moment, Lu Cha condensed his sword Dao into a real body. Alliance smiled. Then, between him and the bearded man, the most illusory river of light in the world appeared. When it appeared in the world, it radiated brilliance. The entire river was like a huge flying sword. It twisted and wrapped around Lu Cha. It was as if he was placed in someone else's sword sheath, and the other person was sheathing his sword. The river of light that was the most compatible with the great Tao of heaven and earth, after being pulled out by Alliance, began to be rejected by the great Tao of desolation. This caused countless great Tao, true meanings, to appear around the river of light. At the border between the two, the river of light shattered like ice. However, although the river of light was being squeezed, it became more and more solid. It was as if an ascendant realm golden body had suddenly appeared in the world. The gray-robed elder praised, good technique. In a certain military tent, the scholar who only focused on teaching the sage and paid no attention to the outside world also raised his head and carefully observed the distant battlefield. Alliance raised his head. Lu Cha, whose real body was temporarily detained, and whose sword Dao was gradually being worn down, would of course not simply wait for death. A Dharma idol stood between heaven and earth. Only half of its body was exposed to the ground. It held a sword with both hands and fell down. The tip of the sword was pointed directly at Alliance. In the ruins of the previous military tent, another Lu Cha appeared. He put 2 fingers together and condensed a long sword with sword intent. In the beginning, Alliance had laughed and said that he couldn't fight many experts like Lu Cha. However, the sword Dao real body, the yang spirit body, and the wandering Lu Cha were divided into 3. In the end, it was not equivalent to 3-peak Lu Cha's Alliance never fought a fight where he could only take a beating. Even among the opponents he fought, there was Dong Sangyang of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the current Lu Cha of Desolation World. There was also Qing Ming Tian, that shameless real invincible. The next moment, an exaggerated Dharma idol that could be said to be indomitable appeared behind Lu Cha's Dharma idol. It pressed the latter's head with one hand and smashed it into the ground. Before Alliance left the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he had always wanted to tell Lu Cha that it did matter if he had a suitable sword or not. However, as long as his opponent did not have an immortal sword, it did not matter much. They did not meet on the battlefield in the early years and were friends with Lu Cha, so Alliance was embarrassed to say this. If he spoke too straightforwardly, it was easy to lose friends. At the same time, Alliance, who was holding the head of Lu Cha's Dharma idol with one hand, slashed down with the other hand. There were 8 military tents on the line. The 3 sovereign stage demons by Ying, the old man with a long staff on his shoulder, and the golden-armored deity respectively attacked to block the sword. Alliance said with a cheeky smile, "Let's go, let's go." The long river of light that Alliance had condensed into a long sword cracked at Lu Cha's body. A sword light inexplicably crashed into the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Even the long golden river was penetrated by the sword. When the sword light dissipated, a person was lying on the wall and slowly slid down. The gray-robed old man came to Lu Cha's real body and glanced at the bearded man who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He smiled and said, "That's why the next time you use your sword, don't be shy." Lu Cha nodded. The Dharma idol of the Yin god that was traveling far away and the Yang god's external body that had returned the sword to Al Yang were both one person. The man who was sent to the wall by the sword was at the top of the Meng character at first. As he slid down to the ground, he did not forget to secretly spit on his palm. His head turned left and right, carefully stroking his hair and sideburns. When fighting with others, one had to have a goal. What was the goal? Naturally, it was to be elegant. He remembered that on the other side of the inverted hanging mountain, there seemed to be a little girl who sold wine in Huangliang blessed land. What did she say back then? It seemed that after seeing his face, it was as if a deer suddenly appeared in her heart and ran wildly on the path of her heart. He could accept these words from the bottom of her heart. As for the admiration of the girls, he could forget about it. The man suddenly stopped at a horizontal part of the Meng character and took a step forward. He smiled and greeted a strange old sword cultivator. "Isn't this our elder brother Yin? What are you looking at? If you take a few more glances, how many realms can you advance?" The man slapped the old nascent soul sword cultivator Yin Chen's shoulder and complained, "Elder brother Yin, it's not that I want to criticize you, but all these years when I'm not around, you've only been looking at girls? Otherwise, why haven't you reached the upper 5 realms?" Yin Chen's shoulder tilted, and he felt a wave of pain. The other party did not hold back at all. Yin Chen, who was known for being difficult to deal with in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, still kept a straight face and refused to speak. Alliance slapped the old sword cultivator's cheeks heavily with both hands. He widened his eyes and shook him vigorously. He hurriedly asked, Elder brother Yin, I don't recognize anyone? Are you stupid?" Yin Chen said helplessly, "I recognize you. I was just too agitated for a moment and couldn't speak." Alliance let go of his hand and stopped smiling. He said, "At least there are a few familiar faces left." "It's my fault. I came late. It's always like this, passing by and missing by." Ooh. Yin Chen knew that things were not good. As expected, Alliance grabbed his neck in the next moment. He was stuck under this bastard's armpit and couldn't break free. He even had to endure the saliva. "Elder brother Yin, my heart hurts when I see that you're still single." Alliance suddenly let go of the old sword cultivator and stepped out of the wall. He floated to the city wall and finally came to the side of the sword immortal. On the city wall, Wei Jin cupped his fists and smiled. "Elder Alliance." Alliance patted Wei Jin's shoulder and said sadly, "What are you talking about? Aren't you still single?" Alliance sat cross-legged and faced the south. It was rare for him to be so solemn. Even with his interference, it was only a moment of peace. The war continued, and people continued to die. On the battlefield, the killing continued. Chun Chengdu stood beside Alliance and asked with a smile, "Don't tell me that there aren't many good-looking, yellow-crowned Taoist nuns in the Beko Keikyung building in Qingming-Tian." Alliance pointed at the sea of clouds above his head. Then he rested his chin on one hand and looked at the battlefield. He held his chest with the other hand and silently adjusted his breathing. However, he didn't speak honestly. "There are. How can there not be? I just showed my face under the Bek Okkyung building. Just the 2 junior sisters of my old buddy in the Bek Okkyung building looked at me like they wanted to eat me, not to mention the other fairies. This is the most annoying thing in the world." Chun Chengdu chuckled. Alliance asked, "How's that kid's injury?" "I only glanced at him from afar. It was a little strange, and I couldn't see clearly." Chun Qingdu said casually. Anyway, he won't die if I carry him back. You'll get used to being half dead. Alliance said, after all, he's just a young man and a foreigner. Boss, sword immortal. As an elder, you should more or less protect him. Besides liking Ning, this kid doesn't owe the Great Wall of Sword Chi anything. It's not a good habit to take advantage of your seniority. Chun Qingdu laughed. Are you teaching me how to be a person or swordsmanship? Alliance stood up and whispered. I don't like being a teacher, but if Sword Immortal wants to learn, I'll reluctantly teach you. Wei Jin was greatly impressed, whether it was the previous sword attack or the words at this moment. He was indeed worthy of being senior Alliance. The old man glanced at Alliance. The city wall shook. Alliance was no longer where he was and had fled. But was senior Alliance running in the wrong direction? Even Wei Jin was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but ask, Boss, Sword Immortal, this is… Chun Qingdu glanced at Wei Jin. Can't you tell? It's a fight. Wei Jin was speechless. Chun Qingdu glanced at the rainbow that started from the city wall. Alliance's speed was too fast. He asked with a smile, when he traveled to the Aquarius continent, didn't he tell you that he liked to be ganged up on by a group of Ascendant Realm cultivators? Wei Jin was silent for a moment. He looked strange. Back then, Alliance told this junior that he could fight in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, which was full of sword immortals. In any case, he would definitely be ranked in the top 50. He also told me not to think that he was bragging very. So, at first, Wei Jin thought that he had encountered a swindler. But, fortunately, Senior Alliance's insights about the Sword Dao at that time seemed to be nonsense, but it happened to benefit Wei Jin greatly. He resisted the urge to test the waters with his sword. After that, there was the so-called small bet by Senior Alliance. Wei Jin lost the blade-strengthening gourd and then began to cultivate in seclusion. As expected, he successfully ascended to the upper 5 realms. (663) The sovereign stage great demon who used heaven and earth in the sleeve and forcefully swept Zhu Gong and the others away from the great wall of Sword Chi was Huang Luan, who had refined countless immortal ruins into her own courtyard. Lu Ji left the city wall with her sword and personally intercepted the great demon, who was known as the most immortal in the Desolation world. In addition, Sword Immortal Mi, who also intercepted at the Golden River, but Huang Luan still destroyed half of her right sleeve and a heaven and earth in the sleeve. In addition, the great demon Yang Ji personally received Huang Luan, so she successfully escaped back to the Jia Shin tent. Lu Ji stood on the Golden River where there were fewer and fewer sword immortals. She did not return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Instead, she stayed where she was and guarded one side. Previously, her attacks were too restrained because the battlefield was between the Golden River and the city wall. There were too many sword immortals on her side. The old sword immortal Yin Chen sat cross-legged in the middle of the big strokes. He shook his head and looked disapproving. He sneered and criticized in his heart, if I were at this level, Huang Luan would not be able to escape. The battle has already reached this stage, but she still doesn't know how to calculate the score. Lu Ji, how did you become a great sword immortal? A woman will always be a woman with a woman's heart. This was probably how Yin Chen's reputation in the Great Wall of Sword Chi had come about. Outside the Jia Shin tent, Huang Luan shook her right sleeve and scattered beans on the ground. A few young sword immortals the size of mustard seeds appeared one after another. Zhu Gong kept his sword and thanked her. Li Shun's face was gloomy and you see was in a mess. He supported the unconscious youth Ni Tan. As for Lu Bai, he suffered the most damage. Fortunately, his soul had already been collected by Ni Tan. He was not a sword immortal, but the leader of the Jia Shin tent. After knowing Lu Bai's situation, although he was burning with anxiety, he still bowed and thanked this senior. Huang Luan smiled and said, Wouldn't clog. You are the fate of the world. The great Tao is long. There will always be a chance to repay you for saving our lives." Wooden Clog looked determined and said, "I dare not forget today's great kindness. If the Jia Xin tent really lost a sword immortal in battle, then as the leader of the Jia Xin tent, Wooden Clog's merits and demerits would not only be recorded in the account book. Therefore, Huang Wan's action was equivalent to saving the young Wooden Clog's life. Wooden Clog." Yang Ji waved her hand and detained Yusi before pushing him back. She stood at Yusi's original position and gently held the youth in her arms. She stretched out a finger and pressed it against Pei Tan's forehead. The purest water fate in the world flowed out from her fingertip and poured into the youth's qi cavities. At the same time, she rubbed her fingers and condensed a white short sword. It was an ancient relic that she had kept for many years. She pressed it against Pei Tan's forehead. The youth had destroyed her life source flying sword, so she would give him another one. Yang Yang Li's Li Master. Immortal Mother Tian Ting Master. As Yang Ji said gently, "Don't worry about some setbacks." And I Tan was a young man after all. Although his Taoist heart was not damaged, he was still heartbroken. The young man sobbed, "That guy is too cunning. The 5 of us seem to have been fighting him all this while. What about Sister Lu Bai?" In the end, the young man still felt sorry for Sister Lu Bai. Yang Ji laughed and said, "That Lu Bai, Master has always disliked her for not being handsome enough and not worthy of you. Now let Mr. Zhou change his appearance to a better one, and you two can become Taoist companions." The young man quickly shook his head. That was not his intention. Yang Ji rubbed the young man's head. "It's up to you?" Huang Wan was surprised. Since when did Yang Ji take in a direct disciple? Sword Immortal Si Chen hurriedly rushed to Jia Xin tent and took away his junior martial sister's soul from the Black Beach. After confirming that Lu Bai's Jindan and Yuaning were fine, Si Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He thanked everyone and then carefully used a spell to gather Lu Bai's soul and quickly took a detour to his master. As for the detour, of course, it was because of alliance. Huang Wan left with the wind and returned to the Jade Palace. She chose a secluded place and began to breathe. She swallowed the abundant spiritual energy. In fact, he had suffered the greatest loss this time. He had used Hokue Gate, which he had carefully cultivated, as a puppet on the battlefield to deal with the young hidden official. In the end, he had lost an important chess piece, and he had also suffered a sword strike from Lu Ji and Mi Hu. Half of his robe sleeve was broken, and he had lost a small world. Most importantly, he had lost 300 years of cultivation for nothing. Huang Wan moved her mind. Not far away, a pavilion with many dragon corpses as pillars and corridors appeared out of thin air. Huang Wan immediately opened the restriction and kept it in her own world. Huang Wan smiled. "Thank you for the reward." Mu Zhou had returned to the military tent. Zhu Gong and Li Jun stood side by side, watching the battle from afar. In the battle to kill the hidden official, the two of them didn't even get injured because they didn't have the chance to use their full strength. However, compared to Lu Bai and I Tan and Yusi, they were probably the most aggrieved. Li Jun said to Zhu Gong telepathically, "I didn't expect to lose to a flying sword. If it weren't for this, even if Qin Pingon had 2 more flying swords, he would still die." Zhu Gong said, "You can complain, but I hope you don't vent your anger on an I Tan. And you see," Li Jun sneered, "if you didn't remind me, I would have forgotten that they were involved in the battle. 3 useless things, except for dragging us down. What else have they done?" Zhu Gong frowned and said, "Li Jun, I dare say that in another 100 years, even if Lu Bai is injured, I will be the most injured one. Even Lu Bai, who was injured the most, would have a higher achievement in Sword Dao than you." Li Jun stayed silent for a while and said with self-mockery, Are you sure I can live for another 100 years? Zhu Gong asked back, is it so important whether you are Li Zhen or not? Are you sure you are a sword cultivator? Are you able to wield a sword for yourself? Zhu Gong was greatly puzzled. Although the previous Tuo Yushan Li Zhen was unruly and arrogant, Zhu Gong did not feel that there was anything wrong with that kind of arrogance. However, for some reason, after Li Zhen died once, his temperament seemed to be more and more extreme. It could even be said that he was discouraged. Li Zhen rubbed his cheeks with both hands and murmured, "Have you personally walked through the river of time? Maybe not, maybe you have, but you definitely haven't seen the riverbed of the river of time. I have walked through it. That is my destiny." Zhu Gong listened to Li Zhen's murmur and frowned. Yusi stood there alone. He was even more despondent than Li Zhen, who looked gloomy. It was easy for people to feel lonely when they were alone, and loneliness often arose in the midst of a bustling crowd. A figure appeared beside him, out of thin air. It was a young woman with scarlet eyes. The robe she was wearing was intertwined with fine, green threads, which were rivers and streams that she had refined over the years. She softly consoled, "Young master, it's fine. I'm here." She then stared at the slender figure of Yangji. The two opposing sides were the old and new Yelluo lords. Yusi pushed aside the young woman's hand and took a step forward. "Let's go." The woman followed closely behind. Black Beach was stunned when he saw this. Seated in the tent, Wooden Clog raised his head and then lowered it again. Wooden Clog had always known the sex of Li Zhen, Zhu Gong, and Lu Bai, but only today did he learn of Xiao Tan and Yusi's true backer. The youth scratched his head. When would he be able to take in disciples and become their backer? Chun Pingon woke up with a start and sat up on his bed. Fortunately, this was the Ning residence that he had not returned to in a long time, not the corner of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chun Pingon pressed a hand to his forehead. His head hurt like it was about to split open, and he exhaled deeply. Just this small action had caused his entire world to turn upside down. This shouldn't be a dream. The immortals on the mountain had countless arts, and there were far too many strange things in the world. He had to be on guard. Chun Pingon looked in a daze at the door. A man was sitting on the threshold, holding a wine pot and drinking with his head raised. Not even the thick smell of medicine in the room could cover up the aroma of wine. The man stood up, leaned against the door, and smiled. "Relax. A person like me should only appear in Mrs. Dreams." The man wiped his mouth and began to chuckle to himself. The affairs of the world are as short as a spring dream, and the spring dream leaves no trace. For example, in a spring dream, the unripe yellow millet leaves the banana deer. The scholar was just thinking of some beautiful poems in a book. It was very serious. Chun Pingon felt like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. This should be the real person. Chun Pingon and Alliance looked at each other for a long time. The first sentence he said was a question that spoiled the mood. "Alliance, when are you leaving?" He hoped that Alliance would return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, but he didn't want Alliance to stay there. He would die. In this war, the only one who dared to say that he would never die was the gray-robed elder in the wilderness Jiazi tent. Even Yang Ji, Huang Wan, and the other sovereigns of the wilderness didn't dare to be so sure. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, no one was an exception. If I want to leave, a large group of Ascendant Realm cultivators can't stop me. If I don't want to leave, even Boss Sword Immortal can't chase me away. Do you think you can persuade me?" Alliance sighed, shook the wine pot in his hand, and said, "Sure enough, you're still the same. What's the point of thinking so much? You can't take care of everything." The young man back then didn't act like a young man, and the young man today still doesn't act like a young man. Do you think that after crossing this threshold, you can live a comfortable life in the future? Dream on. The result of today's matter seemed to have understood the cause of yesterday's matter. but it was often the cause of tomorrow's matter. Why did he cultivate on the mountain? It wasn't as simple as occupying a place with good feng shui. Alliance reached out and pointed at the young man with the wine pot. I shouldn't have let you practice martial arts and cultivate so early. Anyway, this senior brother is not good enough. The next time we meet, I'll talk to him. People who cultivated the Tao worked hard mentally, but not physically. Pure martial arts people worked hard, but not mentally. This kid, on the other hand, had both. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? However, Alyang didn't say anything harsh. He had some words of his own which were easy for him to say. However, it was better than standing and talking. Otherwise, he would have no hope in this life. Alliance motioned for Chen Pingan to lie down and recuperate. He sat on the threshold again and continued to drink. He borrowed this pot of immortal wine from Sword Immortal Sun Jiyuan on the way here. Since there was no one at home, he couldn't blame him for not greeting them. Chen Pingan asked curiously, "Have you fought?" Alliance faced the courtyard with a lazy expression. With his back facing Chen Pingan, he said, "Not much, just two. If we continue fighting, the Jiazi tent will be in chaos. I've been afraid of hornets' nests since I was young, so I quickly hid here and drank a few mouthfuls of wine to calm myself down. If it wasn't a fight where he was ganged up on," Alliance couldn't lift his spirits. It wasn't easy. Revisiting an old place, the taste of wine was still the same. Many friends became old friends, so he felt sad. In this life, he seemed to have always been like this. So no matter how much he drank, it was hard for him to feel happy. Alliance asked casually, "Did you promise Boss Sword Immortal something?" Chun Pingan said, "The Great Wall of Sword Chi can be defended for an extra 3 years. Unknowingly, he had been at the Great Wall of Sword Chi for a few years. If it was in the vast world, it would be enough for Chen Pingan to explore the Book Lake again. If he traveled alone, he would be able to explore the entire North Continent or Tongya Continent. After becoming a hidden official, every day in the Summer Palace felt like a year. The only thing he did to relieve his boredom was to hide in the Winter Palace and teach the children martial arts. Then you're really stupid." Alliance shook his head and said, "Have you ever thought that if Cho Miao was the hidden official and you were the assistant, it would be much easier? The ending of the Great Wall of Sword Chi wouldn't be too different. Now that the fifth world has been opened, has Boss Sword Immortal told you the inside story of the mirage in the north of the city?" Chun Pingan deliberately ignored the first question and said softly, "He said that the entire mirage is an imitation of the ascension platform that was built intermittently for thousands of years, together with the hidden officials' Summer Palace and Winter Palace. It is an ancient 3 mountains formation. When the time comes, it will bring a batch of Sword Tao seeds from the Great Wall of Sword Chi to break through the canopy and head to the New World. However, there is a huge problem. The mirage is like a small temple. It can't accommodate sword immortals of the upper 5 realms. Therefore, the people who leave must be sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms and lower 5 realms. Furthermore, Boss Sword Immortal doesn't feel at ease letting some sword immortals hold the fort." Alliance said in amazement, "Boss Sword Immortal really hit it well. Even I didn't know about this. When I wandered around in the early years, I only made a rough guess. Boss Sword Immortal doesn't mind forcing all the native Sword Immortals to their deaths. However, Boss Sword Immortal is good about one thing. He has always been very tolerant towards young people. He will definitely leave them a way out. Now that you mention it, it makes sense. In the New World, no Chi refinement warrior of the upper 5 realms will be allowed to enter for the next 500 years to prevent them from being beaten to a pulp. Indeed, some rich family's courtyard would have 1 or 2 jars of silver buried in it. With such a shocking ascension platform, who would guard the array when the time came? Naturally, it would be Boss Sword Immortal himself." Alliance could not help but gulp down a mouthful of wine. He said with a sigh, "Our Boss Sword Immortal is the most unhappy sword cultivator. He is half dead and has been a coward for 10,000 years. In the end, he only managed to deliver 2 swords. Therefore, there are some things that Boss Sword Immortal has done wrong. Kid, you can scold him, but don't hate him. Chun Pingon shook his head and said, I won't hate him. I don't dare to scold him. Alliance said with a smile, It's fine to scold him every now. And then Chun Pingon said helplessly, Boss Sword Immortal holds grudges. I can't run away even if I scold him. Alliance nodded and said earnestly, Drink and chat, flatter, rub shoulders, and knock on the back. Say thank you to Boss Sword Immortal for your hard work. You can't do anything less. Besides, you are already so severely injured. Limp to the thatched cottage at the top of the city to look at the scenery. At that time, silence speaks louder than words. Act pitiful? Do you need to act? You are already so pitiful. If it were me, I would borrow a straw mat from my friends and sleep outside Boss Sword Immortal's thatched cottage. Chun Pingon laughed. Then he drowsily fell asleep peacefully. Alliance sat alone at the doorstep. He had no intention of leaving. He just drank slowly and muttered to himself, At the end of the day, there is only one logic. A crying child gets candy. Chun Pingon, you didn't know this since you were young. You are at a disadvantage. Capable people do more work. After a long time, it was inevitable that others would get used to it. The lineage of the literary sage. The old scholar was in the 5th heaven and had a portion of karma. His first disciple, Chui Dong, was in charge of Aquarius continent. His left and right were in Tongyi continent. His last disciple, Chun Pingon, was in the Great Wall of Sword Chi and had been a hidden official for 2.5 years. And all the sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, regardless of whether it was the strong or the weak, everyone's logic would bring true good and bad to this shaky world. After a while, Chun Pingon woke up from his dream. He immediately sat up, perspiring profusely. Alliance did not turn his head and said, That won't do. You will have an inner demon in the future. Ooh. Chun Pingon raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His face was pale as he laid back down on the bed and closed his eyes. Alliance did not make a sound. He continued to sit alone and drink. Probably because he felt that the doorstep was uncomfortable, he changed his posture and squatted down to drink. That year in the Aquarius continent, the man with the bamboo hat tricked the bumpkin youth to drink. In truth, there were no wine immortals in the world who were drunk and unfettered. There were only drunkards who were drunk to death. On top of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there was no more swing. A certain sword immortal did not have to face a bowl of Yang Chun noodles, and did not dare to use his chopsticks. When the sword immortal, Yuan Qing Shu, died in battle, he was in high spirits. The sect leader of the North Continent's Tai Hui sword sect, Han Huizi, died in battle and was speechless. A white-haired old lady stood at the entrance of the Ning residence, muttering softly, old dog, come back to watch the door. Ooh. 664. Alliance stood up and heard the distant sound of a bugle horn on the battlefield. The savage world had retreated. Both sides would clean up the battlefield. The next battle might not need a bugle horn to end. Alliance arrived at the pavilion on Dragon-Slaying Cliff. He let go of the empty wine jug in his hand and spun around. With a howl, he kicked the wine jug out of the pavilion and onto the training ground. The battle had come to an end. For a time, the sword cultivators on the city walls returned home like migratory birds. Streaks of sword light formed a picturesque scene. Seclusion, recovery, sword refinement, wine. The dead were gone. The sadness of the survivors would be dissolved in a bowl of wine, whether it was a big drink or a small drink. Alliance couldn't remember which master had said at a wine table that a person's stomach was the best wine jar in the world. The stories of old friends were the best pulp, adding the bitter gall and mixing in the joys and sorrows. It could brew the best wine with endless flavor. After some thought, he slapped his thigh. That master was himself. It wasn't good to belittle oneself too much. He had to change. Soon, a group of people returned to the Ning mansion on their swords. Ning Yao suddenly descended and landed at the gate. She spoke to the old woman. As for the others, Chen Sanqiu, Wei Zhang, Dong Huafu, Yenzhua, and Fan Dash, they went straight to the pavilion. They floated down and sheathed their swords. Alliance supported himself with one hand on the pavilion's pillar and one foot on the ground. He looked at the slender woman and sighed. Wei Zhang is a big girl now. Wei Zhang smiled and called out to Alliance. When she was young, Taizhong often accompanied Liang to squat in the streets and alleys, worrying. The man worried about how to get money for the wine, while the girl worried about why she was not allowed to buy wine. Every time they bought wine, they could earn some copper coins and broken pieces of silver for running expenses. The copper coins fought in the ragged money bag. If 1 or 2 pieces of silver were added, it would be the most pleasant sound in the world. Unfortunately, Alliance had bought things on credit too many times. Even the managers of many restaurants and taverns were afraid of her. Dong Huafu asked, "How is it, Biggs?" Alliance smiled. "Ask your mother." Dong Huafu chuckled. "Mountain range stacks." My mother said that you didn't have good intentions in naming mountain range stacks. Alliance said helplessly, "What is this?" Tell your mother to read less of those books. With so many books in your family's collection, who knows how many black-hearted booksellers in the South Saw continent, and the printing and the content out of 10 books of the books of calm he calm s. He liked Dong Booty, and Dong Booty liked Alliance. However, this wasn't the reason why Chen Sanqiu didn't like Alliance. On the contrary, Chen Sanqiu admired Alliance's carefree attitude. He was also grateful for Alliance's actions back then. For example, Alliance had a private argument with the eldest sword immortal for him. He scolded the head of the Chen family, Chen Shi. However, he didn't tell Chen Sanqiu about it. Chen Sanqiu only found out about this after the fact. By the time he found out, Alliance had already left the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He wore a bamboo hat and a bamboo blade as he quietly returned to his hometown. Some sword immortals had great swordsmanship, but they didn't have freedom. They were always uneasy in this world. For example, Alliance, who had the most freedom, always said that true freedom was never about having no worries. Fatty Yen was massaging the man's shoulders and back. He whispered, Alliance, Alliance, how's my swordsmanship now? Can I make the fairies' hearts pound when I go to righteous world? You said that as long as you're a sword immortal, even if you're not that handsome, you're the best rouge for women when you use your sword. When they see brilliant swordsmanship, it's like they're wearing blush. Does it count? Liang nodded and said, It counts. How can it not count? I'm very familiar with the vast world. If you have the chance to travel there in the future, I'll give you a map and mark all the mountains with fairies. Don't be silly and ask for swords. You only need to go to the foot of the mountain, fly up on your sword, walk around the mountain, and perform a set of swordsmanship. When you're done, don't say anything during this period. Just take off the wine pot and leave the fairies to drink with your head tilted back. Until this moment, you can recite a poem loudly and leave in a carefree manner. Yen's head was as big as a dustpan. Alliance, I don't know how to recite poems. Alliance said, I do. There are more than 300 lines in a book. They're all tailor-made for sword immortals like us. I'll sell them to you at a friendship price. Dong Huafu asked, You've already used the poems in the book, haven't you? Alliance was a little resentful. Fan Dash was the most reserved. He was not familiar with Senior Alliance. Even if Senior Alliance was amiable and approachable, he was still high and mighty to Fan Dash. He was right in front of him, but far away. It was like many young sword cultivators meeting old sword immortals like Dong Sangeng and Lu Ji. The seniors might not look down on the juniors, but the juniors would often look down on themselves. Alliance smiled and said, "You're called Fan Dash, right?" Fan Dash quickly nodded, flattered. Liang said, "You ascended to the Golden Core realm earlier than Sword Immortal Boss, and I expected—" Fan Dash was in disbelief. Even he was able to catch the eye of Senior A. Liang and the old Sword Immortal? Liang said with a smile, "Actually, every child's growth is watched by Sword Immortal eldest brother. It's just that Boss is shy and doesn't like to be polite with others." It was not easy to respond to that. After all, he was not the second manager who treated people with sincerity. After Ning Yao separated from Grandma she walked up the stone path of Dragon-Slaying Cliff. When Ning Yao arrived at the pavilion, Alliance and the others had already taken their seats. Ning Yao looked a little tired as she asked, "Is Alliance all right? That kid couldn't sleep well and was knocked out by me. Now he's breathing like thunder. He's much better." Alliance said frankly, "Chen Pingan won't be able to go out of the city to fight in the short term. You should have stopped him from fighting. It was too dangerous. He can't develop a habit of gambling with his life." Ning Yao shook her head and said, "Leave it to him. I can't persuade him." Alliance was amazed. "Little Ning, are you still the little Ning I know?" Ning Yao sat down silently and leaned against the pavilion pillar. She carried a sword case on her back and wore a snow-white robe. In the pavilion, they chatted casually. Most of the time, Dong Huafu was asking Alliance about the deeds of Qing Ming Tian. Alliance was bragging about how amazing he was over there. Being second place in the boxing world was not a skill. After all, there was no winner. However, he could topple the Beko Keikyung building without using a sword. This was a feat that not everyone could achieve. He pretended to be relaxed. There must be something hard to let go of. Alliance finally gave these youngsters some advice on swordsmanship, pointing out the bottlenecks and barriers of their cultivation. Then he got up and said goodbye. "I'm going to find someone I know to drink some wine. You guys should hurry back to your homes." Ning Yao got up and watched as Alliance and all his friends left on their swords. She walked down the dragon-slaying cliff alone and went to the small house. She gently pushed open the door, crossed the threshold, and sat by the bed. She gently held Chun Pingan's left hand that had stretched out from under the blanket. It was still trembling slightly. This was a sign that his soul was trembling and his qi was still unstable. Ning Yao's movements were gentle. She put Chun Pingan's hand back under the blanket. She bent down and reached out to wipe away the sweat on Chun Pingan's forehead. With a finger, she gently smoothed out his slightly furrowed brows. Ning Yao was very happy that Chun Pingan liked her, but Chun Pingan liked her, so she had to be so tired. Ning Yao was a little angry with herself. So, when Chun Pingan, who was sleeping soundly, just relaxed his brows, she frowned again. What should she do? She could not like him. She couldn't bear for him not to like her. These feelings of sorrow, before she could frown, came to her heart again. Alliance returned to the top of the city wall directly. However, he didn't go to the thatched cottage. Instead, he sat beside Wu Qingpei, who was still diligently refining his sword. Wu Qingpei looked at the battlefield. The Golden River had been kept by the saints of the three sections. On the ground, there were still some scattered fights. He didn't look sad at all. Everyone had their own indescribable suffering. For many sword cultivators who came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the first time, almost all of them had strange tempers and were difficult to get close to. Alliance didn't say anything. Wu Qingpei finally spoke. I heard from me who that before Zhou Qing died. He said, "There's no point in living. Let's just watch." Tao Wen said that it was a good death. I envy them. Allianz said, "Indeed, not everyone can choose how they want to live. They can only choose how they want to die. But I still have to say that a bad life is better than a good death." Wu Qingpei said, "In the years that you weren't around, all the sword cultivators from the outside, regardless of whether they are dead or alive, regardless of whether their realms are high or low, made me look at them in a different light. I no longer have any resentment towards the righteous world." Allianz took out a pot of immortal wine. He opened the mud seal and shook it gently. The fragrance of the wine assailed his nostrils. He lowered his head and sniffed it. He smiled and said, "Another autumn has passed in the wine. The wine's taste is better than the osmanthus fragrance every year. The wine of the righteous world and the green netherworld are indeed inferior to the great wall of sword qi." Wu Qingpei suddenly asked, "Allianz, have you ever had a girl that you truly liked?" Allianz thought for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Qingpei shook his head and said, "There's no need to answer. I already regret asking this question. I'll probably regret it even more after hearing the answer." Allianz smiled. "In the pugilistic world, there's no need to drink if you don't have any romantic feelings. Look at those infatuated people. Which one of them isn't a drunkard soaked in wine? In the field of love, everyone is a coward." Wu Qingpei was a little surprised. It was rare for this King Allianz to say something so serious. Lu Xi rarely appeared. She sat on the other side of Wu Qingpei. Allianz tossed the wine pot in his hand over. In the end, Lu Xi slapped it back. Allianz caught the wine pot and grumbled, "Why are you being so polite with your big brother, Allianz? It's just a pot of wine." Lu Xi raised her arm. Allianz sighed and took out a new pot of wine and threw it over. Heroines should not be bothered by trifles. After drinking, Lu Xi asked, "I heard that the green netherworld has a lineage of Taoism sword immortals. They have a long history. How are their sword techniques? How are they compared to the great celestial master of Mount Longhu?" Allianz rubbed his chin. "You're talking about Master Son of the Dexian Du Temple, right? I've never met him before. It's a pity the nuns of the Dexian Du Temple. Oh, no, it's the peach forest in the Taoist temple. Whether there's people or not, the scenery is superb. As for the great celestial master of Mount Longhu, I'm quite familiar with him. The nobles of the celestial master's residence are especially enthusiastic when they receive guests. It can be said that they bring a lot of people with them. There was no need to speak when meeting. Of course, they were very enthusiastic when they first met." Allianz pushed Wu Qingpei's head away and smiled at Lu Xi. "If you're interested, you can first mention my name when you visit the celestial master's residence." Lu Xi sneered. "Mention your name? Isn't that the same as asking for the sword from Mount Longhu?" Allianz laughed. "No one knows me better than Lu Xi on the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Wu Qingpei said, "Gentlemen, I'm refining a sword. I'm drinking and chatting. Go somewhere else." Lu Xi said, "You can't refine a good sword before your heart dies." Wu Qingpei said, "You don't have to worry about that. I only know that the flying sword Sweet Rain is still in the top 3 of A grade, even if I don't refine it. Great Sword Immortal Lu's intrinsic flying sword is only B grade. The A grade book of the Summer Palace recorded it clearly." Lu Xi said, "Wait for me to finish drinking." Wu Qingpei said, "Please drink faster." Sword Immortal Wu Qingpei was not good at fighting, but he was famous on the Great Wall of Sword Qi for not fearing anyone. Allianz had suffered under Wu Qingpei in the past. Wu Qingpei's casual words made Allianz suffer for half a year. "You, Allianz, have a high cultivation realm and a powerful background. You won't die anyway, so why are you flaunting your power in front of me?" Words that made things difficult were never those that were completely unreasonable. Instead, it was words that sounded reasonable, but were not that reasonable. At this moment, Alliance waved his hand and shouted at the two old sword cultivators sitting on the north and south city walls. "I'll be the banker. Chun Quan, Zhao Yi. Place your bets." However, Lu Ji had already stood up. She threw the wine flask outside the city walls and left on her sword. After Lu, she left. Alliance said, "In the past, Lu Ji treated everyone as an outsider. Now, she has changed a lot. It's rare for her to speak with you about her own family. How can she not appreciate it?" Wu Qingpei had a dazed expression as he said, "It's uncomfortable to hear family talk." Alliance nodded. "That's true." Wu Qingpei said, "Do you know about Xiao Chu's matter?" Alliance leaned back and rested his head on the back of his hand. He crossed his legs and said, "Everyone has their own aspirations." Wu Qingpei suddenly said, "I didn't thank you or apologize for what happened back then. Today, I'll make it up to you. I'm sorry. Thank you." However, Alliance said, in other places, sword cultivators like us who are good at swordsmanship and even better looking are very popular. Wu Qingpei was indeed a handsome man. In the conversations of many women, he and Mi Yu were often called the twin jade annulus. It was just that one was infatuated and the other was sentimental. After seeing with their own eyes the beauty of the two raw jade stage sword show, those foreign women who felt that this trip was worth it suddenly realized that men could also be so good-looking. Beauty, beauty, beauty. It wasn't only women who enjoyed the word beauty. Wu Qingpei placed the sword of the sword workshop horizontally on his knees and looked into the distance. He said softly, "When the water reaches the end, sit and watch the clouds rise." Wu Qingpei then asked, "Sit and watch the clouds rise," adding the word mountain and echoing the water. "Wouldn't that be better?" Alliance said casually, "No. The more words, the less meaning." Wu Qingpei thought for a moment and nodded. "That makes sense." Alliance laughed. "Why are you trying to be cultured?" Wu Qingpei replied, "I had nothing to do, so I flipped through the imprint of the Bai sword deity. It was quite interesting." Alliance was puzzled. "What is it?" Wu Qingpei laughed. "You don't know the word Bai? How can you be a scholar? Didn't your father die of anger?" Alliance giggled. "Your father is about to die of anger." Wu Qingpei stretched his waist with a smile on his face. "The heart of a gentleman is as clear as a mirror in autumn. A gentleman's friendship leads to the same path, and no evil words are spoken. A gentleman's action is like the morning dew of wild grass. It comes and goes adorably." Alliance was stunned. "Did I say that?" Wu Qingpei laughed. "A scholar said it. When Chen Pingan woke up again, he could already walk. Knowing that the wilderness had stopped attacking the city, he did not relax much. Not being able to find Ning Yao, Grandma Bai was hiding at the Winter Palace to teach martial arts. Chun Pingan went to the Summer Palace on his sword and found Alliance sitting at the doorstep, chatting with Cho Miao. Cho Miao Dong Booty and the other local sword cultivators were very familiar with Alliance. But for Lin Junbai and the other sword cultivators, they only had a name for Alliance. Everyone had heard of him, but no one had seen him. Alliance had stayed at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for more than 100 years. To the young cultivators of the vast world, Alliance's story could only be passed down by word of mouth. Jiang Shangzhen in the North Continent had many stories. Alliance, who had already been to 3 continents, had even more stories. Because the 2 landscape paintings spread out in the Summer Palace could not touch upon the battlefield south of the Golden River, none of the sword show of the hidden official lineage had personally witnessed of Liang's first 2 strikes. They could only feel his elegance through the gathered information. As a result, when young sword shield like Lin Junbai and Chao Gun saw of Liang in person, they were even more restrained than Fan Dash. Song Gaoyuan from the Fuyao continent was even more agitated. His face was flushed, but he did not dare to speak. Song Gaoyuan knew from a young age that the female ancestor of his lineage was very fond of alliance. At that time, Song Gaoyuan took advantage of his young age to ask many taboo questions. The female ancestor told the child many old stories. Song Gaoyuan had a deep impression of her. Every time the female ancestor talked about alliance, she would be angry, and embarrassed. Song Gaoyuan could not make sense of it then. It was only later that he found out that such an expression was a woman's true love for a person. Guizhuqiu squatted by the door sill. She rested her chin on her hands and stared hard at alliance. She was too young and had never seen alliance. Today, she would take a few more looks to make up for it. Guizhuqiu occasionally turned her head to look at the old lady, and then glanced at Deng Liang, who liked the old lady. Alliance was a little creeped out by this little girl who did not forget to carry a bamboo box. The little girl of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was not careless. Occasionally, when their eyes met, the little girl would immediately grin. For the first time, Alliance was a little embarrassed and could only smile with the little girl. This made Alliance think of that little bastard Li Huai for no reason. He was the epitome of simplicity in the small town. Guizhuqiu saw Chen Pingan and immediately jumped up. She ran to his side and suddenly became worried. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It's okay. Take your time to recover." Guizhuqiu nodded vigorously and then poked the door sill with her finger. She lowered her voice and said, "Master, a living alliance." Chen Pingan rubbed the little girl's head and said, "Have you forgotten? I've known Senior Alliance for a long time." Alliance gave her a thumbs up and said with a smile, "He took in a good disciple." Guizhuqiu returned the favor and gave him a thumbs up. She probably felt that it was not polite enough and gave him another thumbs up. "My master knows a good senior." Alliance also gave her a thumbs up. "Little girl, you have good eyes." Guizhuqiu maintained her posture. "Sister Dong has good eyes." Alliance said, "Sword Immortal Gua has good fortune." Guizhuqiu was just about to continue speaking when she was hit by her master. She could only withdraw her hands. "Senior, you win." Finally, Guizhuqiu strutted into the room. Chen Pingan and Alliance sat on the door sill. The two swordsmen and two scholars began to drink together. 665. The two foreigners drank foreign wine. Alliance was the first to speak. He joked, "To recover so quickly. The physique of a pure martial artist is indeed impressive. The recovery of the muscles, bones, blood, and flesh, the stabilization of the chaotic soul, and the repair and nourishment of the life-bound flying sword." The speed of the three was indeed somewhat beyond Alliance's imagination. Chen Pingan said helplessly, "My life was hanging by a thread. I still have some lingering fear." It was not only the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi who, for various reasons, chose to secretly send messages to the military tents of the wilderness. There were also cultivators in the demon army who leaked information to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After this battle, the Summer Palace had already given a detailed assessment of the combat strength of the 5 genius sword cultivators of the Jia Shin tent. Of course, the hidden young official's trump card of having 2 life-bound flying swords was definitely known by many military tents of the wilderness by now. Alliance joked, "You can't just watch the thief eat the meat and not watch the thief get beaten. I understand this principle." It was not easy for any outsider to gain a foothold in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Alliance was someone who had experienced this before. He had a deep understanding of this. Alliance stood up and stretched. He said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the city for a stroll." A person's heartstrings can't always be stretched taut. Off to the side, Chun Pingon didn't even realize that ever since he had been picking medicinal herbs, he had been following the rules since he was a child. Breathing was for the sake of living. This was the most important thing. Since almost all cultivators had dedicated their lives to longevity, they would naturally work hard on the two words breathing and breathing. In the shop of the Yang family, in Liju Heavenly Cave, the old man with an extremely high seniority had taught Chun Pingon a long time ago. The method was not brilliant, and its quality was average. However, it was neutral, peaceful, and orderly. Therefore, it was a kind of food supplement, not a medicinal supplement. Although it was natural for Chun Pingon to get used to it, it would not cause any physical burden on his body. On the contrary, it would only benefit him for a long time. It was like a gurgling source of living water that nourished his heart. However, cultivation was cultivation, and being a person was different. Between the heart, there was a clear ridge, and there was a path to walk. It was as if every step he took did not exceed the rules. Every day, he could guard the harvest. Such a restraint was naturally a good thing, but it would make a person feel bored. Therefore, the young man with straw shoes in the mud bottle alley always imperceptibly gave people the impression that he was young and mature. After Chun Pingon learned the fist art, he liked to deliberately control his breathing and footsteps every time he traveled alone in Jianghu. He used a higher realm to disguise himself as a lower realm. He could always do it at his fingertips. He was more experienced than an experienced Jianghu veteran, and it was not purely because of his talent. Chun Pingon followed and stood up. He smiled and asked, "Can I bring a little follower?" Alliance nodded and said, "Then each of us will bring one." Chun Pingon called for Guizhuzhou. She was still Chun Pingon's little disciple. However, at Chun Pingon's age, he was only 30 years old. To a cultivator, his age was just like a child in the marketplace. The possibility of Guizhuzhou becoming the last disciple of Luo Pamountain was extremely small. Guizhuzhou carried the book box again and held the mountain walking staff in her hand. Alliance called for the young sword cultivator from Fuyao Continent's Deerhorn Palace, Song Gaoyuan. Deerhorn Palace was a first-rate celestial sect in Fuyao Continent. The few ancestors that were still alive were all women. Therefore, there were many female cultivators. Therefore, the male cultivators of Deerhorn Palace were the envy of others. Deerhorn Palace was famous for its water spells in the continent. It occupied a small part of the water body that entered the sea. Among them, the Dufu Ferry and Yen Jijin under Deerhorn Palace were famous tourist attractions. One of them required women to remove their makeup and change into a cloth skirt and wooden hairpin. Otherwise, the water goddess would stir up trouble. The other place was the opposite. It required women to apply rouge and dress up beautifully. Only then could people safely wade through the water. Deerhorn Palace never asked about this. As long as the two places did not harm people's lives, the two capricious water goddesses set up strange rules based on their personal preferences. Dufu Du and Yen Jijin. A Liang, who had been traveling around the Fuyao continent for a few years, had obviously been there before. She even got along well with the two water goddesses. One was lively, and the other was shy. They were both good ladies. As for the chance encounter in Deerhorn Palace, it was on a night with bright moonlight. Alliance had promised to give the water goddess, who was Dufu Fairy, a gift for their first meeting. He helped that pitiful woman recover her shattered appearance. Then he went to the ancestral lotus pond of Deerhorn Palace. Every lotus leaf there had great uses. There were countless female cultivators who were dissatisfied with their appearance. They had bitterly begged Deerhorn Palace for a lotus leaf, but they could not get one. There was a price, but there was no market. They could not buy it. The mountain and water restrictions of Deerhorn Palace were very interesting. At that time, Alliance could only crawl forward, twisting here and there. Only then did he sneak to the side of the lotus pond. He stuck out his butt and lay down peeling the lotus heads and picking the lotus leaves. Unexpectedly, on a lotus leaf as big as a green mattress in the distance, a lady suddenly sat down. She widened her eyes and looked at the sloppy man who had a few small lotus leaves in his arms. He was lying on the ground, peeling the lotus heads and eating the lotus seeds. Seeing her, Alliance extended his hand and asked if she wanted to try it. The lady treated her guest well. An extremely beautiful water spell came crashing down on his head. The past could be recalled and recalled. The four of them left the summer palace on foot. Chun Pingon had always been meticulous. He noticed that among the people in the room, Dong Buji and Pang Yuanji seemed to have some subtle changes in their state of mind. He just did not know what Alliance had talked about with them before he arrived. Outside the door, Song Gaoyuan gathered his courage. His face was red as he asked softly, "Senior Alliance, will you still come to our Deer Horn Palace in the future?" Alliance smiled and asked, "Tell me, which senior of your sect is it? After so many years, you still can't forget about me. I can't guarantee whether or not I'll go to Deer Horn Palace." For the Venerable One's taboo, Song Gaoyuan whispered telepathically to Senior Alliance, "It's Grandmaster Rongwan who often mentions you." In reality, the Grandmaster who had left the mortal world for more than 100 years would go to the Lotus Pond every time he came out of seclusion. He would often say that the lotus seeds tasted bitter and could nourish the heart. Indeed, indeed. Alliance sighed. "So it's her?" Song Gaoyuan hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Before I went on my journey, Patriarch Rongwan told me that if I saw Senior Abe Liang in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, I should say something to Senior Abe Liang." Alliance remained silent. Song Gaoyuan said, "Grandmaster Rongwan wanted to tell Senior that at that time she only thought it was ordinary." Alliance scratched his head and did not say anything. Song Gaoyuan did not dare to make things difficult for Senior Alliance. Besides, some things could not be reasoned with. Making things difficult would only make things more difficult. Along the way, they casually strolled towards the city. Along the way, they passed by 2 private residences of sword immortals. Alliance introduced to them that the foundation of one of the residences was a white jade tablet that had been refined by a sword immortal. The owner of the other residence liked to collect ancient inkstones from all over the world. However, the old owners of both residences were no longer around. One of the residences was completely empty, with no one living in it. As for the other, there were 3 people cultivating in it. They were disciples taken in by a sword immortal. They were young and had received a strict order from their sword immortal master before his death. As long as the 3 direct disciples did not become sword immortals in the nascent soul realm, they were not allowed to take half a step out of the residence. Alliance looked at the wall of the private residence and sighed with emotion. Chun Pingon's thoughts were strange. The 3 golden core sword immortals in the residence were all men. Not only were they unable to leave the residence, it was said that they would wear women's clothing. It was a strange occurrence in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They had once sent a letter to the Summer Refuge Palace via flying swords, hoping to go out and fight. However, when the reclusive official's lineage went through the files, they found that the deceased sword immortal had a written agreement with the Summer Refuge Palace. There was the old sword immortal's name and a small palm print. It was probably the handwriting of the previous reclusive official, Xiao Chua. Chun Pingon could only give up and politely reject the request of the 3 golden core sword immortals. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, when a sword immortal died in battle, the rules were the most important. As long as it was written on paper, it had to be obeyed. There was no room for discussion. On the other side of the wall, a head popped out. It was a young-looking sword immortal with a full beard. He began to curse at Alliance. Alliance began to curse back. He said, "I only told your master a story. If your master wants to follow it, it has nothing to do with me Alliance. That young sword immortal said angrily, "Son of a be asterisk, do you dare to come in and fight?" Alliance jumped up and spat in that direction. Chun Pingon reached out and rubbed his forehead. He couldn't bear to look. He suspected that the two old sword immortals, Chung Quan and Zhao Chua, had learned from Alliance when they quarreled. Then the man noticed Guizhuju, who was staring at him with her eyes wide open, and Song Gaoyuan, who seemed to have been immobilized. He quickly ran his fingers through his hair and muttered, "I've lost my composure. I shouldn't have lost my composure." After Chun Pingon asked, he finally solved the mystery of the Great Wall of Sword aura. It turned out that the old sword immortal had a strange supernatural power that was best at finding the seeds of swordsmanship. In fact, half of the young geniuses in the Great Wall of Sword aura were chosen by the old sword immortal at first glance. It was fine in the rich and powerful families like Taichung Street and Yuhu Street, but in the streets and alleys like Lingxi Alley and Straw Hat Alley, once a sword immortal who had the potential to nurture a natal flying sword appeared, it was inevitable that some of them would be missed. In the world, not only sword immortals, in fact, all Qi cultivators would naturally enter the path of cultivation as early as possible, the higher their future achievements would be. For example, Alliance had used the technique that the old sword immortal had imparted to him to find a good seedling. Many sword immortals who would become sword immortals in the future did not have obvious talent when they were young. Instead, they were extremely secretive and did not show their talents. Alliance once had a drink with the old sword immortal, who was severely injured and did not have long to live. He casually chatted with the old sword immortal about the story of a scholarly family in the vast world. Their ancestor had repeatedly failed in the imperial examinations and was humiliated by his peers who passed the imperial examinations. He returned home angrily and taught them personally. He made all the men in the family wear women's clothes and studied hard. As long as they did not pass the imperial examinations, they could only wear women's clothes until the age of 40. In the beginning, they were treated as a joke in the imperial court. However, in the end, there really was a family of 6 scholars, and 3 of them were awarded titles. Alliance smiled and said, "Do you think it's child's play?" It caused the 3 young geniuses to be laughed at for decades. The 3 of them felt that as long as they could go out and wield their swords, they would be willing to die on the battlefield to be free. Alliance continued, "The old sword immortal's line of swordsmanship has always been a way of killing the enemy and injuring oneself. Therefore, it was easy for one to not live long. It was fast to become a sword immortal, but it was also the fastest to die after becoming a sword immortal. When the old man was still alive, he could still protect some of his disciples. Once he passed away, not to mention 3 disciples, even if he took in 30, with such a way of fighting, it would be like the house in front. There would be no one left. After taking in disciples, he would treat them as his own children and worry about them. Every master and preacher would have to take some responsibility for their disciples' lives. Alliance took off the wine jug and drank a mouthful of wine. He smiled and said, "By the way, let me tell you an old story. In the early years, an old sword immortal came to the old man and asked if the technique could be made public so that more young geniuses could be found in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The old man did not agree and said that the technique would not be spread to outsiders. Even when Chun Qing personally left the city and begged him to speak, it was useless. In the end, he used a sentence to rebuke the old sword immortal, who was out of fairness. Who the F***CK said that one must become a sword cultivator to be considered a good thing. Did you, Qi Tingji, make the rule?" Ooh. At this point, Alliance smiled. He was more happy than sad. "I asked him in private if it was true. Even if the old sword immortal asked for it, it was still useless. The old man said that it was impossible. If the old sword immortal asked for it, there was no need to hide it." After the discussion, he would invite the old sword immortal for a drink, and his life would be complete. When I asked what would happen if Dong Sangin came, the old man said, "Then I would play dead." Alliance finally sighed and said, "In the vast world, there are sword immortals like that, but there are too few of them." Song Gaoyuan nodded and agreed. Alliance did not say much after that. Actually, in the past, Alliance did not like to talk about serious matters with his juniors. He was young and should not have too many worries. The matters of the Great Wall of Sword Qi should be left to the sword cultivators. However, the present was different from the past. In the future, there would be a brand new situation that had not been seen in 10,000 years. Almost every young person in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, even if they were children, was already related to it. All of them had to grow up quickly. The situation was turbulent. When worries came, age was not an issue. The group arrived at the Guo residence's entrance on Yuhu Street. Chun Pingon asked Guizhuzhou to go home. He then asked Song Gaoyuan, who had taken the initiative to bid farewell and return to the Summer Palace, to inform all the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage that they could walk around and relax for the next 2 days. Song Gaoyuan looked back at the backs of the two. Senior Alliance was very famous in the Deerhorn Palace. When he was pursued by Patriarch Rongguan and her junior sister, the man did not fight back. He only said that he was good friends with the great sword immortal of the Fuyao continent, Su Jian, and asked the immortal masters of the Deerhorn Palace to give Su Jian some face. Su Jian was an immortal master of the second largest sect in the Fuyao continent. He was also considered a rising star of the Fuyao continent. At a young age, he was already a nascent soul sword cultivator. However, the cultivators of the Deerhorn Palace always did things their own way. Even if Su Jian had great prospects, he was still not a true sword immortal. Moreover, his seniority was not high. Furthermore, the palace lord of the Deerhorn Palace was one of the top 10 in the Fuyao continent. He was highly respected and had great mastery of the water arts. He doted on his junior sister, Rongguan. In the end, the man successfully escaped without leaving his name. However, he did recite a lot of poems. Afterwards, the Deerhorn Palace sent a flying sword message to Su Dian's sect. Together with a portrait of the man, they questioned Su Jian about the man's origins and whereabouts. Su Jian was confused. He was a sword genius who had suffered an unexpected calamity. He quickly replied to the Deerhorn Palace, saying that he did not know the man in the portrait. In the end, an old patriarch of the sect that Su Jian belonged to, who often played around in the mortal world, although he looked like a child, his cultivation had already returned to its original state. In fact, his cultivation was even higher than the Deerhorn Palace lords. After he learned of this matter, he personally flew to the Deerhorn Palace on his flying sword, saying that Su Jian did not know him. He knew him, Brother Alliance, and I were good friends who exchanged our lives. Outsiders only knew that when this old senior who had come from afar came down the mountain, he covered his red and swollen cheek with one hand, cursing and swearing. After he left the Deerhorn Palace, he shouted loudly, "Liang, you owe me a drink." After Guizhuzhou and Song Gaoyuan left, Chen Pingon and Alliance talked about their own stories. They talked about whatever came to mind. The first time they traveled the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they took the old Dragon City's ferry to Osmanthus Island. They passed by the Flood Dragon Ravine and almost died. It was eldest senior brother who saved them. He lost 3 rounds of Q-Ask Fist against Chao Ci, who was of the same age as him. He lost 3 rounds in a row without any strength to fight back. In the Tongyi continent, he mistakenly entered the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land and walked the solid Jianghu. He took Chao Qingleng and Pei Qian as his students and disciples. However, he did not know how to impart knowledge to Chao Qingleng. He was also worried that Pei Qian was too anxious to grow up. A few years ago, he opened a wine shop with Shang and sold the Bamboo Sea Paradise wine. The business was good. It was slower than being a banker, but it was a long-term business. No one believed that the wine was really related to the Azure Immortal Mountain. Therefore, Alliance, you have to speak a few words of conscience for the shop. You and the lady of the Azure Immortal Mountain are acquaintances, and we are friends. How could my wine have nothing to do with the Bamboo Sea Paradise? In the Catch and Release Pavilion on Inverted Hanging Mountain, the big demon that was caught and released by Taoist number 2 was attached to a young sword cultivator by the name of Border. It was caught by the hidden officials and killed at sea. Today, Luapa Mountain not only has a bamboo house, but it has also been named according to the agreement. There is also an ancestral hall on G Peak. Alliance, you have to go and take a look in the future. The two of them walked through many streets and alleys. Alliance was familiar with every place. He listened to the stories of the young people. Alliance was mostly listening. Occasionally, he would ask questions that interested him. For example, which one was more beautiful, the female crown of Taiping Mountain, Huangting, or the Great Spring Dynasty's Yao Jinji? Chun Pingan smiled and said, "They are both beautiful, but in my eyes, they are not as beautiful as Ning Yao." Alliance said, "Ning Yao is not here. You can talk to me like a man." Chun Pingan looked around. However, after thinking for a while, he chuckled and said nothing. After the war stopped, business in the wine shops in the city was good. Along the way, they met Alliance and the young hidden official. Some sword cultivators who were familiar with them did not greet them. At most, they nodded. Those who knew Alliance might not be willing to interact with the young hidden official. Those who were regular customers of Chun Pingan's wine shop might not dare to talk to Alliance, although the two of them were foreigners and had many similarities. In the eyes of the local sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the bastard Alliance and the bastard second manager were not alike. Alliance did not go to the wine shop to drink. Instead, he brought Chun Pingan to a wine shop on the street corner. It was crowded because the woman who was selling wine was beautiful. She was a woman whose life-bound flying sword had been destroyed long ago. When she saw Alliance, the woman was very friendly. She personally brought wine to the table and glared at the man, complaining that he had no conscience. Then the woman and the young hidden official smiled sweetly and said, "Oh, isn't this our second manager? Are you tired of your own wine and want to change your taste? When you meet a beautiful woman, you will fall with one punch. You really can't do it." Chun Pingan felt a headache coming on. He could only smile and not say anything. Alliance raised his wine bowl and clinked it with Chun Pingan. Then he sighed and said, "When I was young, I read some books and saw a famous saying in a book, 'Those with big ears bow their heads more often.' However, I did not walk the pugilistic world, so I did not understand it deeply. Only after walking the pugilistic world will I know that those with big ears bow their heads. It is indeed a priceless advice." Chun Pingan's expression was strange. Alliance stepped on the bench and said with a naughty smile, "What are you thinking about? Are you thinking about the wrong things?" Chun Pingan asked, "Wei Pai said the rumors about you, and the wife of Green Immortal Mountain. How much of it is true, and how much is false?" Alliance said with a smile, "That little mountain god of Chess Dungeon Mountain knows nothing." Chun Pingan said, "Outside the bamboo house, there was a time when I mentioned you. Lord Wei Dashan rarely revealed his true feelings and said many good things about you." Alliance immediately changed his words as the Lord of Divine Water Country's old mountain. "Brother Wei is quite something. His words are insightful. No wonder when we met back then, we felt like old friends at first sight." Alliance's so-called feeling like old friends at first sight was probably giving Wei Pai a blow. At this point, Alliance suddenly put down his wine bowl. The appearance of Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven is related to the many flood dragons of Gushu. In addition, your neighbor from Mud Bottle Alley, have you thought about it? Chun Pingon nodded and said, I have thought about it. Then you have thought about it, but you have not pulled on the thread of that hidden vein. Alliance glanced at Chun Pingon. There was nothing he could do about it. There were some inside stories that the current Chun Pingon could not think of even if he cracked his head. Alliance could not help but shake his head and asked a question. In your Luapa Mountain, are there any inconspicuous cultivators from other places? Other than demons and ghosts, their realms are definitely not high, especially those that you can be sure their realms are low. And this person should have a good relationship with Chun Lingjun that Lu Chun likes. Chun Pingon went through the information in his mind and nodded. Yes, Alliance smiled and said, in that case, it is not a bad thing that you left Luapa Mountain and came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chun Pingon was puzzled and asked, can you tell me the reasons? Alliance hesitated and said, it's not that I can't tell you. Besides, this is just a guess of mine. It's not accurate. I'm guessing that the person who killed the most flood dragons might have already placed himself in the vicinity of Luapa Mountain. Alliance drank a mouthful of wine and said, this person is very easy to talk to. As long as it does not involve the flood dragons, any chi cultivator of the lower 5 realms would not retaliate even if they killed him. At most, he would change his identity and continue to roam the world. But as long as it involves the last true dragon, he would become a strange person who is difficult to talk to. Even if he had the slightest karma, he would kill all of them. 3,000 years ago, the flood dragons were still the masters of water fate in the world and were protected by merit. Unfortunately, under his sword, everything was in vain. The Confucian temple tried to persuade him, but there was no room for negotiation. Lu Chun could be saved, but there was no way to save him. In the end, what else could he do? It was not easy to come up with a compromise. The sages of the 3 sects and 1 family could only clean up his mess. Alliance smiled and said, of course, there is no such thing as an invincible person in the world. It's better if you don't know more about the inside story now. I still say the same thing. You can't take care of everything. Chun Pingon nodded. Firstly, it was something that could not be predicted even if he tried his best. Secondly, the worst outcome did not happen. Moreover, he was destined to not be able to return to the Aquarius continent. There was no point in thinking too much. Then, Alliance seemed to be bragging again. He gave himself a thumbs up and said, besides, if there is a conflict in the future, just mention my name. Alliance. The higher the opponent's realm, the more useful it is. Generally speaking, those who were addressed as brothers by Alliance, such as the swordsman Su Jian of the Fuyao continent, were people who had been cheated badly by Alliance. In fact, they were people that he did not like. After that incident, Su Jian went down the mountain a few times to travel. As long as he met the female cultivators of the Deerhorn Palace, none of them liked him. The female chi cultivators of the Deerhorn Palace had a wide range of friends. Therefore, half of the female cultivators of the sects in the Fuyao continent did not like Su Jian. Using the words of Su Jian, that ancestor who rejoiced in other people's misfortune, those who had been splashed with a bucket of feces and urine by Alliance, even if they were cleaned up, they were still people who had been splashed with feces and urine. But if they said their names and dared to say that they were friends with Alliance, then in almost all the sects in the vast world, they might not be welcomed, but they would definitely be able to withstand many disasters and accidents. Alliance clicked his tongue and said, you and Ning Lass are becoming more and more like husband and wife. Chun Pingon raised his wine bowl and suddenly turned his head and asked, Lady Boss, are there any free dishes to accompany the wine? This was very unlike Ning Lass. Regarding Chun Pingon and Ning Yao, Alliance had long felt that the two of them were very compatible. At that time, One was still the Ning Yao of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The other was still a young man in straw sandals who had just entered the Jianghu. A lady who was not willing to think about anything, meeting a young man who was willing to think about everything. Was there anything more suitable than this? Not all men would realize that the person next to them, the person they loved, was only one in a million years. This person was destined to be in this marriage. The woman smiled and said, "Our small business can't compare to the prosperous business of the second shopkeeper's wine shop. Besides, the second shopkeeper is the banker, sells wine, and picks up magic treasures all over the place. Would he be short of money?" Chen Pingan could only laugh it off. Alliance looked at Chen Pingan opposite him and said slowly, "When a person can only do 2 or 3 things, he can't speak half a caddy of truth. Even if he has read books and can speak if others don't listen, isn't it the same as not speaking at all? Isn't this the truth?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "When we need to speak reason. It is often when reason is no longer of any use. The latter secretly comes first, while the former openly comes later. That's why we are helpless in the affairs of the world." Alliance smiled and said, "Is it very boring?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "It is. Interesting. The more it is like this, the better we should live and try to make the world more stable." Then Chen Pingan took a big gulp of wine. He was calm and his eyes were bright. It's like a person. As long as he can drink enough, he can drink all the bad things in his bowl. He doesn't have to talk drunkenly with others. A Liang laughed heartily, extremely happy, because he saw the shadow of another person in Chen Pingan. The young man in front of him, whom he had placed his hopes on, had already helped him walk a long way. Chen Pingan suddenly said, "Although I've never been to the wildlands, I know that most of the demon folk who died to my fists and swords on the battlefield were weaklings outside of the battlefield. In fact, they were weaklings who had no choice but to fight." Alliance smiled. He knew what this kid wanted to say. Chen Pingan seemed to be talking about himself, but he was actually comforting Alliance. Chen Pingan continued, "Once the great wall of Sword Qi is broken, the true weaklings of the wilderness will also become powerhouses who have no choice." Alliance did not appreciate it. He smiled and asked, "Then do they deserve to die?" He was actually the sword cultivator, who understood the customs of the wilderness the most. At the very least, he was one of the sword cultivators. Alliance even had a friend like Lu Cha outside the battlefield. Besides Lu Cha, Alliance knew many cultivators of the wilderness. They were no different from humans. Chen Pingan had already finished 2 bowls of wine. He poured a third. The wine bowls in this tavern were bigger than those in his shop. If he had known, he would have bought wine by the bowl. Chen Pingan finished the 3rd bowl in 1 gulp. He shook his head and said, "I'm just not strong enough. Otherwise, if anyone dares to approach the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I'll kill all the demons on the battlefield with a single punch or slash them with my sword. Screw the sovereign demons. If I have the chance to return to the vast realm in the future, I'll meet all those who are lucky enough to stay out of this and pity the wilderness." After burping, Chen Pingan started pouring more wine. Alliance was the one who had urged him to drink. As for what would happen if he met one, he did not say anything. Alliance did not stop him. Alliance only smiled and said, "Chen Pingan, what can you do if you meet those people? They have their own reasons. Anyway, no one forced the Great Wall of Sword Qi to sacrifice so many people." Chen Pingan stopped drinking. He folded his hands in his sleeves and leaned against the table. "Alliance, tell me, what will you do? I want to learn." Learning from others had always been Chen Pingan's specialty. When it came to accounting, he had learned it from Zhong Kui at the small inn in Hue town at the border of the Great Spring Dynasty. When it came to being a bag dealer and secretly picking up junk, Chen Pingan's horizons were broadened when he learned it from Sun Daozhong, who was traveling with him in the North Continent. A long time ago, Lin Shui had unintentionally said that while they were away from home, they could take care of things, but they didn't need to care too much. The more Chun Pingan learned, the more he empathized with Sun Daozhang, and the more he found it interesting. Even earlier, Chun Pingan's skill was regarded by many experts as too much craftsmanship but not enough spiritual energy. In fact, he had learned it from Lu Chen's 3-page prescription. Back then, Lu Chen had mentioned 3 things, but only 2 of them were to try his luck by picking up snake gallstones. Chun Pingan had asked him about it, but Lu Chen did not expose him. It turned out that learning how to read was the last thing. Alliance smiled and answered, "I don't care at all." Chun Pingan was speechless. He thought of the voices of the people around him at the Flood Dragon Gully and of the escort city after the heavenly tribulation. Chun Pingan reached out his sleeve and took a sip of wine. He held the bowl with one hand and scratched his head with the other. "It's a little hard to learn." Alliance smiled and said, "There's no need to learn." After cultivating in the mountains, the sky was not far away. For cultivators, the closer they were to the peak, the less patience they had for the human world. There were exceptions, but unfortunately, there were not many. Alliance was also worried that Chun Pingan would become such an immortal on the mountain. Just like Chun Pingan learning how to read, Alliance was not unaware of Lu Chen's profound intentions in giving him the prescription. He only wondered why Chun Pingan's talisman drawing was so smooth. It was as if there was no threshold at all, and he could cross it in one step. One must know that the path of a talisman, regardless of whether one was a Qi refinement warrior of the Taoist lineage, was viewed as a natural barrier. It was the same as a swordsman. However, Alliance could not speak about such matters. Chun Pingan had to figure it out himself. Did one think that everything in the world was easy just because one's swordsmanship was high? There was no such thing. Alliance was no exception. For this meal, the 2 of them drank slower and slower. Alliance was not in a hurry. He had a good alcohol tolerance, and Chun Pingan wanted to drink more too. After all, the lady who was serving wine was an old friend of Alliance. She asked someone to bring a tray of food and wine from the restaurant, and she smiled at the second manager and said that she would not take the money. Just like that, the 2 of them drank until the sky turned dark. The night was dark, and the customers around them were getting fewer and fewer. During this time, some swordsman cultivators came to greet them, and they did not reject them. They just sat down and drank and remembered to settle the bill. Therefore, until now, the 2 of them only needed to settle the bill for a pot of wine on the table. In the great wall of sword Qi, no one would drink with the abilities of a swordsman. Alliance's face was already flushed red. He pointed to one of the moons in the sky and smiled at the lady. "Sister Xia, I've been there before. Do you believe me?" When one was outside and met someone younger than oneself, one could address them as sister or miss. If one met a woman older than oneself, it did not matter if she was a few years older or a few hundred years older. It was a good habit. The lady leaned over the counter and glanced at the bright moon. She said bluntly, "Is there a female?" Liang waved his hand and said, "You're just a little girl. Why are you so witty?" The lady said in a bad mood, "We're about to close. Finish this pot of wine and get out of here." Liang and Chun Pingan finished the last jug of wine and then stood up to leave. Chun Pingan took out some money to pay the bill. His companion was a woman from his enemy's family. She smiled and waved her hand. "Chun Pingan, consider it my treat." Chun Pingan did not ask for the reason. He put away the snow and money and thanked her. The 2 of them walked on the lonely street in the middle of the night. Their steps were a little shaky, and the smell of alcohol did not dissipate. Near Ning Mansion, Alliance said, "Chun Pingan, we are not in paper white blessed land, and the people around us are not people of the book. Remembering it now is not a skill, but you must remember it in the future." Chun Pingan grunted. Alliance suddenly made a solemn vow. "I won't tell Ming girl that we didn't pay for the wine. You said that Huang Ting and Yao Jinji are very good-looking, so I won't tell her. Chun Pingon held the back of his head with both hands. I'll be scared if you say it? Are you kidding me? Alliance? I'm not bragging. At the gate of Ning Mansion, a figure appeared. The young hidden official immediately took a deep breath, dispelling the drunkenness. In an instant, he shook off the smell of alcohol on his body and ran over. He put a hand behind his back, indicating for the man behind him to cool off. He ran up the steps and saw her. He stood still and said, I'm sorry I came back late. I didn't drink too much wine. Alliance kept persuading me, but I said it was useless because I was injured and I won't do it again. Ooh. Alliance stood where he was, listening attentively to the words on the other side. Then he was dumbfounded. The second shopkeeper's reputation was not undeserved. The student had surpassed the master. Ning Yao turned her head to look at Alliance. He was being disliked. Alliance resentfully turned and left, muttering, to be able to drink in Miss Xie's wine shop at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for free. This is unprecedented. Even I can't do it. At the gate, Ning Yao did not speak. Chun Pingon felt a little guilty. Ning Yao completely ignored Alliance's complaint and only looked at Chun Pingon. Why did he seem to be taller? She tiptoed and was at the same level as his eyes. Chun Pingon tilted his head and smiled, saying, Quickly tell me who you are. If you continue to be so cute, I won't like Ning Yao anymore. I'll like you instead. Ning Yao still did not speak. "666. The moon was bright, and there was no need to knock on the door. He went to Yuhu Street and Yanmo Alley. The sun chased away evil spirits, especially in winter. He wore it at Yanmo Alley and Yuhu Street. Chun Pingon sat alone in the pavilion of Dragon-Slaying Cliff for a night. He did not have the guts to knock on Ning Yao's door at night. To hell with drinking wine to strengthen one's courage. It was useless. When the sun was high in the sky, Chun Pingon left the city on his sword and went to the summer palace. Cho Miao and Dong Bud, the local sword cultivators, were not there except for Pang Yuanji, Deng Liang, and the other foreign sword cultivators, except for Lin Junbai, had gone to visit the sword immortal seniors in their hometowns or to catch up with their friends. In the end, only Lin Junbai and Pang Yuanji were left playing chess. Chun Pingon watched silently. Lin Junbai's chess skills were better than Pang Yuanji's. There was no doubt about the outcome. Chun Pingon watched for a while and went to the archives. Lin Junbai came and said that the great sword immortal me, who wanted to see the hidden official. However, the great sword immortal did not enter the door. Chun Pingon let Lin Junbai continue playing chess. He went to the door and saw Mi Hu. He was the elder brother of the hidden official, Miyu. He was the newest and the youngest immortal on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chun Pingon clasped his fist and smiled. What a rare guest. Mi Hu did not exchange pleasantries. He said, Let's talk while we walk. The two walked side by side. Mi Hu went straight to the point and said, Chun Pingon, I came to see you today because I have a favor to ask. It's both official and private. Chun Pingon smiled. Just say it. Mi Hu said, I hope that after the war is over, my brother, who is now at Inverted Hanging Mountain, can go anywhere he wants. For example, your Howren world. Chun Pingon said, That should be enough. However, Miyu is a jade, unpolished realm sword immortal after all. According to the unwritten rules, the departure of every sword immortal requires the approval of the eldest sword immortal. Only then can we, the hidden official's lineage, confirm it. Only then can this matter be considered a done deal. When the time comes, no one will be able to gossip. Mi Hu said, Boss, the sword immortal nodded. Chun Pingon smiled and said, Since sword immortal boss has agreed, great sword immortal me doesn't need to discuss with me. Miyu has no worries. In this vast world, An exceptionally precious sword immortal can go anywhere. As long as he is willing, he can be a distinguished guest in the immortal ancestral hall on the mountain or the golden imperial palace of the dynasty below the mountain. Mihu said, "If there's no one to take care of my little brother, I'm still worried. The cultivation on the mountains of Howren World can't be compared to the sword cultivation on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Although I haven't been there personally, I know clearly what it's like. It's full of scheming and scheming. It's a den of liars. Miyu's ability to deal with women is all right. However, once he starts a bullsh asterisk T battle with a cultivator, my brother's pure mind will suffer a great loss." Chun Pingon knew what this immortal meant. He wanted him, a foreigner from Howren World, to be more careful. However, there were some things, such as the agreement with the eldest sword immortal and his future situation. Chun Pingon couldn't reveal the heavenly secrets in advance. Therefore, he could only prepare his words first. As for whether or not me, who was insinuating anything in his words, Lord Chun Pingon was magnanimous and treated it as wind blowing past his ears. Mihu said, "As long as you are willing to nod your head, I will reward you greatly. When it comes to business, I believe in you." It was misunderstood. Chun Pingon didn't explain anything. Forget about the reward. Miyu has accumulated a lot of battle merits in the past 2 years in Howren World. You don't have to pay anything extra. It's just that for this kind of thing, apart from our private agreement, Miyu's own thoughts are the key. Mihu frowned and said, "Just based on your relationship with the Great Wall of Sword Chi, even if my brother refuses to leave, you can find a few sword immortals to knock him out and bring him to Howren World." Chun Pingon asked, "What if Miyu can't resolve the knot in his heart when he reaches Howren World? The cultivation path will be very troublesome. There won't be many accidents if he cultivates there with the identity of a sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, as long as there is, it will be very big." Who said firmly, "Being alive is more important than the heavens." Every day that he could live was a day that counted. Besides, don't underestimate my brother's Tao heart. It's not as weak as you think. Chun Pingon nodded and said, "That's true." Chun Pingon said, "Then let me go to the North Continent, Taihui Sword Sect, or Li Kai Sword Immortal's floating Duckweed Sword Lake. Both places need a sword immortal as a consecrator, and me who doesn't have to fight. As for where he goes in the future, let me choose for himself." Me who was puzzled. "Why not go to your mountain?" Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "I have a lot of old debts. Even if Miyu leaves Inverted Hanging Mountain and goes to Luapa Mountain, he won't have many days of peace. There's no need." But Mihu said, "Then let me go to your Luapa Mountain to be a consecrator and worship like a genealogical record." Chun Pingon said, helplessly, "Great sword immortal me, you are a straightforward person. Then let me be frank with you. If it's just a business deal, only an idiot would reject a sword immortal as a consecrator. I see your brother as a friend, so I won't let him go to Aquarius Continent. In the North Continent, where Great Wall of Sword Chi has the most connections, Miyu's identity is the best protection. The other 8 continents don't have such benefits." Mihu said, "You're nagging like a woman. You will go to Aquarius Continent's Luapa Mountain. Cut the crap. You and I have a deal. I'm trying to reason with you, great sword immortal Mihu, but you still want to scold me?" Chun Pingon was about to say a few words of fairness, but he did not expect me, the great sword immortal, to say softly with a gloomy expression, "That brother of mine always felt that he was the one who embarrassed me. But did he ever think that if it wasn't for his good talent in swordsmanship, and the only thing he was good at was swordsmanship, then he would have become a jade, unpolished realm sword immortal? How would he be embarrassed? How would he be laughed at by the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi? So who is the one who owes who, can't you understand? Me who only hate that my swordsmanship isn't high enough." Chun Pingon took the blade's strengthening gourd that had a cold texture and temporarily kept it. He would pass it to Miyu in the future. Ku Xia came to Chun Pingon's side with a difficult expression, which made him look even more bitter. Chun Pingon hung the two blades strengthening gourds by his waist. Good things came in pairs. He asked the sword immortal from the Shao Yuan dynasty with a smile, "You want Lin Junbai to leave?" Ku Xia nodded and said, "I know it's not the right time. Therefore, in less than half a month, a cross-continent ferry from the Central Plains will send a message to the Summer Refuge Palace. It's a token of appreciation from our Shao Yuan dynasty." Chun Pingon felt a little helpless. Sword Immortal Ku Xia was truly an honest person. To be honest, if Lin Junbai had not chosen to stay with the hidden official lineage, he would have left the Great Wall of Sword Qi long ago. Any sword cultivator in the Summer Refuge Palace felt that Lin Junbai's departure was only natural. However, Ku Xia's words made it seem like Lin Junbai's departure would make him an ungrateful person. As a result, the imperial tutor of the Shao Yuan dynasty, Lin Junbai's preacher, had to pay a fortune to avoid disaster. He had to use the Great Wall of Sword Qi to exchange for Lin Junbai's return. However, Chun Pingon felt at ease earning the immortal money from the Shao Yuan dynasty. The more, the better. Therefore, Chun Pingon did not bully the honest person. He directly said that he would go to the Summer Refuge Palace and summon Lin Junbai to meet Sword Immortal Ku Xia. However, Ku Xia did not move. He looked at the door of the immortal mansion and asked, "Hidden official, do you know the origin of this mansion's name?" Chun Pingon said, "I'm not too sure." Actually, Chun Pingon had been the hidden official for many years. He liked to flip through the many dusty secret files in the Summer Refuge Palace as a way to relieve his boredom. The previous owner, who changed the name of the mansion to the Immortal Mansion, was a woman. She was also a native sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, who had some scholarly habits. Like Guijia, she liked to plant immortal flowers. She had once asked Inverted Hanging Mountain to buy an elm tree from the Fuyao continent and transplanted it to the small courtyard. It suddenly bloomed and reached the roof ridge. This made the sword immortal happy, so she changed the name of the mansion. However, after the sword immortal died, there was no disciple. The mansion was not taken care of for many years. There was also a layer of immortal restriction on the immortal mansion, so outsiders could not trespass. Therefore, no one knew whether the interior of the mansion was withered or flourishing, whether the flowers were blooming or withering. Ku Xia said, "My good friend, and I traveled the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the first time. My good friend admired a disciple of this sword immortal. However, the rules could not be changed. The two of them could not become immortal Daoist companions." Chun Pingon said, "If your friend stayed, wouldn't they become a couple?" Ku Xia's expression was even more bitter. He sighed and said, "How many of us sword cultivators in the world can be carefree mountain cultivators? Even if they were in the beginning like Deng Liang from the snowy mountain continent, they would still be taken in by the ancestral hall of the big sections. Moreover, my good friend was an immortal teacher who had high hopes placed on him since he was young. How could he give up so easily? In the sect, there were also elders that my good friend respected." Chun Pingon said, "It's difficult to have both." Ku Xia turned his head and said, "Therefore, my good friend, and I admire the hidden official very much." Chun Pingon laughed and said, "Ku Xia, sword immortal, since you can't lie, then don't lie." He did not have any good friends, nor was he a disciple of a sword immortal. It was clearly Ku Xia herself, the female sword immortal. Sword immortal Ku Xia said helplessly, "On the previous trip to the South Whirlpool continent, everyone tried to persuade me. Yu Zhuanfu, Jin Jinming, Zhu Mei, and the other juniors tried to persuade me. It was as if I had done something amazing. I really felt guilty and could not deserve their admiration. Chun Pingon said, "If Ku Xia Sword Immortal said it out loud, do you believe that you Juanfu and Zhu would only respect you more?" Ku Xia Sword Immortal was at a loss at first, then he understood, and finally felt relieved. "It's better that you don't say it out loud. As a senior, it's not appropriate to talk about such matters with the juniors." Chun Pingon asked a question. The owner of planting Elm Immortal died in battle in order to accumulate battle merits. "Don't you hate Boss Sword Immortal and this great wall of sword chi?" Ku Xia Sword Immortal shook his head and said, "Without the great wall of sword chi, would I have met her?" This was Ku Xia Sword Immortal's heartfelt words. If he did not hate the great wall of sword chi, what did he hate? The person he hated was his own cowardice. Chun Pingon nodded. First there was Lin Junbai, then there was Ku Xia Sword Immortal. Chun Pingon's impression of Xiao Yuanchao improved a little. Alliance had solved a mystery yesterday, and today Ku Xia Sword Immortal had solved another mystery. Ku Xia Sword Immortal suddenly asked, "Hidden official, didn't you say that you were not familiar with this place?" Chun Pingon said solemnly, "I said I'm not sure earlier. As the hidden official, I have some understanding of the planting Elm Immortal in right under the eyes of the Summer Palace." Ku Xia Sword Immortal was helpless. If he had interacted with the scholars of the secondary sage lineage, it would definitely not have been like this. Bringing Ku Xia Sword Immortal back to the Summer Palace, Chun Pingon shouted. The white-clothed youth, Lin Junbai, walked out of the door, full of immortal aura. Seeing Ku Xia Sword Immortal, Lin Junbai immediately knew the purpose of his visit. He cupped his fist towards Chun Pingon without saying anything. At this time, leaving the Summer Palace and the Great Wall of Sword Chi, removing the burden of being the hidden official sword cultivator lineage, there would eventually be a trace of suspicion of desertion. For example, Dang Liang and Chao Gun would have this psychological burden. However, Lin Junbai would definitely not have such thoughts. Chun Pingon patted Lin Junbai's shoulder. "It's not easy to part on good terms. Take care." Lin Junbai straightened his back and cupped his fists. "In these years by your side, I have learned a lot and benefited a lot. Junbai engraved it in my heart. A gentleman upholds the fundamentals, and the fundamentals give birth to the Tao." Chun Pingon laughed. "Save the pleasantries and do more practical things. As for the promise from earlier, I will definitely help you fulfill it." Lin Junbai immediately understood and said with a sincere face, "Your Excellency is proficient in chess. The chessboard and the box are left in the Summer Palace." Chun Pingon patted Lin Junbai's shoulder heavily and smiled. It seems that Junbai has learned some real skills. Ku Xia Sword Immortal felt relieved. He had previously been worried that the hidden official would deliberately make things difficult for Lin Junbai because of the relationship between the imperial tutor of the Xiao Yuan dynasty and the group of young sword cultivators. It seemed that he had been too careful to measure the heart of a gentleman. Ku Xia Sword Immortal took out a secret letter and handed it to Lin Junbai. He said to the youth, "Junbai, if nothing unexpected happens, you should leave tomorrow. You can take a returning cross-continent ferry from the South Saw continent. Your husband just sent a flying sword message to the hanging Mountain Spring Banner House not long ago and asked me to pass this letter to you." Lin Junbai would definitely stay in the Summer Palace today. Otherwise, Sword Immortal son Jiyuan's residence in the city would have no acquaintances. Furthermore, Sword Immortal son had a very bad impression of the young sword cultivators of the Xiao Yuan dynasty. Later on, there was the matter at the border. Lin Junbai would not go and ask for a snub. Furthermore, Lin Junbai had a good relationship with all the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage. This was especially so with the cheerful Chao Gun, and Xian Kengguizhuzhou had been encouraging the three of them to burn yellow paper. The young lady said that she had already prepared everything. Everything was ready. All that was left was for the three of them to kowtow. Ku Xia sort of mortal bade farewell and left. Before he left, he reminded Lin Junbai to be careful on the return journey. Ku Xia sort of mortal did not return to the city directly. Instead, he strolled to the immortal garden. The old man, with a bitter expression, looked in the direction of the residence. After a daze, he smiled. Lin Junbai returned to the summer palace and continued the unfinished game with Pang Yuanji, whose victory had already been decided. Pang Yuanji smiled and said, "Is this our last game?" Lin Junbai asked, "Then I'll let you in this time." Pang Yuanji said, "There's no need to let the hidden official play for you." Chun Pingon watched the game from the side with his hands in his sleeves. He said unhappily, "I've never lost a game against anyone in a serious game." Pang Yuanji asked, "How many games have you played?" Chun Pingon glanced at him. "Why do you care?" Pang Yuanji gently placed the chess piece in his hand back into the box. "The rest—" Lin Junbai's eyes lit up. "All right." Chun Pingon also heaved a sigh of relief. He took off the blade strengthening gourd that Mihu gave him and examined it carefully. For now, he was still its owner. At the bottom of the blade strengthening gourd, the words Haoyang were engraved. The material of the blade's strengthening gourd was unknown. He did not know what a great sword immortal meant by "all right." Pang Yuanji turned his head and said, "If I remember correctly, Mihu picked it up from the corpse of a nascent soul demon on the battlefield years ago. After Mihu got it, he never asked anyone to inspect it. It's hard to say what its quality is." Chun Pingon stared at the blade strengthening gourd in his hand. He was just short of sticking his face to it. He said casually, "I don't dare to say how good it is, but I can tell whether it's good or not. You won't understand. This is a subject that depends on talent." Pang Yuanji did not want to continue the conversation and changed the topic. "How did you survive the encirclement of 5 people?" Even sword immortal Cho Miao said he might not be able to escape. Bamboo gourd, Liz Hen, fourth reign, Shul, Lu Bai, the encirclement of 5 top geniuses, and the foreshadowing of a sovereign great demon. Therefore, Pang Yuanji was not the only one curious about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There were many things about the young hidden official. If one only had a rough idea, even if they had seen it with their own eyes, it was equivalent to not knowing anything. For example, everyone guessed that Chun Pingon's intrinsic flying sword should be able to isolate a mini-world, but even a mini-world had different grades and abilities. Chun Pingon kept the blade strengthening gourd and hung it on his waist. After Lin Junbai kept the chess piece, Chun Pingon kept it close to him. Chun Pingon did not explain the exact process. He only told Pang Yuanji and Lin Junbai about the 5's flying swords and methods. If they needed to fight side by side and leave the city to kill, Chun Pingon did not mind telling them the inside story. But since they did not need to, there was no point in saying more. After all, being honest with others was not the same as being completely honest with them all the time. Once one took it out, the other party might not be able to catch it properly. It would hurt both him and the other party. Lin Junbai asked, "If that's the case, Liu Bai's intrinsic flying sword is still the most dangerous?" Chun Pingon nodded and said, "If we meet her in the future, we have to be very careful. Once she reaches the upper 5 realms, her intrinsic flying sword will be the most dangerous. It will be very troublesome. If that encirclement was purely a competition of strength, several Chun Pingon would have died there." At this point, Chun Pingon smiled and said, "But we are not fated to meet her for the time being. Therefore, I did not earn much from that deal, but I did not lose much either." Lin Junbai sighed and said, "This is the first time I've heard of such a strange flying sword. In the past, I only knew that some sword immortals' intrinsic flying swords were extremely small. It was not as exaggerated as Liu Bai's flying sword." Chun Pingon said, "There are all kinds of strange things in this world." Chun Pingon went straight from the summer palace to the winter palace. In the end, he did not see Grandma Bai, who was teaching him martial arts. Instead, he saw an unexpected but reasonable uninvited guest. It turned out that Guizhuzhou, who was carrying a bamboo chest, did not stay at home. Instead, she ran to the Winter Palace early in the morning. At this moment, she was on the training field talking about the thrilling encirclement with those martial arts embryos who had formed a circle. Guizhuzhou had not seen that battle. Chun Pingan had been recuperating in the Ning residence all this time and had not said a single word to her. Therefore, she was completely talking nonsense and was purely making things up. However, Chun Pingan did not stop her. He sat on the railing of the corridor far away, allowing this disciple to be the storyteller. Not to mention the martial arts, just the matter of storytelling was something that Guizhuzhou had received a true inheritance. Guizhuzhou stood on one leg, her face solemn and respectful. The situation was dangerous. 5 sword immortals with bloodshot eyes. The 5 intrinsic flying swords, which were at least twice as tall as Yuan Zhouhua, came together. Were you afraid? Not to mention you. Even I was afraid. Think about it. Li Shan is the last disciple of the Moon's supporting mountain. Zhu Gong is the first disciple of Lu Cha. As for Lu Bai, he is the direct disciple of Tongtian Old Fox Zhou Mi. How big is their backing? How big is their background? Besides, you sigh? Since Tan can stay in the Jiaxin tent, he must not be simple. Otherwise, how could he be among the 100-sword immortals in the savage land at such a young age? But it's okay. It's just a small matter. My master was not flustered in the face of danger. Just like that, his momentum was very scary. You can be considered, as people who learn martial arts, you should know that each of the martial arts grandmaster's moves is very particular. Chun Pingan really could not listen to it. What's more, his disciple's posture was really not the slightest bit of the demeanor of a master. He quickly got up and rushed to the training field. He coughed to remind this troublesome disciple that it was time to call it a day. Guizhuzhou turned her head and saw her master. She was worried that her master was too noble and would not let her say a few words of justice. She was a little anxious and did not change her posture. She spilled the beans and quickly said a few hundred words about the subsequent progress of the battle. Chun Pingan walked to Guizhuzhou's side and stretched out his hand to press her head. Guizhuzhou made a posture of qi sinking into her dantian. Don't say, don't say. Anyway, I can only say 1/10,000th of master's elegance. It's a pity. The child called Jiang Yun crossed his arms in front of his chest. Chun Pingan, Sister Gua said that you killed that female sword cultivator called Lu Bai with one punch. Is it true? What's wrong with you? The other party had 5 sword cultivators, 4 of them were male. You didn't kill them with one punch. In the end, you purposely chose a female. Are you picking a soft persimmon to pinch? Speaking until here, Jiang Yun laughed and raised his eyebrows again and again. Picking a soft persimmon? Where did that punch hit? I heard that the battlefield at that time was very strange. It was as if there was a blanket over it. Outsiders could not see who was lying under the blanket. Guizhuzhou shook her head and looked at him with pity in her eyes. Jiang Yun, we've formed a grudge. The fearless Jiang Yun was a little anxious for the first time. Sister Gua, don't. We're sworn siblings. Don't hurt our friendship because of an outsider. Even if we hurt our friendship, don't go outside my window to play gongs and drums in the future. Chun Pingan smiled and said, all right, let's start practicing. Guizhuzhou will watch from the side. Guizhuzhou obeyed her master's orders and stood at the side. Chun Pingan would often come here and help these children with their punches for 2 hours. The so-called punch feeding was to let the children punch him without paying attention to the punches. Jiang Yun glanced at the hidden official, seeing that you're badly injured. I'm afraid that I'll knock you down with one punch. Take it easy and don't try to be brave. You haven't seen me for a few days, so you probably don't know. Now that I've mastered my fist technique, I don't care about the strength of my punches. One punch can shatter heaven and earth. Chun Pingon looked at this child who had the best talent in martial arts and was gifted in verbal skills. Jiang Yun immediately retreated a few steps and opened his fist to meet the enemy. With a stomp of his foot, he retreated and advanced again, leaping high into the air and landing a punch in front of the young hidden official. With one hand behind his back, Chun Pingon tilted his head and pressed down on Jiang Yun's head with one hand. With a light push, the latter fell heavily to the ground and rolled a few times to get up. After Jiang Yun punched, the tomboy called Yun Zhaohua followed closely behind and swept out a leg from behind the young hidden official. Chun Pingon leaned to the side and smashed down with his elbow, throwing the little girl directly to the ground. He then kicked her head, causing her to slide backward instantly. Chun Pingon's punch feeding naturally had to be under pressure and had never failed. According to the agreement, whenever Chun Pingon received a punch, the children would be considered to have completed their apprenticeship and could each return home. Chun Pingon pressed down on one of the children's shoulders and gently pushed him, causing him to collide with one of the children who came after him, causing both of them to fly backward. One of the children who came close to Chun Pingon had his face grabbed by 5 fingers. With a twist of his wrist, his legs were immediately suspended in the air, and he was sent flying. Move as you please, chi flows through your dantian, and intent permeates your entire body. We martial artists stand above heaven and earth. Our fists are as fast as flying swords, and our fist intent is not inferior to that of a sword immortal. Chun Pingon walked slowly and leisurely. He punched a child's neck, causing his head to tilt to the side. Chun Pingon turned his fist into a palm facing downwards, and the back of his hand landed on the child's shoulder. The latter staggered and fell to the ground. He gently lifted his leg, and his fist intent seeped out from under his cloth shoes. He kicked away the panicked child, who was about to throw a punch in a slanted direction. At the same time, he blocked another child's punch, causing the latter's 2 legs to line up and send his fist flying. Vigorous and fierce, invincible. You must think about your fists and stop. Use your fist intent, fine as needles. You must think about your fists. Chun Pingon moved sideways and punched the back of the child's head. The child fell to the ground and smashed onto the ground of the training ground, causing his nose to bleed. One of the children changed his trajectory several times. His elbows were folded in front, and his palms were flipped extremely quickly. Combined with the 6-step stance, Chun Pingon was extremely fast in closing in on him. His fist technique already had some momentum. However, Chun Pingon still used elbows to elbows and palms to palms. A series of dazzling moves pushed the child back to his original position. Jiang Yun sneakily kicked Chun Pingon. In the end, Chun Pingon kicked him in the chest first, after he fell to the ground. Jiang Yun was just about to curse Chun Pingon for taking advantage of his height when he saw the young hidden official kick backwards. Jiang Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, slapped the ground with his palm, and flipped himself up. All the children who tried to close in on him were casually beaten back by Chun Pingon. One was sent rolling on the ground by Chun Pingon's elbow, while another was sent flying by Chun Pingon's shoulder. When he got up, he only felt that half of his body was falling apart, but he still gritted his teeth and got up. Generally speaking, it was inevitable that one's fist would be slower by a bit. However, it was not only them. All the children who practiced martial arts here, including Jiang Yun, remembered the young hidden official's words. When a martial artist's body was injured, his fist intent would be injured as well. That was asking for death. Only those who could punch faster after being injured could be considered a true martial artist. Yuan Zhouhua's leg shot out like an arrow. Some children swung their arms and punched out angrily by themselves. There were also a few children who were familiar with each other. They cooperated with each other, hoping that someone would land a punch on Chun Pingon. One by one, the children were beaten back. Their injuries were not serious, but they definitely did not feel good. Chun Pingan continued to walk, slowly. As long as your fist intent is not alive, even if you can forget about life and death in your fist techniques, you will still die. Chun Pingan bent his knees slightly. His hands suddenly stopped under the chin of a child who had jumped up high. With a light lift, the child flew back dozens of feet. The fist starts from a low place. No matter how good your fist technique or leg technique is, you will not be able to stand steadily, let alone leave the ground. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, most of the children were lying on the ground. Only a few were able to sit on the ground. Not a single one was able to stand. Chun Pingan stood where he was and said, "Continue. Your fist and leg can be slow, but your intent must be heavier. Otherwise, I won't be polite." The children stood up almost at the same time. On the other side of the corridor, Alliance and the old woman sat and stood as they watched Chun Pingan teach his fist techniques. Alliance chuckled softly. Fist techniques are practical and not difficult. Practical and good-looking is very difficult. In the future, when you reach the vast world, once you use your fist, you will be surrounded by flowers everywhere. The old woman smiled. Young Master's fist technique is indeed very outstanding. Young Master's fist technique and Young Master's appearance bring out the best in each other. It's normal for young ladies to like you. Young Master will not care about you anyway. Young Master's character is even more reassuring. Alliance laughed. Does this kid not have any flaws? The old woman thought for a while and shook her head. Alliance looked at the children and said emotionally, "It's just a burden to carry on one's shoulders. Carrying a burden in one's heart. What is the end?" The old woman agreed and said softly, "That's the only bad thing about Young Master." After another incense sticks time, the children were all lying on the ground this time. A sharp-eyed child, lying on the ground, happened to catch a glimpse of Alliance on the other side of the corridor and guessed his identity. Soon, they all grimaced and whispered to each other. Chun Pingan turned his head and smiled. "Alliance, will you teach next?" Alliance was eager to give it a try. "My fist technique is still very good." With one hand on the railing, he stood still and took a deep breath. His shoulders shook, and he shouted. Then he moved forward in a straight line. Between the corridor and the training field, he performed a fist technique that he thought was natural and smooth. He also showed off his footwork while he was at it. Jiangyan jumped up and said with a rare, serious expression, "Chun Pingan, let's continue. You can teach the fist technique." The other children also nodded one after another. Alliance stood where he was and rubbed his chin. "It shouldn't be. My fist technique is good-looking and sturdy. Even Taoist number 2 has suffered greatly." Guozhujiu comforted him softly. "Senior Alliance, your sword technique is already so good. Your fist technique is not as good as my master's, so there's no need to be ashamed." Alliance asked, "You can tell that my fist technique is not good." Guozhujiu shook her head vigorously. Alliance probed again. "Is it not good-looking?" Guozhujiu sighed. "Senior Alliance, do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Alliance said, "A lie." Guozhujiu was immediately in high spirits. Senior Alliance was chatting like this, and it didn't hurt their feelings. She didn't need to be hit by her master. So, she raised both her thumbs and praised loudly. "Senior's fist technique is amazing, amazing. It's as good as Senior's appearance." Ooh, Alliance didn't care at all. It was still nice to hear. He smiled and asked, "Zhujiu, do you want to learn sword technique?" "Uncle Alliance isn't bragging. My fist technique might not be as good as your master's, but my sword technique, TSK, TSK, TSK. Guozhujiu shook her head. "No." Alliance asked why. The little girl stepped on the spot. Her shoulders shook, and the small bamboo box bounced up and down. "I only have one master." 667. On the training field, the children were sprawled on the ground again. Their faces were all bruised and swollen. It was definitely not comfortable to train one's muscles and bones at the beginning of learning martial arts. When it was time to suffer, one should enjoy happiness. When it was time to enjoy happiness, one should suffer. Since he was born in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he had entered this cold shelter palace and learned martial arts. He had to adapt to hardships and learn a skill. Not all hardships in the world could be followed by happiness. The martial guts of a pure martial artist could only be extracted from the bitter guts. The hidden official in a long green robe was still calm and composed. He said, "Rest for 2 incense sticks time." Chun Pingon sat cross-legged and folded his hands, palms facing up. He closed his eyes and began to rest. All the children struggled to get up and formed a circle. Their sitting posture was exactly the same as the young hidden official. They closed their eyes and slowly adjusted their breathing. Chun Pingon opened his eyes and commented on everyone's punches. He said that he would not favor Jiang Yun because he came from a rich family in Taixiang Street and had the strongest martial arts foundation. He would not scold him when he was tired of punching. He would not neglect Zhang Pan because he had the weakest physique and was the slowest to learn martial arts in Copper Coin Alley. He would not praise Zhang Pan when he punched well. He would also not deliberately reduce the strength of Sun Tian and the tomboy from Yuhu Street because they were young girls. All in all, Chun Pingon wanted all the children to remember a principle. Pure martial artists had to be their enemies first. Learning martial arts, one must be a man first. Those who teach martial arts, regardless of whether they have the title of master or teacher, still need to teach people first. Teaching people is not an empty talk. Even if it is a bookkeeper in a rural school, he may bow his head and say some flattering words to a rich man, or he may cast a sidelong glance or sneer at a poor child. And then the child will silently see it and remember it in his heart. In the end, it will kill the hundreds and thousands of sages' teachings in the book. There was logic in both the books and the books. Everyone was a teacher. Chun Pingon did not say anything else. According to the rules, it was the children's turn to ask questions. Su Gong, the kid from Twilight Alley, was the first to ask, "Mr. Chen, a straight line of punches is definitely the fastest. If the purpose of practicing the walking stance is to strengthen the bones and strengthen the body, why are there so many punches?" Chun Pingon raised his hand and punched out. He suddenly punched out and stopped abruptly. "Su Gong, what you mean is that punching in a straight line is the fastest way to touch the enemy, right?" Su Gong began to doubt himself. Jiang Yun chuckled and said, "1 punch and you'll be down." Who in the Great Wall of Sword Chi didn't know that the young hidden official was the most protective of women? Otherwise, how could he have the nickname of knocking down the second shopkeeper with 1 punch? As for why he was so ruthless towards Wild World's Lu Bai, it must be because that female sword cultivator was not as good-looking as Yu Zhuanfu. However, Jiang Yun suddenly recalled the scene of Yu Zhuanfu being held down and slammed against the wall. He sighed and felt that he might have wronged the second shopkeeper. Su Gong panicked. He did not mean that. He would not dare to disrespect Mr. Chen even if he was beaten to death. He did not dare and did not want to. In Su Gong's mind, Mr. Chen's image was like a god, flawless. The children chatted with their 2 good friends in private. They admired Mr. Chen to the bone. Therefore, when Guizhuzhou was telling the story, the 3 of them were the ones who believed it the most. Su Gong, who came from Twilight Alley, knew that he was not a child of a large clan like Jiang Yun. Since he did not have Jiang Yun's talent and background, he, Zhang Pan, and Tang Chu would often secretly practice the walking stance at night. They would often meet that tomboy, Yuan Zhouhua. However, going too far was as bad as not going far enough. These fellows trained so hard that they almost damaged their vitality. From beginning to end, Chun Pingon maintained the same punching posture. Then he raised his left hand, using his right arm as a path, pointing and pointing. Starting from the right fist, he moved on to the wrist, the forearm, the shoulder, the spine, and finally the waist, pointing out the acupoints one by one. He explained in detail the path of pure Jinqi flow in this straight line punch. Every tendon, every bone, and every muscle's minute changes were explained to the children in detail. During this time, in accordance with the changes of the fist and palm, he dissected the back of the elbow and the front of the fist, pushing the elbow forward, hitting the shoulder, and so on. He explained in detail the mysteries within, how to exert the force, and why to exert the force. After Chun Pingon withdrew his fist, he rested his hands on his knees and smiled. Therefore, the fist moves are inferior. The fist intent is in the middle, and the fist technique is in the sky. For the first time, Jiang Yun did not expose him. He frowned and said, "The fist moves are inferior? But I feel that the fist stance and fist stance should be derived from the fist moves. It's very important." Chun Pingon smiled and raised his fist. With a twist of his wrist, he changed his fist into a palm. His palm was less than an inch from the ground. He landed on the ground in an instant and violently slapped the ground. The ground shook, and all the children bounced up at almost the same time. They were all at different heights from the ground, and their figures were all over the place. Then, as if they had been crushed, they landed on the ground with a thud. All of them had difficulty breathing and felt as if they were suffocating. Their backs were bent, and no one could straighten their backs. The fist moves are inferior only in terms of position and order. It's not that it's not important. On the contrary, all fist techniques have to start from the bottom. Layer after layer of fist stances, layer after layer of fist stances, layer after layer of fist stances. Only then can our fist technique reach the sky. Chun Pingon withdrew the formless fist intent, and all the children immediately felt relieved. Chun Pingon said to Yuan Zhaohua and Zhang Pan, when learning fist techniques, one must always be attentive and careful. This is the theory of fist techniques. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, but the disciple has to be careful. Yuan Zhaohua, Zhang Pan, the two of you did well just now. This means that you were also practicing your stance when you were resting. Although your height is not low, your sitting posture is the most stable. Although Jiang Yun's height is the lowest, his sitting posture is scattered. Jiang Yun rolled his eyes. He was already used to the sarcastic remarks of the F*King, hidden official. Zhang Pan, who had a shy personality, was excited. The tomboy's gaze was firm, and she pursed her lips tightly. After learning fist techniques, the little girl changed greatly. A few years ago at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, she met the second shopkeeper who had yet to become a hidden official for the first time. She was a little girl with a much more cheerful personality. Chun Pingon's gaze swept across everyone. He leaned forward slightly and said slowly to everyone, learning fist techniques is not as simple as punching in the martial arts arena. Breathing, walking, eating, and occasionally seeing birds. You might feel tired at first, but you will get used to it. The human body is a small world with countless treasures. They will all belong to you. Unless you have to fight someone to the death in the future, no one will be able to snatch them away. Chun Pingon narrowed his eyes and said, "Then here comes the question. When your fist technique reaches a high level, once you decide to punch and fight someone to the death openly, what will happen?" "Ooh," Jiang Yun shouted, "defeat with one punch." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Kid, you haven't had enough fun yet, have you?" Jiang Yun crossed his arms in front of his chest and said seriously, "Hidden official, I'm not joking this time. When a martial artist punches, he has to act like he's #1 in the world. Anyway, the martial arts realm that I'm pursuing is to scare my enemies half to death before I even throw a punch." Chun Pingon smiled and stood up. "All right, then I'll teach you. Now that you mention it, I really do remember a fist technique. At that time, I was a level 6 against a level 10. Now, you're using a level 3 against my level 7. There's a difference of 4 levels. Don't say I'm bullying you. Jiang Yun immediately stood up. Chun Pingon pointed to the wall of the martial arts practice field. Go stand at the corner of the wall. Jiang Yun swaggered over, his back to the crowd. The child was actually baring his teeth, wishing he could give himself a big slap. He could only silently tell himself that even if he lost, he couldn't lose face. Chun Pingon walked to the other side of the martial arts arena and suddenly changed his mind. Everyone go over together. Stand side by side. Don't lean your back against the wall. Stay 3 steps away from the wall. In the future, these children wouldn't follow the prescribed order and only encounter enemies of the same level or only 1 or 2 levels higher. Whether it was himself or by Mama, teaching them fist techniques could help the children temper their muscles and bones bit by bit, sharpen their martial arts step by step. However, there was no such good thing on the path of cultivation. No one was willing to be anyone's whetstone. Most of them wanted to step on stepping stones, step by step, to climb to the top of the mountain. Chun Pingon had once demonstrated to them the aura, stance, and spirit of punching at the peak of level 3 to 7. Bai Mama had also personally practiced punching at level 8, level 9, and level 10. However, the children, including Jiang Yun, all felt that Bai Momo, who had fallen from the 10th realm to the 9th realm, had a higher realm. However, when it came to the vague meaning of the punch, they always felt that the young hidden official was more fascinating. However, the previous martial arts practice was really just a practice. The children were just spectators. Today, Chun Pingon wanted the children to stand in the position of his enemy and personally experience that punch. Back then in the North Continent, Senior Gu Yu had blocked his path. He had asked about punching him. The punch came without warning, and he was unprepared to receive it. Gu Yu's sudden punch came suddenly. At that time, Chun Pingon could only helplessly wait for death. After Chun Pingon stopped, he calmed his heart and condensed his chi, completely forgetting himself. There was no one in front of him. Jiang Yun, who was facing off against Chun Pingon from afar, had fine beads of sweat on his forehead. He subconsciously reminded everyone, let's all grit our teeth and stand firm. No one can retreat. No one can stick their backs to the wall. Even if you're scared to the point of peeing your pants, you must stand still. The little girl from Yuhu Street, Sun Tian, said with a trembling voice, I'm scared now. Sun Tian was the same as Jiang Yun at first. She was the child who least wanted to learn martial arts. This was because she had a younger sister named Sun Zhao, who was a sword cultivator. Yuan Zhaohua said in a low voice, then focus on your stance, and don't think about anything else. Chun Pingon was not in a hurry to punch. This was even more torturous for the children standing at the foot of the wall. Since they would be stabbed sooner or later, it was better to give them a quick death than to slowly sharpen the knife and scare them. Alliance said, Guizhuzhou, your master is teaching others martial arts. In fact, he's also practicing martial arts and cultivating his heart. This is a good habit. Practicing martial arts in a snail shell is not a completely derogatory term. The martial arts that Chun Pingon had learned were too complex. He needed to use this opportunity to reflect on them and refine them. Occasionally, he would not think about anything and would come here to calm his heart, just like how ordinary people used sleep as a form of rest. Teaching martial arts, practicing martial arts, cultivating the heart, and occasionally going to the Winter Palace to avoid the cold. It seemed like one thing, but it was actually doing 3 things. He was teaching martial arts to the group of martial artists at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. More importantly, he was trying his best to give all the children a relatively stable path of cultivation. For a hidden official who had to be responsible for the direction of the war, this was a real distraction. But in the end, he did not lose out. Guizhuzhou had already put down her bookcase and placed it by her feet. Then she had been imitating her master's punches. She had not been idle from beginning to end. When she heard Senior Alliance's words, she retracted her fist and stood still. She said, "Master has so much knowledge. I'll learn it one by one." Grandma Bai stood at the side and said softly, "Young master, with this punch, I think many children will collapse on the spot." Alliance said with a smile, "It's a good thing to be able to truly understand the strength of the fist." At that time, Senior Guyu, as the ancestor of the mountain shaking fist manual, saw him, a pure martial artist from another continent. Coincidentally, the foundation of martial arts was in the mountain shaking fist. Guyu, a martial artist of the 10th realm, delivered a punch at the peak of the 9th realm. Chun Pingan took a step forward without making a sound. He moved forward with the 6-step stance. In the blink of an eye, he was as fast as lightning. The entire training field began to shake and ripple. Fist intent was abundant in all directions. Sun Wu, a child who hoped to use her stance to resist the fear in her heart, was immediately beaten back to her original state after the training field shook. Her stance was unstable, her state of mind was even more chaotic, and her face was full of shock. After Jiang Yun felt the fist intent that covered the sky, he gave a light shout and stepped out heavily. He opened his fist stance and used his own fist intent to resist the fist intent of the universe. Seeing that Sun Wu was about to fall to the ground, Jiang Yun gritted his teeth and moved sideways. His face was full of pain, but he still blocked in front of Sun Wu. After all, she was a little girl. As a big man, he had to protect her. Su Gong and Yuan Zhaohua shouted almost at the same time, 6-step stance. All the children had a tacit understanding. Almost at the same time, they advanced instead of retreating. They wanted to fight the stance with the stance. The strong wind blew, and the fist intent pressed down on them. It was not something they could achieve just by retreating. At most, they took 2 steps before everyone staggered back. It was unknown how Sun Tian managed to muster up a bit of courage. He actually avoided Jiang Yun and chose to face the punch himself. In the blink of an eye, everyone, including Jiang Yun, had their backs against the wall. Their faces were pale, and their backs were drenched in sweat. Some of the physically weak children had already fallen to the ground. Chun Pingan stood in the middle of the training field with one hand behind his back and the other clenched against his abdomen. He leisurely exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He hurriedly turned his head and wiped the blood from his nose. It was not easy for him to deliver such a powerful punch with his current physique, even if he only managed to deliver half a punch. Chun Pingan turned his head and smiled. "Everyone, get up. Today's training will end here." None of the children regained their senses. They were a little dazed. Chun Pingan was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "After this punch, I have to say that I have a good eye for choosing martial seeds. If you ever meet a martial artist of the same generation when you travel to Jianghu, you can say that the person who taught you was by Lian Shuang, a martial artist of the 10th realm of the Sword Chi City. The person who fed you was Chun Pingan, and the person who watched from the side was Swordsman Alliance." After bidding farewell to Grandma Bai, Chun Pingan and Alliance took Guizhuzhou and left the Winter Palace on foot. Alliance said, "Zhuzhou, when your master mentioned the person who watched the fight, he only mentioned me and forgot about you. Are you sad?" What Zhuzhou said with a puzzled expression. "Master said it." "Senior Alliance, didn't you hear it?" Alliance was stunned. "Why didn't I hear it?" Guizhuzhou said seriously, "I said it in my heart on behalf of Master." Alliance praised, "Zhuzhou, your heart of the sword is amazing." Chun Pingan smiled. "Alliance, how about the 18-stop sword chi? Can you teach it to my disciple?" Alliance said helplessly, "I said I would teach you, but Zhujiu doesn't want it. Alliance ran his fingers through his hair. But Zhujiu said that my appearance and fist technique are good. She said these words from the bottom of her heart. Uncle Alliance is shameless enough to teach her this secret art, but there's no rush. I'll be a guest at the Gua mansion later. Gua Zhujiu and Chen Ping'an looked at each other and smiled. Master, Master, I know. Gua Zhujiu didn't dare to stay for long. She had sneaked out by climbing over the wall today. She had to go home. After bidding farewell to her master and senior Alliance, the little girl held the mountain traveling staff and carried the small bamboo chest. She ran. Alliance and Chen Ping'an went to the wine shop in the stacked mountains. Alliance asked, after Sword Immortal Taowen died, did you get more immortal coins with your battle merits? Chen Ping'an didn't hide anything and said, I took some out too. The wine shop acted as the banker. All the immortal coins that Chen Ping'an earned from the drunkards and gamblers at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, as well as the income from selling the seals and fans through the Yen family shop, were all returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the name of Sword Immortal Tao, Wen's inheritance. Of course, it wasn't that Tao Wen wanted Chen Ping'an to do so. Chen Ping'an had planned to do so from the start. This was also the reason why Tao Wen was willing to entrust his funeral to the young, secluded official. To catch the eye of a sword immortal, one could never rely on how much money one earned or how many beautiful words one said. Alliance asked again, that much immortal coins isn't a small sum. You just casually left it on the table in the courtyard and let the sword immortals take it. Are you not worried? Is the secluded official's lineage keeping an eye on that area? The battle had come to an end for the time being. The cultivation of the sword was of utmost importance. The world sword immortals were notoriously unreasonable when it came to spending money. This was also why the Great Wall of Sword Qi had so many poor sword immortals. The higher the grade of the intrinsic flying sword, and the higher the realm of the sword immortal, no one dared to say that they had too much money except for the few tycoons in Immemorial Street. Only when they weren't at a bottleneck in their cultivation would sword immortals have some spare money on hand. They could drink and bet freely. Therefore, it was possible that most sword immortals would go to Tao Wen's residence to withdraw money and only take what they lacked. However, there were bound to be some sword immortals who secretly took more immortal coins. Chen Ping'an shook his head and said, no one is keeping an eye on that area. Tao Wen doesn't care about this, so I don't care either. It's not a business deal, so there's no need to be so calculative. Alliance nodded and said, you should think that way. Relax a little. Chen Ping'an took off the white jade hairpin that was pinned in his hair bun. Alliance took it and immersed his mind in it. Then he laughed involuntarily. What an old scholar. Even I was fooled back then. Chen Ping'an didn't even bother to use telepathy and said directly, in the previous battle with Li Jun, I relied on this hairpin to turn the situation around. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to defeat Li Jun, as I wasn't a sword immortal back then. The white jade hairpin had already been unsealed, so Alliance naturally had a clear view of it. Chen Ping'an said, the flow of time is the opposite of many blessed paradises. It's about a month in the mountains and a year in the world. The white jade hairpin was an extremely strange blessed paradise. Its territory wasn't large and could at most accommodate 100 people. The spiritual energy was also average and couldn't be considered a blessed land. To be more precise, it wasn't suitable for cultivators to cultivate. Alliance sighed and said, the old scholar has given a lot of thought to this. For the sake of his disciple, Qi Jingchun, the old scholar could be said to have given a lot of thought. Taking refuge here, he could just treat it as a study room and read in peace. After hundreds of years, the world would change. Perhaps the next time he returned to the vast world, it would be a different scene. The old scholar's original intention was very likely to have been to delay until the wasteland attacked the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Then the Confucian school would have opened up the fifth passage to the world, and a new vast world would have been created. With a bigger chessboard, there would be more places for his disciple Qi Jingchun to have a foothold, and there would be more hope. When the old scholar left the Merit Forest, he might have already made a plan. He was willing to use the merit of opening up a new world in exchange for Qi Jingchun's foothold in the human world. Chen Pingan slowly said, "Mister, if you're like this, then how can I treat my own disciples and students half-heartedly?" Senior Marshal Brother Mao once said that the most dangerous thing in the world was teaching and educating people, because you never know when your words will be remembered by a certain student for the rest of their lives. Alliance returned the white jade hairpin to Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan put it back in his hair. 8 characters in Xiaozhuan, gentleman gentle as jade. Alliance held the back of his head with both hands and basked in the warm sun. A young man beside him was wearing a green robe and a white jade hairpin. He wore a pair of cloth shoes and had a blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, "Alliance, did you get injured in 2 consecutive battles?" Alliance had left the city twice. The first time, it was fine. Even the sword immortals on the city wall could roughly see the situation. However, the second time he returned to the battlefield, one of the sovereign-level demons attacked with all his might and isolated the world. Chen Pingan could not help but be worried. Unexpectedly, Alliance shook his head and said, "I didn't get injured. I only used some of my trump cards. The next time I go to the battlefield, I will definitely be targeted. Just like your 2 flying swords' innate divine powers, if outsiders don't know, it will be the key to victory. Once they know, it will be difficult for it to work next time. After all, it wasn't as if we were roaming the vast expanse world and constantly running into unfamiliar faces. The battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Chi could be said to be huge, but it could also be said to be small. I was already familiar with those great demons, so I was well aware of their general movements. We are also fighting against the entire wasteland. The problem is that they do not lack magic treasures or weapons. Even if they don't have them, they can borrow them." Chen Pingan said in surprise, "You didn't get injured?" Alliance smiled and said, "Let me show you my skills. After that, you will know why I was able to escape unscathed." Chen Pingan looked around. Forget about it on the streets. Alliance grumbled, "There is no one around, and we are staring at each other. What's the point of showing off?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "If you dare to show off, I dare to learn." Alliance stopped and lightly stomped on the ground with the tip of his foot. Chen Pingan did not understand, and stopped as well, waiting to see. Suddenly, on the second floor of a restaurant not far away, someone shouted angrily, "Son of a B***, return the money. I have seen bankers scamming people, but I have never seen a banker like you who runs away after losing money." Instantly, the customers all around cheered loudly. Chopsticks knocked on bowls, palms slammed on the table, and boos sounded everywhere. Chen Pingan held his hands in his sleeves with a calm expression. It was a small scene. Alliance stretched his neck and scolded back, "I am not returning the money. I am helping you save money. Saving money is saving wine. You still have the face to scold me?" The old sword cultivator was speechless. Anxious, the old sword cultivator wanted to spit on that **TCH's face. Unexpectedly, Alliance stomped his foot lightly. A golden word appeared at the tip of his foot. Then the words connected into a small circle and appeared at Alliance's feet. They were all teachings of the sage. The first circle was a sentence from the Confucian school's most sage teacher. Then it was the Taoist school's explanation of the great Tao of yin and yang. After that, there were the Confucian classics about heaven, earth, and man. Then there was an even bigger circle. Different articles and poems circulated through the 4 seasons. The 5 elements, the 24 hours, the 24 solar terms, the fundamental knowledge of the 72 sages in the Confucian temples of China, circle after circle of golden words, from the inside to the outside, layer upon layer, countless. The three sects, the 100 schools of thought, the scriptures and classics, the opening or closing words of the scriptures and classics, the generosity of hundreds and thousands of poets, virtuous and virtuous people, famous ministers and generals, sword immortals and heroes, were all manifested in words. Chun Pingon lowered his head and looked. The golden words appeared too quickly, and the meaning of each sentence was too great. Even Chun Pingon felt that it was too much for his eyes to take in. In the blink of an eye, the entire city was filled with densely packed golden words. Chun Pingon even saw many beautiful sentences that he had once engraved on bamboo slips. He saw many words in Buddhist scriptures and legalist classics, as well as the words that Li Shixing had drawn on the bamboo walls. Alliance's thoughts moved slightly, and the phenomenon disappeared. He smiled and said, "I just need to learn the general idea. After all, no one can become another person, and there's no need to do so. Alliance, am Alliance, Shao Qi is Shao Qi, and you, Chun Pingon, are Chun Pingon." Chun Pingon nodded. Alliance then turned to look at the second floor. "What were you yelling about just now?" The old sword cultivator said sincerely. "Alliance, do you want a drink?" "It's my treat." Alliance said, "What kind of person do you think I—" "Alliance, am I the kind of person who owes money and asks for wine?" However, his eyes were fixed on the old sword cultivator, and he had no intention of leaving. "No way," the old sword cultivator said righteously, and one of his hands shook vigorously. A friend hurriedly threw a pot of wine over, and the old sword cultivator caught it. The old sword cultivator held the wine pot with both hands and gently threw it out of the restaurant. "Brother Alliance, we haven't seen each other for a long time, and I've missed you. When I'm free, I'll set up a big table at the second manager's wine shop and drink to our heart's content." After Chun Pingon and Alliance, who had gotten a pot of wine for free, left, at the restaurant, the old sword cultivator sat down and smiled while stroking his beard. "In the entire great wall of sword Qi, who can collect debts like me and make Alliance put on such a big show to avoid paying his debts? You guys have benefited from it, so I won't pay for it today. Who's going to pay the bill?" Alliance walked on the road, drinking that pot of immortal wine that no one could stop. He suddenly said, "That big matter. Have you told little Ning about it?" Chun Pingon nodded and said, "I've told her the cause and effect in full detail. I feel that the closer you are to someone, the more you should explain things clearly." Alliance smiled and said, "No wonder you're not the only one in the line of the literary sage. There's a reason for that." Chun Pingon smiled and didn't reply. When they reached the wine shop, business was booming, and it was far better than other places. Even though there were many tables, there were still no empty seats. There were many people squatting and drinking by the roadside. Alliance and Chun Pingon squatted and drank by the roadside. In front of them was a bowl of noodles and a small plate of pickled vegetables. It was noisy all around. The big and small drunkards who came to this shop to drink were all big-hearted. If they weren't, they probably wouldn't be returning customers, so they didn't take Alliance and the young hidden official too seriously and didn't treat them as outsiders. Alliance held the wine bowl in his hand and picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks. He shuddered. It was so *king salty. He quickly rolled up a large portion of yang chun noodles with his chopsticks. Hearing some people bragging about the good wine and dishes here, many people who had just been pulled here to drink felt that the taste of the wine was really good. Alliance was puzzled. Nowadays, people didn't take money to act as shills. Chun Pingon held the wine bowl with both hands and took small sips. After drinking a mouthful of wine, he looked at the bustling street, back and forth, walking and stopping in a leisurely and hurried manner. The people around him might leave tomorrow. The people who came from afar might return home tomorrow. 668. Lin Junbai did not expect Pang Yuanji to be such a blabbermouth. The other sword cultivators of the hidden officials all knew that he was leaving. At dawn, Lin Junbai simply packed his bag. He first strolled around the summer palace, then returned to the main hall and looked at the tables. To a cultivator who did not know the weather, a few years passed in the blink of an eye. Yet Lin Junbai felt like he had a huge dream here. He was reluctant to wake up from it. Lin Junbai shook his head and collected his thoughts. He only felt that it was not bad to leave without saying goodbye. He did not expect the sword cultivators to arrive on their swords. Other than the young hidden officials, everyone else was present. Even Guizhuzhou came with a gong and drum. Lin Junbai straightened his clothes and bowed to everyone in thanks. It was a rule to drink wine to send off friends at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The group went to the second manager's wine shop to drink. Early in the morning, there were still seats available. Everyone drank a little. The farewell wine was usually not too much. Lin Junbai asked the head manager for a nameplate. The young man in white, who was already an Oris Core sword cultivator, wrote, "Lin Junbai drank this wine and broke through 3 realms in 3 years. He hung it on the wall personally." The wooden nameplates seemed to belong to the same group as the sword cultivators. Gu Jianlong said something fair. Junbai's words are full of the hidden official's style. The word only is too wonderful for words. In the end, Lin Junbai raised his wine bowl and drank it all. He smiled. "I've spent a lot of time with all of you in the orchid room," Lin Junbai said to Guizhuzhou. "When I return to my hometown in the future, if I travel outside again, I must have a bamboo box and a bamboo cane." In the end, everyone stood up and clasped their fists. They did not send Lin Junbai off. Guizhuzhou was a little regretful that the gong and drum were not used. The young man in white, who was carrying a small bag, left the wine shop alone and headed for the gate leading to the inverted mountain. It was located between the city and the mirage. It was further away from the city than the old gate guarded by Nuguan of the Saber Room. It was also more lively. Nowadays, the trade between Spring Banner House and Howren Heaven's 8 Continents ferry was getting smoother. Chun Chunan of the South Whirlpool Continent, the Yu family of Yu Zhuanfu, Zhou Shinji of the Sword Immortal Ku Xia, the new sect master of the Jade Gui sect of the Tong Yi Continent, Jiang Shangzhen, a few large sects of the North Continent, and many foreign sword immortals had made connections in their respective continents. Therefore, the worst-case scenario that the young secluded official and the sword immortal Chou Miao were worried about didn't happen. The Confucian Temple of the Central Plains didn't support the new structure created by the 8 Provinces Ferry, but they didn't oppose it either. Lin Junbai's bag was filled with ordinary items. There was an exquisite by sword deity imprint manual, a jade bamboo folding fan bought from the Yen family shop, and some small gifts from friends like Pang Yuanji. Lin Junbai was genuinely happy. If their relationship wasn't that good, they would be overly courteous with their gifts. If they were truly friends, they would be more casual. Along the way, Lin Junbai saw the young secluded official who didn't cover his face at the gate. There was also a middle-aged woman standing beside him. There seemed to be a natural fragrance of plants around her. The woman must have used a camouflage technique to hide her true appearance. There were only a handful of people in the Great Wall of Sword Chi who needed to do so. Sword immortals didn't care about it. Sword cultivators didn't need to. Of course, the secluded official was an exception. If he wanted to be ruthless, he would even cover his face with a woman's skin. According to Gu Jianlong, the young secluded official who went to the battlefield disguised himself as a woman and attacked with a slender figure. If Guizhuzhou heard this, it was equivalent to the secluded official hearing it. Therefore, Gu Jianlong was crippled for a month. Lin Junbai easily guessed the woman's identity. She was the behind-the-scenes owner of the Plum Blossom Garden, one of the 4 major private residences in the inverted hanging mountain. She was Madame Xianyan. Not only was Madame Xianyan not affected by the incident at the border, but she had also somehow turned to Lu Ji's side. This Upper Five Realms beauty, who could be said to be widely known in the world, had made up for her mistakes by doing good deeds. All the property in the Plum Blossom Garden had been confiscated by the Summer Palace. If it was a honey trap, it would work on anyone except for the young hidden official. It would not work on him at all. As for the twists and turns of the incident in the Plum Blossom Garden, the young secluded official didn't elaborate, and no one was willing to ask. Chun Pingon said that he was on his way to the Spring Banner House, so it was on the way. Lin Junbai naturally had no objections. Now that the secluded official traveled between the inverted hanging mountain and the great wall of Sword Chi, he didn't need to deliberately conceal himself. He would pretend not to know what he should know. It was best not to know what he shouldn't know. With the current vigilance of the great wall of Sword Chi, if anyone had the intention to know, it would be a big trouble. The secluded official's lineage had great power. They didn't need to explain why or how they could kill people with flying swords. Even if it was the rich and powerful mansions on Tai Xiang Street and Yushu Street, as long as they were suspected and were targeted by the Summer Palace, the secluded official's lineage would be able to control their flying swords as if they were in an uninhabited land. In the past 2 years, based on the intelligence reports that only the hidden officials knew, there had been many hunts and assassinations. Lin Junbai had personally participated in 2 encirclements, both of which were targeted at the merchants at the Mirage. Not a single drop of water leaked out, and it was like cutting melons and vegetables. One of the incidents involved a highly respected old, nascent soul cultivator. The latter had been operating in the Mirage Pavilion for many years. He disguised himself well and was very popular. The secluded official's lineage didn't want to explain the reason, so half of the Mirage Pavilion almost rebelled on the spot. In the end, 6 sword immortals in the city, including Gao Kuei, flew on their flying swords together. The young secluded official didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, under everyone's gaze. He stood outside the pavilion with his hands behind his sleeves. Where will the rest of the secluded officials' sword cultivators go? Are they going to run away too? Chun Pingon laughed and asked, "Run away?" Madame Huayan turned to look at the young secluded official with an apologetic expression. However, she said unrepentantly, "Perhaps there was a mistake in the wording. That's what I meant. Anyone who leaves the Great Wall of Sword Chi alive has to run away too. Of course, Mr. Lu is an exception." Addressing a woman as Mr. was a great form of respect in the vast world. Chun Pingon said, "Madame Huayan, you can even run away from the entire Plum Blossom Garden. How dare you call us, the secluded officials, foreigners?" Madame Huayan changed her tone. "To be honest, I am quite impressed by these young people's methods and boldness. When they return to the vast world, they will all be heroes and great people. The reason why I am making sarcastic remarks is because I am envious. These young people are sword cultivators and have great prospects. Every time I look at them, I feel jealous." After entering the Spring Banner House, Chun Pingon said, "Do you know why I asked you to go to the inverted hanging mountain?" Madame Huayan's eyes were full of resentment. She bit her lip and said, "How could I have guessed? The secluded official has a high position and power. Whatever he says is the truth." Chun Pingon said straightforwardly, "Find a few people and move the entire Plum Blossom Garden to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. If it is useful, the Summer Palace will remember your merit." Madame Huayan complained, "The secluded official won't even let go of an empty Plum Blossom Garden? But bullying a woman like me is not appropriate, is it? Can't you let me have something to remember? When I reach the South Saw continent in the future, I have to do my part to let Mr. Lu have a quiet place to cultivate, Chun Pingon said. With or without that eye-catching plum blossom garden, Lu Shi will take the initiative to help you cut off your past grudges and let you cultivate in peace. You don't have to do anything unnecessary. As long as you can reach the immortal realm, you will have the power to protect yourself in the vast world. Even if Lu Shi is not by your side, no one will dare to underestimate you. All the academies will treat you with respect. Madame Huayan complained there will be no more flowers and moonlight, only daily necessities. I am a sad soul of the human world, Chun Pingon said. Those who know themselves will not blame others. Madame Huayan rolled her eyes. She was naturally charming and flirtatious. When Mr. Chun is being reasonable, he is the most unromantic. Chun Pingon frowned and said, Am I close to you? Madame Huayan pretended to be pitiful. Madame Xie of the wine shop in the city, are you close to Mr. Chun? Chun Pingon could not help but laugh. He had been tricked by Alliance and tavern-keeper Xie. Madame Huayan restrained her expression and became curious. She said, I only heard that Madame Xie was once a nascent soul sword cultivator. Later on, her Tao was cut off, her flying sword was broken, and her sword heart was shattered. Why did she look at you differently? Is there a reason? Mr. Chen's appearance should not have made Madame Xie fall in love at first sight. If Mr. Chen is willing to talk about it, I will be willing to move the plum blossom garden. Chun Pingon turned a deaf ear. He had never seen such a boring spirit of the upper 5 realms. Wei Wenlong was the only one in the room. Xiao Yunyan, Miyu, Yen Ming, and Nailan Saihuan were discussing business with a group of ferry managers in the meeting hall. In the next room, there were a few disciples of Xiao Yunyan from Chun Qian, Zhai helping to settle the accounts. Madame Huayan removed the camouflage spell and leaned against the door in a lazy posture. She faced the sky with no makeup. Naturally, she was at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, Wei Wenlong gave up after a glance. There was no ripple in his heart. The woman was beautiful, but she was not as cute as the account book. After Chun Pingon sat down, he randomly pulled out a book from the mountain of account books. As he flipped through the account books, he asked Wei Wenlong about the recent business situation. Madame Huayan had nothing to do, and it was not appropriate for her to sit down and flip through the account books. She could only sit on the threshold with her back to the room, leaning forward and resting her chin on her hands. After Wei Wenlong answered the young hidden official's question, he inadvertently glanced at Madame Huayan's back on the threshold and could not move his eyes away. It turned out that there was another scenery beyond the account books. Chun Pingon caught a glimpse of Wei Wenlong's strange behavior and did not disturb this guy's enjoyment of the scenery. Anyway, Wei Wenlong was a bachelor. It did not matter if he took a few more glances. Maybe he would be enlightened. However, Chun Pingon had only flipped through 2 pages of the account book before Wei Wenlong came back to his senses. He seemed to think that the account book on the table was more interesting. Miyu returned alone from the meeting hall, cursing and swearing all the way. He was really hurt by that bunch of money-minded fairy stewards. He did not expect to be pleasantly surprised. When he saw Madame Huayan, he immediately felt the wind under his feet, and his spirits were rejuvenated. Unexpectedly, Madame Huayan had already stood up, keeping him at arm's length. She did not give Miyu a chance to get close to her. She said to Chun Pingon, If you trust me, I will move the plum blossom garden myself. Chun Pingon nodded. Madame Huayan disappeared in a flash. Miyu stood at the door, gently waving his hand to fan the breeze. He smiled at Wei Wenlong. Silly goose, have you seen enough of the scenery? If I were you, I would have sincerely asked Madame Huayan if she needed to use her hands as a small bench. Wei Wenlong was speechless. Chun Pingon got up and walked with Miyu in the Spring Banner House. There would be 2 groups of merchants coming together today. Chun Pingon planned to sit in on the second meeting and wait for the first group of fairy managers to disperse before he went to the meeting hall. Miyu said something unexpected. Madame Huayan of the Plum Blossom Garden is also a woman with a hard life. That's why she hates people like me the most. Chun Pingon did not hang up the Haoyang blade strengthening gourd. Since Miyu and you were the two sword immortals, Chun Pingon would not go over the top. Miyu suddenly said, I have been afraid to return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, because I don't know what to say. Chun Pingon knew that this infamous pure jade realm sword immortal in the Great Wall of Sword Chi was aware of his brother Miyu's plan. Miyu was silent for a moment, but I still have to go. I can't hide from it. Chun Pingon then took out the blade strengthening gourd and handed it to Miyu. Miyu glanced at it and shook his head. My brother gave it to you. Why are you giving it to me? Hidden official, you should keep it. My brother will be less worried. Anyway, my natal flying sword no longer needs the blade strengthening gourd to nourish it. Miyu had previously been a sword shio of the hidden official's lineage. He had gone into battle with the other sword shio and fought with all his strength. However, Miyu had never dared to truly forget about life and death. The reason was very simple. Once he was in a desperate situation, the person who would save him would be his elder brother, who would die first. Chun Pingon kicked Miyu, then go quickly. Miyu left the Spring Banner Building. The first fairy in the Spring Banner Building. After the managers left, Xiao Yunyan and the other two had to see the guests off. Chun Pingon then stepped into the empty hall. When Xiao Yunyan, Yan Ming, and Nalan Saihuan returned, Chun Pingon did not sit on the main seat. Instead, he sat on Miyu's seat. He was closer to Yan Ming and Nalan Saihuan. Xiao Yunyan casually sat on the opposite seat. Nalan Saihuan reported the progress of the 8 Continents Ferry in detail. Regarding the immortal money of the Pure Snow Continent, the Pure Snow Continent's Lu clan had not made a clear statement. When Nalan Saihuan mentioned this, she was worried. Then, she looked a little resentful. Why don't we just rob the Yuanzhuan residence? So, what if it's not the Plum Blossom Garden or the Spring Banner Building? We can just tear it down. Those pavilions, terraces, towers, pillars, and stone slabs are all immortal money. Anyway, the Lu clan has no intention of moving away. If people leave, the building will be empty. It's almost ownerless. At worst, we can let the Southern Basket, Fairy Jiang Gaotai, send a message to the Pure Snow Continent's Lu clan. Take it as us owing them a favor. In the future, we can let Sword Immortal Xie Songhua help us repay them. Xiao Yunyan smiled bitterly. What a whimsical idea. There was only one thing. Was Sword Immortal Xie Songhua someone that anyone could persuade? Unexpectedly, Chun Pingon said, There's no hurry. We will definitely tear it down. The Pure Snow Continent's Lu clan is probably waiting for us to tear down the Yuanzhuan residence. They're sitting at home, waiting for us to deliver this favor to them. However, friends are friends, and business is business. We also need to think about what Xie Songhua and the other sword immortals should get in return for helping us. Do we need the pill workshop to give us something, or do we need the summer abode to give us some spoils of war? When the time comes, the 3 of you can help us come up with something. When the time comes, we don't need to ask the summer abode. Yenzhua asked, Does Fuping Sword, Lake's Luo Kai's purchase of the Cloud Pavilion mean that we can have another ferry route connecting with the Tong Yi Continent's Jade Gui sect? The Tong Yi Continent is rich in resources. One of the ferry stewards, who had not been able to attend the first meeting of the Spring Banner House, was so annoyed by the argument that he slapped the tea table beside him, causing the teacups to jump. He said angrily, How can you do business like this? Haggling like crazy. Even if Master Hidden Official is sitting here, face to face, I'll still say the same thing. You can buy the materials of my ferry or not. If Spring Banner House continues to bargain, it's equivalent to killing people. If you annoy me, I don't dare to do anything to you. I'm afraid of you sword immortals, okay? I'll just stab myself first and recuperate here. Then I'll answer to Spring Banner House and my own sect. Yan Ming rubbed his temples. Actually, there was room for negotiation. According to the price offered by Spring Banner House, the other party could still make a lot of money. It was purely the other party's fault. This was the fun of business. Yan Ming didn't hate them. After all, business was business. It was just that these old foxes came again and again. Everyone was the same. It was tiring. Nayland Saihuan smiled playfully. Then, more than 10 ferry managers looked in the same direction. A slender figure appeared out of thin air. Everyone stood up instantly. There was a young man opposite them with his hands crossed and placed on the top of the chair. He smiled and said, "One knife is not enough. I have 2. Remember to return them to me after you're done." Although Nayland Saihuan had always been resentful of the young hidden official, she had to admit that sometimes Chimpingan's words were indeed more refreshing. The ferry manager, who had met the young hidden official previously, had already respectfully introduced himself. He then cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, hidden official." The manager, who was clamoring to stab himself, was speechless, as if he had been struck by lightning. Chun Pingan didn't really make things difficult for the manager. Instead, he took the initiative to give him a share of the profits, and then left the hall. This time, after leaving Spring Banner House and returning to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Chun Pingan didn't take the long route, as usual. Instead, he walked through the earliest door. It was still the little Taoist boy, who was reading on the futon. He didn't even raise his head when he saw Chun Pingan. The man holding the sword, on the other side of the door, didn't show up. Chun Pingan also didn't greet the familiar sword immortal named Zhang Lu. "669. Chun Pingan found Alliance in a wine shop at the corner of the street. Alliance was having an arm around a man's shoulder. "Why are you so sad?" "So, what if Nayland Saihuan has your heart? Can she have your body?" "Impossible. Nayland Saihuan, doesn't have that ability." The man didn't feel any better, but he wanted to drink even more. He stretched out his hand and picked up the wine pot on the table. When it was empty, Alliance quickly ordered another pot. He heard booze coming from all directions. He saw Madame Xie twisting her waist and walking out of the counter. Her eyes were full of love as she looked outside the wine shop. Alliance turned his head and saw Chun Pingan. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, scholars like us are still the most precious. We are welcomed everywhere we go. After Chun Pingan sat down, he smiled and said, "Alliance, I invite you to the Ning residence for a meal. I will personally cook." Madame Xie put a pot of wine on the table, but didn't sit down. Alliance nodded and agreed to Chun Pingan's invitation. At this moment, he raised his head and looked at the woman. Alliance's eyes were hazy with drunkenness. He looked left and right and said, "Sister Xie, what's wrong? I can't even see your face." The woman sneered and said, "Are you going to say that every time you get drunk, you can see 2 inverted mountains? There's nothing new to say. Alliance, you are old. Look through the second manager's ghost sword immortal seal manual more. That's what a scholar should say." Alliance was a little sad that Sister Xie liked the new and hated the old. After the two left, Chun Pingan walked a distance away and said, "When I was looking through the old files in the Summer Palace, it only said that Xie Yuan was seriously injured. Since then, this Madame Xie has been selling wine for a living." Alliance shook off the smell of alcohol and patted his cheeks. "It's not right to call her Madame Xie. She's not married. Xie Yuan was born in the Willow Alley. She was very talented in swordsmanship. She stood out at a young age. She was younger than Yu Qing and Mi Hu. She was a sword cultivator of the same generation as Nailan Saihuan. Together with the girl Qingquan and Zhao Ji loved, they were the most outstanding young girls in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Alliance sighed. It was drizzling and the world was hazy. The handsome scholar suddenly saw a lady walking with an umbrella. She was dressed in green, and holding the umbrella was like a blooming flower. She was like a willow in the spring rain. She was extremely beautiful. Chun Pingon said, "If you remove the handsome scholar and leave the woman alone, the picture will be really beautiful." Alliance laughed. "If you didn't see it with your own eyes, would you know about such a beautiful scene?" Alliance continued. Xie Yuan exchanged a natal flying sword with a junior sister of sword immortal Si Chun on the battlefield. Both of them shattered. She couldn't retreat in time due to her serious injuries. Si Chun arrived and stabbed her again. If she didn't meet with this disaster, it would be easy for Xie Yuan to reach the upper 5 realms. Therefore, Xie Yuan has an irreconcilable feud with Wenhai Zhoumi. You beat Jia Shunzilia by half to death. Xie Yuan is naturally grateful to you. Alliance gloated. For this kind of thing, when you meet, you can just say thank you. There's no need to make an exception. Chun Pingon understood that Alliance wouldn't invite him to a wine shop for a drink for no reason. It turned out that he wanted to help Xie Yuan resolve the knot in her heart. Of course, Alliance also drank for nothing. When they arrived at the Ning residence, Chun Pingon went to the kitchen to cook. Grandma Bai helped, and the two chatted about trivial matters. Alliance was in the side room of Chun Pingon's residence. He flipped through the famous by Sword Immortals seal manual. There were many blank fans and plain seals on the table. However, it seemed that he wouldn't be using the brush to cut them. Ning Yao sat at the side and asked, "What's the matter with the outer sky demon? Could it be that the Baek Ok Kyung building couldn't completely suppress it?" The origin of the outer sky demon had never been given a definite explanation in the world. As for the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they didn't care at all. Alliance only gave a general idea. It's all because of us cultivators. We can't clean up our own mess. We can only deceive ourselves and let it go. Year after year, there were floods everywhere. Qingming Tian could only use the stupidest method, which was to build dams to block the floods. Building dams to constrict the water, causing it to rise higher and higher. Over time, it became a dangerous situation where one's head was flooded and one was suspended high in the sky. It was not entirely the fault of the stupid cow nose and white jade capital. Every Qi refinement warrior was responsible for tracing the source of the problem. According to the senior brother of Dao II, he has been working hard to find a way to cure the root cause. Dao II and Lu Chen have their own countermeasures. However, Dao II is too deliberate and cruel. It's very easy. Lu Chen's method is too casual. I guess even Daoist ancestor doesn't like it. More hope is placed on the eldest disciple. The 3 sect masters of the Baek Ok Kyung building were the 3 sect masters under Daoist ancestor in the world. However, the title of Daoist ancestor was given by the Daoist sect. Of course, the 100 schools of thought would not acknowledge it. Alliance smiled. "Don't blame me for being vague. I didn't mean to keep you in suspense. It's just that the speaker has no intention, but the listener has the heart. Once a cultivator has the heart, it's usually a big obstacle, especially this outer sky demon. The more talented you are, the more helpless you are to deal with it. Of course, nothing is absolute. There are always exceptions. You're an exception. However, it's not appropriate to tell you. It's better to let nature take its course." Ning Yao nodded. The reason why she asked about the outer sky demon was because she was worried about Chun Pingon's Aurous core and nascent soul in the future. As for herself, she didn't seem to have any hidden worries. It was not difficult for her to break through the Aurous core and nascent soul realm. Alliance revealed another heavenly secret. The Taoists in the world of Qingming are busy. It's not easy. It's a different battlefield from the Great Wall of Sword aura, but the degree of tragedy is similar. The Buddhist kingdom in the West is similar. Under the 9 springs, the ghosts gather like the sea. Who do you think is to blame? Ning Yao said, peoples? Alliance said, learning to read in life begins with worries. Then, when a person cultivates, of course, there will be more worries and more hidden dangers. Ning Yao was puzzled. Alliance, you should talk to Chinpingan about this. He can answer. Alliance smiled. I won't add more burden to him. Ning Yao, you'll forget after you hear it. That's why it's right to talk to you. Alliance twisted a jade-like seal in his palms. There were no engravings on it. He said slowly, when it comes to cultivation, it's ultimately suppressed by the Tao of heaven and earth. In addition, on the path of cultivation, one has to be used to not losing. One can only take and not give. One can only accept and not let go. Of course, there will be endless troubles. The sages of the past climbed mountains to cultivate. They drank poison to quench their thirst. They had to drink. We, the younger generation, are just greedy for wine. In our thinking, the people of the past and the present are really 2 different people. That's why there's such a saying. The people of the past were externalized but not internalized. The people of the present are internalized but not internalized. These are the words that the old people can't help but scold from the bottom of their hearts when they're really angry. However, deep in their hearts, the old people actually hope that the young people in the future can prove that their angry words are wrong. Oh, Alliance put the seal back in its original position and said with a smile, no matter what, words have to be recognized, books have to be read, Tao has to be cultivated, the road has to be walked, and food has to be eaten. Ning Yao said, don't persuade Chinpingan to drink. Alliance stood up and said, just drink, just drink. I promise I won't drink too much, but I have to drink. If the wine seller doesn't drink, then he must be the shopkeeper. Blackheart, I have to help the second shopkeeper prove his innocence. Today, at the Ning mansion, there were 4 people at the table eating together. They were all home-cooked dishes. Chinpingan could only drink a bowl of wine. Alliance didn't stand on ceremony. He sat at the head of the table and asked with a smile, since he's your senior brother, he hasn't been to the Ning mansion. Chinpingan said helplessly. He mentioned it. Senior brother said that teacher hasn't been to the Ning mansion before. As a student, he came first and put on airs. What's the matter? After asking and answering during the sword practice on the city wall, senior brother used a lot of force. He probably blamed me for being unreasonable. Alliance took a sip of wine and shook his head. You're all so stupid. Don't you know that when the time comes, you'll vacate the head of the table for the old scholar? Old Shio will be sitting in advance. As a student, how dare he not sit with him? Even if teacher isn't by your side, you have to keep him in your heart. Chinpingan felt that it made sense and felt deeply regretful. With his senior brother's temper, he believed that as long as he mentioned teacher, it would be useful whether he was there or not. Alliance was indeed experienced. He was still lacking in skills. Nanny Bai complained, son-in-law is an honest person. He's not as scheming as you, Alliance. Alliance quickly raised his bowl. Miss Bai, I'll punish myself with a cup. You drink with brother Alliance. Bai Lianshuang glared at Alliance and ignored him. She only helped Ning Yao, and Chinpingan get some food. She was an old woman. Was it appropriate for her to call someone Miss in front of Miss and son-in-law? Alliance looked at the white-haired old woman and couldn't help but feel a little sad. He remembered that when he first met Bai Lianshuang, she was still a slim and graceful young lady. Women were purely martial artists. Compared to female Qi refinement warriors, they were at a disadvantage. It was hard to tell the real age of the female sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, When Nailan Yeshing, who was in charge of the Ning mansion, saw the young lady by Lian Shuang for the first time, he didn't look old. He looked like a man in his early 40s. But later, Bai Lian Shuang turned from a young lady to a young lady with white hair. Nailan Yeshing also fell from the immortal realm to the jade pudding realm. His appearance suddenly looked old. In fact, when Nailan Yeshing looked like a middle-aged man, in Alliance's words, "Brother Nailan, you have some good looks. In the vast world, you'll be in high demand." When Bai Lian Shuang was young, she was very beautiful. Although she was born as a maid of the Yao family in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, where many sword cultivators and martial artists were rare, she didn't have to worry about marriage. But Bai Lian Shuang's vision was very high and her martial arts aptitude was very good. She didn't take a fancy to any sword immortal man. Year after year, the young lady became an old lady, and the old lady became an old lady. Alliance said with a smile, "Miss Bai, you probably don't know. Nailan Yeshing and Jiang Yun's grandfather, the one called Jiang Ji and nicknamed Shirzi, are about the same age as you. There are also several drunkards who are still single. When they saw you in the early years, they were all scared to death and didn't dare to talk. But when they met in private, they all scolded each other for being shameless. Jiang Ji especially liked to scold Nailan Yeshing for being old and shameless. How old is a senior? Nailan Yeshing's ability to scold is really terrible, but fortunately, he's good at fighting. I once saw him sneak into the Jiang mansion in the middle of the night when Jiang Ji was asleep. He first knocked Jiang Ji out with a stick and then hit his face a few times. He wouldn't leave until the stick was broken. Every time Jiang Ji woke up, he didn't know why his face was swollen and bruised. Later on, he even bought several exorcism talismans with me." The old woman laughed, but from the corner of her eyes, she saw an empty seat near the door. Ning Yao was a little worried and looked at Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan shook his head gently, indicating that she shouldn't worry. There were some words that Chun Pingan was just a junior after all. Bai Mama was an elder in the family, so it was not appropriate for him to say. It was more appropriate for Alliance to say it. Alliance and Bai Lian Shuang talked about some old stories. Bai Mama didn't talk much and just listened. She really didn't know many people and things related to her because she didn't pay attention to them before. Perhaps it was because she was destined to be in this mountain. Chun Pingan found that Ning Yao was also listening very seriously, so he was a little helpless. Alliance suddenly asked, "Chun Pingan, in your hometown, there are few girls of your age who you miss or like?" Chun Pingan said without hesitation, "No, I'm too young. I don't understand these things. Besides, I went to the dragon kiln to be an apprentice. According to the old rules in my hometown, girls are not allowed to go near the kiln." A Liang said, "That's not right." "I heard from Li Huai that there's a family next door in Mud Bottle Alley. There's a little girl there, and she's very pretty. This is the so-called childhood sweetheart in the book. How bad could their relationship be?" Li Huai said that you get up early every day to help fetch water. He also said that there's a hole in the wall of your house. You only need to open a window. Every day your ass. Chun Pingan cursed in his heart, but he said, "Lu Xianyang likes her, but I don't." Also, when Li Huai saw you, Alliance, he never went to the Mud Bottle Alley. When he fetched water from Li Huai's house, he never went to the Iron Lock Well. It's too far away. There are two walls in my house. One side is next to Song Jisen's house, and the other side is next to Song Jisen's house. Whoever believes Li Huai's nonsense is an idiot. Ning Yao said, "I've seen her. She's pretty. It's just that she's not tall. If she doesn't stand on her tiptoes while looking at Chinpingan's courtyard, I can only see half her head." Alliance rubbed his chin. Obviously, he wanted to talk more. Chun Pingan raised his wine bowl and drank it. "After drinking, I'll eat." During this meal, Alliance bragged about his past deeds in the Jianghu. He talked about the interesting mountain gods and water immortals he met. He said that he once met a ghostly scholar who was fat from eating. He really knew how to eat books and could really improve his cultivation. He was also lucky enough to attend a banquet in the mountains called the 100-Flower God Banquet. There, he met a little girl who was hiding and crying. It turned out that she was a little banana spirit. She was complaining about the scholars in the world, saying that there were very few banana spirit poems in the world. Because of this, her realm was not high, and she was not liked by her sisters. Alliance was filled with righteous indignation. He cursed the scholars with the little girl. Then, Alliance was full of ideas. He wrote a few poems on the spot and wrote them on a leaf. He planned to give them to the little girl. In the end, the little girl did not accept a single leaf or poem. She ran away and cried even harder for some reason. Alliance also said that he once saw the mirror's flower, moon in the water with a few skeletons in the mountain tombs. He said that he recognized the fairy in the painting, but no one believed him. He once saw a mountain woman who was as cold as ice on a small bridge in the market. When she saw that there was no one around, the corners of her dress fluttered in the wind. She was very cute. He also once met a group of gossipy female ghosts on a mountain path that was overgrown with weeds. It scared him to death. He also once met a lonely little girl in a dilapidated tomb. She was muddle-headed. When she saw him, she shouted that he was a ghost and ran around randomly. She sank into the ground and jumped out again. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not leave the surroundings of the tomb. Alliance could only explain to the little girl that he was a good ghost and did not harm people. In the end, the little girl gradually regained her consciousness. She felt sad for Alliance and asked him how long it had been since he last saw the sun. Later on, before Alliance left, he built a small nest for the little girl. It was not a big place, but it could hide the wind and gather water and see the sun. At this point, the man who had been in high spirits finally stopped smiling. He drank a big mouthful of wine. Later on, when I passed by again, I went to look for the little girl. I wanted to know if she had grown up. I could not see her. When I asked, I found out that there was an immortal master passing by. He did not ask for the reason, and just casually killed demons and devils. I remember when the little girl said goodbye to me happily, she said to me, "Ha ha, we are ghosts. In the future, I don't have to be afraid of ghosts anymore." I will inform Old Deaf and help you keep an eye on things. There won't be any accidents. Your original supernatural power of the sparrow in the cage and the bottleneck of the seventh realm can be used to hone them. Ooh, Chun Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. Alliance said, "I can't delay it any longer. There is no need to delay it any longer. Half a year is enough for you to arrange a retreat." Chun Pingon nodded. Alliance said with a smile, "I will be there for the next half a year." Alliance suddenly said, "You are a kind person. Your swordsmanship is high and your character is good. You have a kind face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a strong back. You have a dignified appearance." Chun Pingon was confused. He didn't know why Alliance's flattery was so stiff. Then Chun Pingon realized that he was on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Near the thatched hut, there were either old sword immortals or great sword immortals. The tomboy Yuan, Zhouhua, had once given the top 10 sword immortals in the hearts of these children. They were Dong Sangang, Alliance, the hidden official, Qinshi, Qi Tingji, left, and right Nailan Xiaowei, Old Deaf, and Lu Ji. At this moment, Chun Pingon's senior brother left, and Right were already in Tongya continent. They were replaced by Alliance, who had returned to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. As for the hidden official, he was still there. However, he had changed from Xiao Chua to Chin Pingon. For some reason, there were 10 people gathered on the city wall today. Old Sword Immortal Chun Pingon took the initiative to smile at the young hidden official. Chun Pingon cupped his fists in return. Chun Qingdo placed his hands behind his back and asked with a smile, "Lord Hidden Official, you are the only one here who isn't a sword immortal." Chun Pingon nodded helplessly. Nayland Xiaowei glanced at him and chuckled. Chun Pingon turned a blind eye to it. Alliance and Old Deaf put their arms around each other's shoulders and started muttering. Old Deaf lowered his head and stroked his beard with his fingers. He shot a few glances at the young hidden official before nodding vigorously. Chun Qingdo said, "Since we are done talking, let's disperse." Most of the sword immortals returned on their swords. Even Alliance didn't say anything as he strolled away with Old Deaf. Chun Pingon was stunned on the spot. "What?" Chun Qingdo waved his hand and said, "I pulled you over just to make up the numbers." Chun Pingon probed, "Sword Immortal Boss, is there really nothing else for me to do?" Chun Qingdo shook his head with pity in his eyes. Chun Pingon had to take out the talisman boat and return to the city in confusion. Previously, on the north side of the city, he saw the Sword Immortal of Wind Snow Temple practicing swordsmanship. He greeted him and said that Great Sword Immortal Wei Jin was basking in the sun. Wei Jin smiled and looked at the talisman boat with the same pity in his eyes as Sword Immortal Boss. He was a little silly. When he returned to Ning Mansion, he only saw Nanny Bai in the pavilion. He didn't see Ning Yao. The old woman only smiled and said that she didn't know where Miss went. Chun Pingon had nothing to do for a while and didn't know what to do. So he went to the summer palace on his sword to find something to do. Ning Yao was sitting in her room and writing the word Chun seriously. After she finished writing, she lay on the table in a daze. On the table, there were a few books next to the landscape travel book Chun Pingon gave her. Each page was filled with Chun Pingon's name and only his name. Today, he wrote Chun, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. He only wrote one word a day, and Chun Pingon every 3 days. She was different from Chun Pingon. After Chun Pingon met her, he went through thousands of mountains and rivers and had stories of all sizes. After she and Chun Pingon reunited on the inverted mountain, her story seemed to be only about Chun Pingon. "670. On top of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, a paper kite flew high. The paper kite flew past. For the first time, Zhao Gejin and Chun Quan did not sit opposite each other. The two friends who had been through life and death together sat side by side on the north side of the wall, overlooking a small alley in the city. Zhao Gejin turned his head and glanced at the kite in the sky. Only that bastard Alliance would mess around on top of the wall. In the past, that man would have a bunch of children around him. In the previous group of children, there would be Chen Sanqiu, Dong Bubu, Dong Huatu, and Stack Shang. In the next two groups, there would be Chou Miao, Gao Yi, and Luo Zhini. Zhao Gejin retracted his gaze and continued to complain about Chun Quan's lack of talent. She was too slow in refining the mountain. It was a waste of his defense formation to move the mountain. Chun Quan held a seal with the word careless on it. She clenched her fists as if she needed to carefully protect the word careless. Chun Quan did not argue with her old friend. Instead, she asked, "Do the sword immortals in the world not have so much love?" Zhao Gejin laughed, "Not necessarily. Look at Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple. Isn't he a heartbroken lover? According to the rumors, he seems to be related to Chun Pingon. However, such sloppy sword immortals are rare. Most of them are like Pu He and Xie Ji. They don't care much about love." Chun Quan was silent for a moment. She said telepathically, "If we accumulate battle merits, one of us can probably leave. I'm more familiar with the second shopkeeper, and we get along well. Should I greet him?" Zhao Gejin sneered. "What kind of magic potion did that kid feed you? Do you have to be so sincere?" Chun Quan, "Other than scolding people, when did you learn to beg people?" The Great Wall of Sword, Aura, had many disappointing sword immortals. For example, Mi Hu, whose talent was better than Yu Qing's, was full of regret even though she was now a great sword immortal. Mi Hu was supposed to be the sword immortal with the highest chance of entering the top 10. There was also Mi Hu's younger brother, Mi Yu, who was in the Jade Plane realm, who could not break through the bottleneck no matter what. Then there was Cheng Quan, who was beside Zhao Zhouge, who had fallen to the nascent soul realm. There was also Yin Shin, who was unable to ascend to the upper 5 realms, and Yan Ming, who had broken his arms and became a businessman who reeked of money. There were many sword cultivators like him in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Among the young people, there was also Pang Yuanji. Cheng Quan said, "I'm not joking with you." Zhao Yi smiled and said, "Do you think it's easier for a pure jade stage sword immortal to leave, or for a good-for-nothing nascent soul stage cultivator to leave with his tail between his legs?" The battle merits accumulated by sword cultivators were mostly used to nurture their swords. In order to replenish such a bottomless pit, the hidden official's merit book would constantly increase and decrease. Usually, there would be very little left. Sword immortals were no exception. Sword immortals had great battle merits, and their flying swords were of high quality. However, their consumption was also great. For example, great sword immortal Yu Qing had almost no battle merits left. For the sake of his younger brother Mi Yu squandered all of his battle merits, which delayed his own cultivation. As for people like Lu Ji, whose battle merits only increased and did not decrease, they were ultimately very few. Cheng Quan said, "You should strive to go to the vast world, take in a few disciples, find a congenial Taoist companion on the mountain, and establish a sect there. If you are generous, you can hang a portrait of me in the ancestral hall." Unknowingly, a man squatted behind them. The wind on the city wall was strong, and the kite fluttered above their heads. Alliance laughed and said, "Why hang a portrait of Cheng Quan? It's easy for people to misunderstand when 2 big men are next to each other. If you want to hang a portrait of Kaiyun. She's such a beautiful girl. Brother Zhao can tell your disciples and grand-disciples every day that this is Master's wife, ancestral grandma." In the early years of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was a bastard called Cheng Quan. He was terrible at swordsmanship and looked ugly. Cheng Quan scolded loudly, **T. Last time when Zhao Lei went out of the city to help me move the mountain, he let it slip. He even admitted that the person Kaiyun likes is. At this point, Cheng Quan stopped talking and could not continue. Alliance said, "Let's leave as long as we can." After saying this, Alliance stood up and continued flying the kite. When they passed by a place, it was empty. Alliance stopped for a long time and released the kite. In an instant, it drifted away into the sea of clouds. Alliance strolled along the way. Most of the sword immortals guarding the city wall were acquaintances anyway. Alliance could chat with them for a while. In one area, there were quite a lot of people. They were all sword cultivators from other provinces. 3 sword immortals were giving pointers to 3 junior sword cultivators. They were all sitting cross-legged and chatting happily. Alliance rubbed his hands and jogged over. One of the female sword immortals stood up and was about to leave. Alliance could not stand such things. When she saw Brother Alliance, there was no need for her to blush. She hurriedly wanted to take a stroll with the sword immortal elder sister. The city wall was extremely high, and many clouds gathered beneath their feet. The sunset glow formed a beautiful sky. It was a beautiful scenery that was suitable for a scholar, and a beauty to have a heart-to-heart talk. Even if they were not an immortal couple, they were better than one. Seeing that there was no way for her to escape, the woman chose the lesser of 2 evils. She returned to her original spot. After all, she was unwilling to be alone with this man. Among the 3 sword immortals, Fuyao, continent Xieji, was born as a wild cultivator. He had always been alone his entire life, and was unwilling to even take in a disciple. However, He had just changed his mind. He planned to take in 1 or 2 direct disciples from the Great Wall of Sword Chi to pass on his legacy. However, he did not choose children with amazing talent. Instead, he chose those who were to his liking, had great perseverance, and were known for their temperament and tenacity. This was because Sword Immortal Xie, she was not a good Sword Immortal in the first place. The female Sword Immortal Song Pin from the Golden Armor Continent had a sword, Fuyao. Her makeup was beautiful, and the hairpins she wore in front of her face were the work of a top immortal. They were exquisite. Female Qi refinement, warriors rarely liked gold and silver hairpins like the women in the market. However, Song Pin did the opposite. She used a pool of gold as a distraction to attract people's attention. Not only did it not give people a vulgar feeling, it had a unique charm. Sword Immortal Pu He of the Liuxia continent was a tall and skinny old man with a withered face. He was famous for his eccentric temperament in the Liuxia continent. Although he was a proper immortal master of records, he was much more carefree than Sword Immortal Xie, who cultivated in the wilderness. Pu He had been defeated in the Great Wall of Sword Chi and stayed here. He lived in the Sword Immortal's residence outside the city, Emerald Jade Pavilion. When Pu He saw Alliance, his expression was extremely ugly. The reason was simple. When Pu He had just traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it was this son of a bitch who had urged him to challenge me, he said that me whose realm was not high, but he was famous. If he defeated me and returned to the righteous world, he would have a hard back. Most importantly, if he defeated me it was equivalent to buying 1 and getting 1 free. He could defeat the even more famous Miyu. If he did not take advantage of this, he would be struck by lightning. However, when Pu He challenged me, he knew that me whose combat strength was equivalent to that of an immortal. The 3 young sword cultivators happened to come from the hometowns of the 3 sword immortals. They were Deerhorn Palace's Song Gaoyuan, Efflorescence Continent's Dragon Gate's Chao Gun, and Golden Armor Continent's Golden Core Xian Can. The 3 of them had met Alliance at the summer abode, especially Song Gaoyuan, who had completed the mission given to him by his ancestral master Rongguan. He had sent a message to Alliance that Song Gaoyuan had nothing to ask of him on this trip. As for Song Pin and the other 2 sword immortals, they had followed the young reclusive official to visit the Hanging Mountain's Spring Banner House. Therefore, they had a special relationship with the 3 young sword cultivators of the reclusive official's lineage. Otherwise, Xie and the other 2 would not have agreed to meet today, and asked the 3 young people to give them pointers. It was not worthwhile. So, what if they were from the same continent? They were senior sword immortals who stood at the peak of a continent. Why would they need this so-called friendship? To put it bluntly, if they knew how to conduct themselves, the 3 of them would not have come to the Great Wall of Sword Chi and put themselves in danger. They would have long established their own sects in their hometowns, becoming a cultivator of the upper 5 realms and working hard to become the master of a sect were 2 different matters. It was publicly acknowledged that the latter was more difficult. Alliance sat beside Song Pin and said with a sigh, "Miss Song, how can you bear not to meet such a literary marriage after parting? Fuyao Continent once had a great poet who met a female sword immortal from the Golden Armor Continent during his travels. He fell in love at first sight and wrote many touching poems. Unfortunately, he was unable to move his sweetheart. Sword Immortal Xie was not too familiar with Alliance, so he was still in the mood to joke. Senior Alliance, that famous line, 'I once saw you and dreamed of you. Your eyes were bright and clear like candles,' and the poem, 'half fated to cultivate the Tao, half fated to be a ruler,' is indeed a perfect match." Song Pin was slightly angered. "Xie, be careful with your words." Xie immediately shut his mouth. Women who could enter the upper 5 realms, especially sword immortals, were not easy to deal with. Their spirits were often more heroic than men. Song Pin, Xie Songhua from the White Jade Continent, and Zhang Kai from the Northern Reed Continent fought on the battlefield. Each one of them was fiercer than the other. Nalan Saihuan, a native nascent soul sword cultivator, could be considered ruthless when fighting with her sword. However, her sword heart was not pure enough. Compared to the three sword immortals, she was still inferior. Xie Ji could not help but think of the female sword immortal, Zhou Cheng. He did not like her, but he could not forget her. That woman was like a deer that disappeared in the forest. It was not common to see her in the world. Song Gaoyuan and the other two were very curious. It would be a waste if they did not listen to the grievances of the seniors on the mountain, especially Song Gaoyuan. His ears perked up. Song Pin had once appeared at the opening ceremony of the Deer Horn Palace. She was very graceful and had a very good relationship with ancestral Master Rongguan. It was probably because of this that Song Pin's impression of Senior Alliance was so bad. Unexpectedly, Alliance changed the topic and asked about the recent situation at the foot of the mountain in the Fuyao continent. He then entrusted Xie Ji and the other two sword immortals with a matter. If they returned together in the future, they would have to take a detour and pass on a message to the scholarly sage of the Deer Cry Academy in the Fuyao continent. Before leaving, Alliance passed on the 18 stops of sword chi to the three youngsters. He made an agreement with them that they could pass on this method of sword chi to others in the future, but they had to choose carefully. The three of them stood up and bowed to thank the senior. After Alliance got up, he only said goodbye to Song Pin. The female sword immortal with a high realm and thin skin did not react at all. Alliance considerately flashed and went directly to the other side of the great wall of sword chi to see the scholarly sage sitting on the city wall. The scholarly sage raised his head and looked at the sky. He could vaguely see the three moons in the sky. He slowly said, "Come from what you hear, leave from what you see." Alliance said, "Don't meet Tathagata with your body." The words of the scholarly sage, who was once a Buddha, came from the poetry of the vast world. However, Alliance's answer was in the language of Buddhism. The scholarly sage, who was now a quasi-sage, smiled and said, "In a trance, it's like traveling an old path, like meeting an old friend." Alliance was silent and lay back. Previously, at the wine table in the Ning mansion, Alliance only said half of the last story. However, Chun Pingon definitely understood the second half of the story. Because young people were also scholars, they also walked the same path. They had seen a lot of Jianghu. An immortal master of records traveled mountains and rivers killing demons and killing innocents. Who could Alliance take revenge on? How could he take revenge? If he took out his sword, he should hand out a heavy sword to be reasonable. If he was unreasonable and let his emotions affect his decisions, how could he be sure that the person was from the same sect? If there wasn't a little girl who widened her eyes and asked why, if he was reasonable everywhere, his heart would be depressed. Drinking was useless. How could he calm it down? The reason why Alliance didn't continue at that time was that he was afraid that Chimpingon would get to the bottom of it and ask about the ending. Therefore, every heart-wrenching story had a heart-warming beginning. In the city in the north, Yan Ming rarely returned to his mansion. He sat in the study with his eyes closed. The little demon, who was proficient in accounting, opened page after page of the account book and complained to the man. She said that the family couldn't make ends meet. How could they do business like this? She said that she must complain to the young hidden official. Otherwise, the entire Yen family would become poor. The mischievous little guy sat down on the account book, raised his head, and asked, "That thing in front of us, can we really not get it back?" That thing in front of us is not an ordinary thing. We can't be so unclear. The hidden official should at least give us an explanation. Yan Ming opened his eyes and smiled. It's difficult. Previously in the meeting hall of the Spring Banner House, Chun Pingon took the initiative to talk about this matter. They were trapped in the siege of the 5 sword cultivators and were miserably schemed by the king-level great demon. They had caused some damage to the thing in front of them. They had to repair it before returning it. Otherwise, it would be too immoral. Yen Ming naturally couldn't be bothered to argue. Yenzhua knocked on the door and entered. He didn't know what to say after entering the house. He was still afraid of this father. In fact, Yan Ming was not good at talking to his son. When the Yan family head didn't speak, he was indeed very dignified. The little demon coughed and winked. Yan Ming then said, "Don't listen to Alliance's nonsense. Actually, you've always been like me since you were young. As long as you're a little thinner, you're not bad." Yenzhua just sat on the chair, and the chair immediately creaked. The little demon held his stomach and laughed in the account book. Yan Ming's face was tense at first, but he couldn't help but laugh too. Yenzhua scratched his head, not knowing what to do. He wasn't used to this kind of father. In a small alley beside a crooked stone tablet, 2 busy children were squatting. They were Feng Kangel and Taoban, who were the waiters of the wine shop. The second shopkeeper taught them the method of steel rubbing and gave them all the items needed for steel rubbing. The 2 children were to run errands and earn money. After that, they would pay according to the number of words. As long as they were diligent and nimble, they could earn a lot of copper coins. After eating Yangchun noodles, they could casually add that poached egg. Feng Kangel said that he wanted to learn from Chen Pingan and become a bag dealer. He wanted to travel everywhere and pick up junk to exchange for money. When that time came, his money jar wouldn't be enough. He would have to change to a bigger one. Taoban said that he wanted to open a wine shop with good business in the future. He wouldn't be a waiter but a shopkeeper. He didn't work every day and only collected money. As the 2 children busied themselves, they whispered to each other about their dreams that were as far away as the sky. In the big words on the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi facing the battlefield, the old sword cultivator Yin Chen sat on a badly worn praying mat. He had no relatives or friends in this life and had no attachments. The old sword cultivator didn't know what he was living for. Sword immortal son Jiuan took off his shoes and sat in the corridor of his house. He leaned against a smoking basket and held a wine cup in his hand. He drank by himself, and his sleeves were dragging on the ground. A graceful talisman beauty was floating in the courtyard. Sword immortal Guijia looked at his daughter eating with her head lowered. His wife was nagging at her to eat slowly. No one was fighting for food. She was like a reincarnated hungry ghost. She didn't look like a young lady. How could she marry in the future? Could it be that she would only be happy if she became an old lady like Dong Buji? Guizhuji looked up and grinned. He quickly shut his mouth, and his cheeks were puffed up. Li Kai, who had bought the Lingyun restaurant, went out to relax. She walked to the door of the armory that was already empty. The sword cultivators of the Tai Hui sword sect had left this mansion after the death of their sect leader, Han Huizi, and returned to the vast world. Li Kai stood in the same place. One time, when she was a guest at the armory, her senior, Han Huizi, had once joked to her that there were many female sword cultivators in Fuping Sword Lake. However, there were too many male sword cultivators in Tai Hui sword sect. In the future, both sides could marry each other. At that time, the sword cultivators of the Tai Hui sword sect's ancestral hall were all worthy young talents. They all looked at her, the sect leader of Fuping Sword Lake. Li Kai agreed and said that she would matchmake the young men and women of the 2 sects and give them more opportunities to travel together. When the time came, as long as both sides were willing, Li Kai was willing to be the matchmaker. The tall and thin Lu Ji was actually quite ordinary. However, because of Alliance, she was inexplicably known as the best in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In Lu Ji's private mansion, Madame Xianyan was brewing tea. This upper 5 realm spirit, who had just handed over a plum blossom garden to the summer palace was treated as an equal by Lu Ji. However, Madame Xianyan's words and actions in private had always been that of a servant. At this moment, she knelt on a bamboo mat and handed a cup of tea to Mr. Lu with both hands. Madame Xianyan asked softly, "Previously, the sword deity boss had gathered many sword deities, including Mr. Lu." Lu Ji shook her head. Madame Xianyan was tactful and did not ask any more questions. Madame Xianyan could not help but say telepathically, "Mr. Lu, the more sword cultivators die in battle, the more sword fate will be left behind in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Once the city is breached and the master changes, who will benefit the most? Of course, it will be the sword cultivators of the wild world. Does that young secluded official not know? Or is he pretending not to know? If he doesn't know, then so be it. Doing his best to be a thankless new secluded official is indeed admirable. If he knows, isn't he an accomplice fishing for fame? How is such a person different from the Great Wall of Sword Qi? How can he be worthy of Mr. Lu's favor?" Lu Ji asked in return, "You seem to have some prejudice against Chen Pingon." Madame Xianyan shook her head. "I just can't believe that a young man would go to this extent just because the woman he loves is at the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Lu Ji hesitated for a moment and said, "I can only tell you that this is the sword deity boss's idea. Chun Pingon is just doing what he says." Madame Xianyan's eyes suddenly brightened. She said, "Mr. Lu, is it possible that one day in the future we will have our own sect in the Great Wall of Sword Qi? That we will only accept female cultivators?" Lu Ji smiled and said, "A grown woman can't be kept at home. Even if there are only female disciples on the mountain, do they want to go down the mountain to gain experience? Once they go down the mountain, how can they not fall in love with men? You will still be troubled when the time comes." Madame Xianyan sighed and fanned herself with her hand. "If you want to blame someone, blame men like Alliance and Chen Pingon. They are the ones who attract the most love debts." Lu Ji was puzzled. Alliance is fine, but how did Chen Pingon attract the love debts? Are there any women in the Great Wall of Sword Qi who like him? Madame Xianyan put her hand to her forehead. "My Mr. Lu, there are so many. Just talking about the summer palace, I realized that the woman called Luo Zhini didn't even know her own feelings. She even felt that she was looking at people coldly. She always felt that man's every word was unpleasant to the ears. That's how much she hates men." Lu Ji thought for a moment. She seemed to have some impression of that woman. She seemed to be a pretty young woman. Lu Ji said, "Why doesn't she like the sorrowful seedling? It seems like both of them have been together day and night. Logically speaking, she should like the sorrowful seedling." Madame Xianyan was suddenly in high spirits. She felt that there were a lot of things she could talk about with Mr. Lu. "Mr. Lu, allow me to tell you everything. There's a lot to learn about this." Lu Ji was a little regretful and was about to stop this boring topic when Madame Xianyan said bitterly, "Mr. Lu, just treat it as a way to relieve boredom." Lu Ji drank tea as if it was wine. She drank it in one gulp and passed the teacup over. Madame Xianyan helped to pour a cup of tea and laughed softly. "There are many men in the world who always think that they are romantic and mislead women. They don't know that women are not blind. In fact, those who are truly infatuated are the ones who can quietly open women's hearts. Besides, it's good that you can ask for more. As for people like me, you who like to pretend to be cultured and who like to take the initiative to attract women, he really doesn't fit the bill. He still has the nerve to call himself a drunken immortal among hundreds of flowers. The most immortal? Lu Ji suddenly said, "It seems that Miyu and Chen Pingon have a good relationship." Madame Xianyan cursed. "Neither of them are good people." The children who were practicing martial arts in the cold palace were also allowed to return to their own homes. Jiang Yun from Tai Siang Street returned home and began to boast to his grandfather about how great this martial artist was and how sword cultivators could not compare to him. When it was just the two of them, Jiang Yun was still practicing the 6-step dance as he walked. At the same time, he also demonstrated a few martial arts moves taught by the young hidden officials and asked his grandfather how they were. Jiang Ji was originally just trying to brush off his favorite grandson by saying some random compliments. However, when the old sword cultivator saw his grandson use the so-called back elbow, he was really impressed. The old man hesitated for a moment and allowed his grandson to continue practicing. He seemed to casually ask the old woman who taught him how she was doing. Jiang Yun said that the old woman's martial arts were passable, but her temper was a little bad. She seemed to like to deliberately pick on him. When Jiang Ji heard this, he laughed instead of being angry. He was very pleased. In the old man's heart, Bai Lianshuang of the Ning Mansion seemed to have never changed. She was always the same cold-faced young girl. When they met by chance in the early years, she was tired of Jiang Ji looking at her. The young man wanted to steal a few more glances at her. The young girl, Sun Tian, returned to the grand mansion on Yuhu Street. The proud and arrogant younger sister, Sun Zhao, who had been a sword cultivator for a long time, took the initiative to chat with her sister. She asked if the young hidden official's martial arts were really as powerful as the legends said. She even asked Sun Tian if she knew how the young hidden official defeated 5 genius sword cultivators of the wilderness by himself. She even asked if that guy would really help them with their martial arts every now. And then, Sun Tian was caught off guard by Sun Zhao's questions. Sun Zhao was a little impatient and rolled her eyes at her sister. She was still so shy after practicing martial arts. In the end, the two sisters sat side by side on the railing. Sun Zhao flew around them on her natal flying sword. Sun Tian asked her sister one question after another like a student talking to her teacher. Sun Tian probed, "Can I tell you a story about an old fox marrying off her daughter, and a mountain god marrying a bride?" Sun Zhao's face was full of disdain, but she said, "I'll listen." In the end, she waited until her elders came to call Sun Zhao to practice her sword. Only then did the young girl jump down from the railing and run off to practice. The tomboy, Yuan Zhouhua, returned home and told her mother about her martial arts practice. She told her all the trivial things, but she didn't mention how hard it was to practice martial arts. In the end, Yuan Zhouhua was a little sad and said that she was very envious. Jiang Yun and Su Gong's martial arts practice went smoothly, and they were also envious of Sister Gua, who carried a bamboo box. The woman didn't know how to console them, so she hugged her daughter in her arms. She smiled gracefully and gently called her daughter's name. The three of them were good friends since young. They were now eating together at Su Gong's house in Twilight Alley. Su Gong didn't have any elders in his family, but Zhang Pan and Tang Chu from Copper Coin Alley weren't. Their relatives and elders were working at the pill shop. Su Gong and Zhang Jiazhen, who had secretly left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, were also friends. They often worked together to make a living. Zhang Jiazhen was a few years older than the three of them. Although the three of them were very close friends, their personalities were different. Su Gong had been steady since young. Zhang Pan came from the best family, but he was the most timid. Tang Chu had the most wicked ideas. Tang Chu giggled and asked, "When can we drink?" Zhang Pan quickly said, "People who have just started practicing martial arts can't drink. If Granny Bai finds out, we'll be beaten half to death. We might even be chased out." Tang Chu pursed her lips. Every time Mr. Chen sits by the railing and watches us practice, he drinks so freely. I heard that Mr. Chen's flagon is a blade-strengthening gourd. I'm so jealous. Su Gong said, That's Mr. Chen. We can't do it. We'll learn martial arts first, but why don't we drink? Su Gong paused, and the three of them laughed together. We don't have money. The old sword immortal, Dong San, stood outside a courtyard in his house. It used to be his grandson, Dong Guanpu's residence. Dong Guanpu was killed by Chen Qingdu. Dong Bude and Dong Huafu stood behind their ancestor. They didn't know why their ancestor called them here. Dong Sen asked, Sancho is a good kid. Why don't you like him? Dong Bude said, Actually, I like him. Dong Sen nodded. He didn't find it strange. Only Dong Huafu was confused. He didn't know why his sister suddenly changed her mind. Dong San said, Then just tell Sancho. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Dong Bude shook his head. I don't want to talk about it. I like him when I don't see him, but when I see him, I'm annoyed. Dong San turned around and stared. Look at you. You're such a sissy. Dong Bude rolled his eyes. Dong San laughed. I can't help it. When I saw you and Sancho, I always felt that you were a man and he was a girl. Then the old man stopped laughing. Since you've thought it through, don't hide it anymore. Dong Bude shook his head stubbornly. Dong San didn't force him. Children and grandchildren had their own blessings. After all, these children were not like the old people when they gathered and parted. Dong San looked at Dong Huafu and asked, Don't you have a girl you like? Dong Huafu shook his head and said crisply, I don't have time. Dong San laughed angrily. You have time just because you eat and drink every day? Dong Huafu nodded. Alliance said that he had seen countless strange people and strange things in his life, but he had never seen someone who didn't spend a single penny in the Jianghu. This has never happened before. I did it. I have to keep it up. Dong Sen asked, You're quite energetic, kid? Dong Huafu nodded. Dong Sen clicked his tongue. You're so stingy. If you can find a wife in the future, I'll take your surname. Dong Bude didn't want to listen to the old and young chatter. He asked, What are we doing here? Dong San said, It's easy to forget things when you're too young or too old. That's why I called you here. Dong Bude said, The reputation of the Dong clan is lost. I'm just a girl. I can't earn it back. Charcoal can make do. Dong San laughed. That's not the case. The Dong clan hasn't fallen to the point of needing 2 children to keep up appearances. I just want the 2 of you to remember, don't take things for granted in the future. Over at the Stacked Cliff wine shop, there was a drunkard who wasn't single. He was a new face. In the end, he was yelled at by a group of sword cultivators that he was in a hurry. This infuriated the drunkard to no end. He asked for a few more jugs of bamboo sea paradise wine and scolded those old bachelors for not even having a chance to be in a hurry in bed. The young man and young woman who worked as waiters were all very confused. They had heard a lot of drunken and vulgar words, but this was the first time they had heard of such a scholarly saying. The young man asked a familiar customer and understood. The young woman was also curious and secretly asked, but the young man blushed slightly and shook his head vigorously, saying that he didn't know. An old sword cultivator who had recited poems and written couplets in the past 2 years sighed with emotion to a new friend he had pulled over to drink. A certain son of AB *TCH once said that there are 2 kinds of people that you must be careful of. Don't provoke those who have never been drunk and who drink regularly. Don't bully those who are used to being bullied, but never beg for mercy. Don't you think that makes sense? That friend wasn't too tactful. He asked, which son of AB *TCH? Is it Alliance or the second shopkeeper? The old sword cultivator immediately waved his hand. What kind of nonsense is this? Stacked Cliff, give me another jug of wine. I want to drink a few bowls of forfeit wine with my friend. The sword cultivator, who had taken out another jug of wine for no reason, nodded and said, On the wine table, drinking and getting drunk are all quiet. On the battlefield, even when you're beaten, you still don't make a sound. You're talking about our second shopkeeper. Then the one who said this logic should be Alliance. These scholars kept going around in circles, making people unable to make heads or tails of what they were talking about. Come, come, come. While those two sons of AB asterisk TCH aren't here, let's drink and curse more. I won't pay for the wine, but I'll pay for the cursing. Even if Alliance and the second shopkeeper are in front of me, I'll still say the same thing. In terms of drinking capacity, those two added together won't be my match. The old sword cultivator was stunned. You two? That drunkard smiled knowingly and pretended to be profound. On the street outside the Ning residence, there was an old man with a complicated expression. It seemed like he didn't know whether to knock or not. In the end, the old man sighed and returned to the Yao residence. At the small thatched cottage on the city wall, Wei Jin had some distracting thoughts and no longer deliberately nurtured his sword. Eldest Sword Immortal stood to the side and smiled. I've always wondered, what's so good about drinking wine? Wei Jin hurriedly stood up. Drinking wine might not be that good. Maybe it's a habit. Chen Qingdu looked at the northern city and said, Do you know why Sword Qi Great Wall's wine shops have the best business? Wei Jin and Eldest Sword Immortal both looked at the city and nodded. There are too many sword cultivators and the place is too small. It seems like only drinking wine can solve the problem. In the vast world, such a small place is at most a place for one or two sword immortals to cultivate. Wei Jin asked, Eldest Sword Immortal, why do you want me to return to Aquarius Continent and not Fuyao Continent? Is it because my cultivation is not high enough? Actually, I can assist one of the sword immortals. Qin Qingdu said, Yes and no. Wei Jin was helpless. Eldest Sword Immortal was obviously not willing to say more, so he did not dare to ask. Chen Qingdu placed his hands behind his back and strolled alone. Previously, the 10 of them had gathered at the city wall in order. Qi Tingji was the first to arrive. Chen Qingdu had told him, Qi Tingji, you can preserve your cultivation and go to Fuyao Continent to establish your own sect. Before you leave, show some of your true skills. If you continue to be a fool, you don't need to go to Fuyao Continent. Qi Tingji asked why he was not going to North Continent. Chen Qingdu laughed. You still have the face to go to North Continent. Not to mention Han Huizi, Justly Kai, who is only at the unpolished Jade Realm. Can you, Qi Tingji, compare to her? Other than having an extra one in your pants, what can you compare to that woman? Qi Tingji was silent for a moment, then said, Among all the descendants of the Qi clan, among the sword cultivators, I will only take Qi Shou with me. He will follow Nalan Chao Wei to another place. You can't take him with you. Qi Tingji sighed deeply. He really did not dare to bargain with Qin Qingdu in Qin Qingdu's eyes. This Qi Tingji was the most like a cultivator at the peak of the vast world, choosing Qi Shou to inherit the incense. He still had his eyes on Qi Shou's talent, but other than bargaining, Qi Tingji really had some things to say that he would not feel good. For the first time in his life, Qi Tingji directly called Eldest Sword Immortal by his name. Qin Qingdu, you watch so many sword cultivators die here. Don't you feel guilty at all? Just because of the 2 words sword cultivator? Ooh, Qin Qingdu sneered. Without me, would you have all of you? Don't you understand? First come, first serve. You should really change your surname to Dong. Then Qin Qingdu could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Qi Tingji. He called for the second person and continued to speak telepathically. Chen, she went to the 5th world, but he needed to be disarmed, born with knowledge. As a disciple of the Qin clan, Chen Shi had to answer to this great wall of sword Qi. Chen Shi only had one question. What about Sanqiu? Chen Qing Du said to go to the vast world. Chen Shi then asked who Chen Sanqiu would go with. Chen Qing Du did not answer. Then it was Dong Sangeng. Chen Qing Du asked him if he really regretted it. Dong Sangeng only said that he did not regret anything in his life when he first picked up the sword when he was young. Chun Ching-du asked with a smile, I heard from Alliance that when you roamed the wilderness you had many lovers and had a bunch of illegitimate children. Dong sang and cursed. In the end, Chun Ching-du said, You don't even know how to curse. No wonder your achievements are limited. After that, Lu Ji, Old Deaf, and Nailan Chow Wei were called to the city by eldest sword immortal. Finally, it was Alliance and Chun Pingan. Chun Ching-du thought of something. After becoming the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, that kid was still too relaxed. It was ridiculous. The old man said to Chun Pingan, who was in the summer palace, Go to Old Deaf's place and do something that's part of your duty. Don't worry. It's a good thing, lest you have nothing to do in the future. If you're not careful, your Dao heart will collapse. Chun Pingan was about to ask what was going on when eldest sword immortal threw him to the entrance of the prison where Old Deaf was overseeing. Looking at Old Deaf's pitiful eyes, Chun Pingan knew that it was definitely not the so-called training of fist and sword as Alliance had said. It was definitely eldest sword immortal's impromptu idea. Chun Pingan felt that something was wrong. Old Deaf did not say a word. He opened the restriction and brought the young hidden official into the prison. Alliance ran over anxiously to denounce him. Are you crazy? In this way, he will be suppressed by the great Tao of the entire wilderness. Ooh, Chun Ching-du laughed. This is nothing I have endured for 10,000 years. (671) Sword Immortal eldest brother's cottage had almost no visitors throughout the year. However, the sages of the three sects would often be visited by sword cultivators. For example, Cho Miao would often discuss economic strategies with the scholarly sage. The gentlemen and sages of the scholarly right sage and secondary sage were all familiar with sword immortal Cho Miao. In his early years, Pang Yuanji would often discuss Buddhism with the Buddhist sages to understand the righteousness of the Zen cases. It wasn't just Cho Miao and Pang Yuanji. Ordinary sword cultivators were also willing to go to the two ends of the city to chat with the sages. In Al Yang's words, he wanted to get in touch with the immortal Buddha Chi and the great spirit of the sages. In other worlds, these great figures with great magical powers were not easy to meet. Only the Taoist sage at the highest point of the sky screen cultivated tranquility. Therefore, he had the least visitors. Usually, it was the sword immortals who had nothing to do. They would ride their swords and ask about the local customs of the world. Today, above the sea of clouds, the old Taoist placed a horsetail whisk across his knees to clear away the heat. However, only the white jade handle of the whisk was left. It was both an immortal weapon and a natal item. The sages of the other two sects were in a similar situation. They had created the Golden River 3 times and helped the Great Wall of Sword Chi divide the battlefield. If they didn't pay a price, they would think that the sovereigns of the wilderness were useless. The old Taoist opened his eyes and looked over. Alliance had arrived. The old Taoist could only force himself to be more alert. That fellow seemed to be in a bad mood. He probably didn't get anything out of sword, immortal eldest brother. Alliance lay on the sea of clouds and punched a small hole in the sea of clouds. It was just enough to see the outline of the city. Then he took out a handful of ordinary stones that he had picked up from somewhere and gently threw them down one by one. The strength of each throw was different. Sword immortal son Jiyuan, who was napping in the corridor, heard the sound of stones knocking on the roof. A female sword cultivator who was grooming herself in front of a mirror also heard the sound of a stone knocking against the curtain. A young sword cultivator from Yuhu Street, who was practicing his sword in the courtyard, jumped in fright when his sword tip was hit by a stone. At a table in a wine shop, an old sword cultivator was scolding someone. When a stone appeared in his wine bowl, he immediately changed from scolding to praising someone. His actions were as smooth as water, without any sluggishness. The old Taoist was not surprised by this. 100 years ago, there were many things that were even worse. Once upon a time, there was a pair of immortal couples who were in the middle of a romantic night. However, there was a slight movement on the roof, and the tiles rippled slightly. The next moment, there was another subtle movement elsewhere, as if someone had realized that their whereabouts had been exposed, and immediately fled far away. The man was furious. He put on clothes and barefoot, and with a sword in his hand, he leaped onto the wall of the courtyard. He discovered that there was a residual ripple in one of the houses, so he chased after it with his sword. However, he did not expect that over there was also a pair of Taoist couples who were about to be intimate with each other. As soon as the man went out, he saw that guy who had a brain cramp for no reason. Without saying anything, he first cursed the other party's 18 generations of ancestors, and the two sides fought fiercely. At that time, above the sea of clouds, there was a man who was like this, sticking out his butt and watching the show. Alliance clapped his hands. With a flip of his palm, he smoothed out the sea of clouds. The old Taoist asked a question that he had always been curious about. Alliance, whether it's a cultivator like me or a sword immortal here, I'm old and have little interest in worldly matters outside of cultivation. How do you do it? How can you be so bored all the time? The more one wanted to find a cultivator who could walk on the great Tao, the more one would be willing to concentrate on cultivation. Moreover, it was natural to cultivate immortal techniques without any distractions. Alliance leaned back and lay on the sea of clouds, crossing his legs. After painstakingly cultivating for immortality, what can we do? This was a question with an extremely high threshold. He could not talk about this with ordinary Qi refinement warriors, and even more so with the local sword immortals here. However, there was still something to talk about with the old Taoist. After all, this Taoist Gaozhen was the first disciple of the sect master of the Qing Mingtian world, and also the city lord of the Baek Okekyung building. The great heavenly lord of the inverted hanging mountain was of the same seniority as him, but his Tao cultivation was still inferior. The old Taoist smiled and said, "I don't have long to live." Alliance sat up and threw an item to the old Taoist. It was in the shape of a Taoist token. Chun Pingon entrusted Alliance to pass it to the old Taoist. It was shaped like a long wooden paperweight and was extremely light in the hand. It was engraved with the sun, moon, stars, and ancient talismans. There was a line of words engraved on it. The marshal has ordered to bestow a ruler to slay demons. Follow your heart and destroy mountains. Hurry in order. The old Taoist took the token and calculated with his fingers. He nodded and said, I understand. It should be." Alliance smiled and said, "Can you really calculate it?" The old Taoist nodded. "The general meaning is clear." Alliance then told the old Taoist the details through telepathy. The old Taoist remembered them one by one. "I'll inform the inverted hanging mountain later." Apart from divination and deduction, this old Taoist immortal was also proficient in the Mahist thinking skills and Buddhism's karmic enlightenment. The old Taoist looked troubled. "Alliance, I have a presumptuous request." Alliance smiled and said, "It's a small matter." The old Taoist stood up and bowed respectfully. His etiquette was not small. Alliance could only stand up and return the greeting with his fists. The old Taoist looked around and no longer deliberately restrained the Qi ripples above the sea of clouds. He sighed and said, "After all, a few people have a real deer but don't dream of being a fish all day long. When the day has passed, one's life will also decrease. What joy is there in not having enough fish in the water?" The Buddhist sage smiled and said, "The night is quiet and the water is cold. Fish don't eat, Why would one be happy for nothing? The ship is empty and the moon is bright. How can one not be happy? The scholarly sage nodded and said, shaking my clothes in the dust, I can still see the branches of the flowers full of spring, standing in the mud. Isn't it also the heart of the sky, and the moon full? Alliance pretended to understand and nodded gently. Then he racked his brains and forced out a sentence. What day is it today to meet such a good person? The eldest sword immortal sneered and said, Alliance, you should leave some face for the scholars. Alliance laughed. Why is the eldest sword immortal praising me again? Doesn't he know that I'm the thinnest person in the great wall of sword chi? The sword immortal Cho Miao suddenly took the initiative to take over the power. He said that during the time when the hidden official was not in the summer palace, he would be in charge of all the affairs of the hidden official. All the sword cultivators in the summer palace had no objections. The sword immortal Cho Miao was trustworthy. His realm, character, and methods were all outstanding. He was recognized as the second in command of the hidden official. Without Qin Pingon around, Cho Miao could only shoulder the burden. Gu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, Chao Gun, and Xianxian, these four fellows were appointed by Dong Buji as the hidden officials for lackeys. It was inevitable that they would be worried. After spending all these years together, they were used to the hidden official sitting in that position. No matter how dangerous the situation was on the battlefield, even if Qin Pingon did not say anything, they would feel more at ease. From the looks of it, the young hidden official would not return to the summer palace in the short term. As Chun Pingon's direct disciple, Guizhuzhou only asked the sword immortal Cho Miao if her master had secretly gone to kill Ascendant Realm great demons again. The sword immortal Cho Miao could not say clearly. He only knew that Qin Pingon had gone to Old Death's prison. The sword immortal Cho Miao even said that he would treat them to wine and would not return until they were drunk. Other than Lin Junbai, who had already returned home, and the hidden official who had left his post, all the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage had gone to the wine shop in Stacked Mountain. Dang Liang and the other sword cultivators knew that the sword immortal Cho Miao had brought forward the farewell wine. Once the war began, the hidden official's lineage, which had fewer and fewer sword cultivators, would only become more and more busy. It would be an extravagant hope for them to drink wine, to send the four of them off. What a coincidence! Ning Yao, Chen Sancho, Yenzhua, Dong Huafu, and Fan Dash were also drinking wine at the shop. Actually, other than Dong Bubu and Guizhuzhou, the hidden official's lineage had not interacted much with the sword cultivators of the small mountain. Seeing Dong Bubu, the young master of the Qin family, who had been talking loudly with the customers at the neighboring table, was no longer a playboy. He was so reserved that he looked like a young man who was secretly drinking for the first time. Dong Huafu wanted to say something, but stopped. Dong Bubu glanced at his younger brother, who wanted to speak up for justice. Dong Huafu could only obediently shut his mouth. He then looked at Chen Sancho, who was almost hiding his face in the wine bowl, and felt guilty for the first time. He would not let Chen Sancho pay for the wine today. He would let Fan Dash pay for it. Miyu, who was sleeping soundly amidst the clouds, Wu Qingpei, who was sitting on the city wall, Pang Yuanji, who was drunk at most, and Chen Sancho, who was pushing the wall after drinking. They were all famous handsome men in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. After the hidden official's lineage led by the sword immortal Cho Miao sat down, the atmosphere of the wine shop became a little strange. There was much less noise. Firstly, Cho Miao was quite famous. He was the youngest sword immortal in the Great Wall of Sword Chi's upper 5 realms. He had outstanding achievements in battle and had followed Alliance to travel to the wilderness. Secondly, Luo Zhini and Su Ning were sword cultivators who picked up money. They were famous for being unsociable in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Their status was similar to that of a border army scout in a secular dynasty. They were vaguely superior to ordinary sword cultivators. And now, the hidden official's lineage had more authority than any of the hidden official's sword cultivators in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They knew more about the inside story. No one liked to have their secrets written down on paper for others to read. Lastly, there was another key reason. It was Pang Yuanji's existence. The previous hidden official, who was also Pang Yuanji's master, Xiao Chua, chose to leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the most dishonorable way. She even took 2 sword immortals, Luo Shan and Zhu, and Xiao Chua left behind the lonely Pang Yuanji. It was as casual as how she left behind the hidden official's jade token. And when Pang Yuanji went out of the city to fight, he was always scared but not in danger. As a first-rate genius, he was not targeted by any great demon. This made people think more about it. There were a lot of sword cultivators in the hidden official's lineage. Therefore, Stack Zhang personally helped to put together 2 tables. 2 people shared a long bench. Luo Zheni glanced at Ning Yao intentionally. Ning Yao's thoughts moved slightly. She glanced at Luo Zheni. Guizhujiu asked for a serving of soju wine. Stack Zhang specially brought a small pot of rice wine for the little girl. Guizhujiu disliked drinking this kind of wine that was jokingly called young ladies' wine. It was not generous at all. If she wanted to drink, she would drink the soju wine that was just drink without talking. Stack Zhang smiled and said that this was her master's idea. She could only drink this when drinking here. Guizhujiu immediately changed her mind. After the wine shop's business expanded, other than the bamboo sea grotto heavens wine, they also sold soju wine. Later on, they even introduced a type of rice wine. The soju wine that was named Mute Lake wine by the second shopkeeper was not worried about sales. Both the rich and the poor liked it. The price was low, and the taste was heavy. It was worthy of being called shout-out wine. However, the soft rice wine could not be sold at a high price. Stack Zhang was even more worried that he could not sell it at all. The women of the Great Wall of Sword Chi would not lose to men as long as they drank. They always liked to drink hard liquor. If the wine shop was trying to attract female customers, it would definitely be disappointed. At that time, Chun Pingon did not mention the specific reason. He only said that the rice wine was a small business that was just icing on the cake. Even if they lost money, they would not lose much. He was familiar with the Osmanthus Island ferry in Old Dragon City, so he asked someone to help him bring back some rice wine from his hometown. It would not cost much. Reality proved that it was impossible for the second shopkeeper to lose money when doing business. Those who were not single would bring back a few pots of rice wine before they returned home drunk. They would tell their families that the wine came from the vast world's Aquarius continent and that it came from the young hidden official's hometown. They would also swear that the second shopkeeper patted his chest and promised that the wine would nourish the appearance of women who drank it. Sometimes a woman would laugh and ask, "Do you believe me?" The man would be resentful. The second shopkeeper's lies could not be taken off the table. This was a well-known fact in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, the women would still laugh and drink. As a result, the female sword cultivators who often came here to drink only drank rice wine later. Guizhujiu went to his mistress's table to toast. After a round, a pot of glutinous rice wine was gone. Ning Yao could not stop Guizhujiu. Guizhujiu staggered back to his table as if he was drunk. Ning Yao and the others drank enough and left together. Fan Dash paid the bill. Now that he had more money, he did not need to borrow money from Chun Sanxiu. Ning Yao asked Stack Zhang to order Guizhujiu. Guizhujiu drank too much and fell asleep on the table. She could not hold her liquor, but she could make up for it with her drinking skills. When the little girl drank too much, she would just sleep and not make a fuss. Cho Miao smiled and said, "There are some words that were not suitable to be said in the summer palace, but now we can say them." Chao Gun stood up shakily and raised his wine bowl first. He said, "Pang Yuanji, Qi Shou, and Gao Yi have both reached the nascent soul realm. If you are still inferior to them in the upper 5 realms, I will scold you." Pang Yuanji did not drink much. He stood up with a smile and clinked his wine bowl. "Scold me first. If you are wrong, I will scold you back when we meet again." Chao Gun looked at Pang Yuanji and shook his head. "Pang Yuanji, in my heart, you and the hidden official are both promising. I hope that many years later, when I raise my head, I will be able to see the highest point in the world. There is both the green-robed swordsman Qin Pingon and the white-robed sword Immortal Pang Yuanji." Pang Yuanji smiled helplessly. "I am inferior to the hidden official." Both sides downed their drinks in one go. Su Ning and Xian Can said, "Focus on the matter, not the person." Xian Can drank as well. "Well said." Song Gaoyuan drank a bowl of wine by himself. He crossed his leg and stepped on the bench. "Unfortunately, I can't guard the Great Wall of Sword Qi as the hidden official's sword cultivator. Otherwise, it would be very interesting. In retrospect, we foreigners, young bullshit geniuses, are really asking for a beating." Gu Jianlong said, "Allow me to say something fair. The one who is asking for a beating the most is Lin Junbai, who is the youngest and the fastest to break through." Wang Xinshui nodded. "Allow me to say something. Actually, Lin Junbai is the most obedient to the hidden official." Gu Jianlong said regretfully, "If Lin Junbai were to wear a woman's skin, he would be much more outstanding than the hidden official." Dong Bid smiled. "Wrong. Lin Junbai doesn't need to change his appearance. He just needs to wear a woman's clothes." Everyone agreed. Dong Bid said, "If Junbai were to be drunk, his face would be red, and he would be like a little bird next to the hidden official. TSK, TSK, TSK. It would be beautiful." Chong Taiching shuddered. He quickly poured himself a bowl of wine and picked up some salted vegetables. He shuddered again. Calm down, calm down." Cho Miao smiled. "Are you bullying the hidden official and Lin Junbai because they are not here?" Deng Liang suddenly said. "Did we forget someone?" The table was silent for a moment. Then they burst into laughter. Of course, it was the great sword Celestial, Miyu, who had returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and then rushed to the inverted mountain. Pang Yuanji was reserved when it came to drinking, but he drank a lot. The young man was in a daze. For some reason, he felt that the hidden official's lineage was lively and not bad. They drank for a long time. They returned to the summer palace together. Luo Zhini carried Guizhuzhou on his back and walked side by side with Dong Bud. Deng Liang slowed down and came to their side. Luo Zhini wanted to leave but was stopped by Dong Bud. Deng Liang did not argue and went straight to the point. "Miss Dong, I like you." Dong Bud's eyes were clear. "I don't like you." Deng Liang nodded. "I know." Deng Liang paused for a moment. His expression was carefree, and his eyes were sincere. He smiled. "I know Dong Bud likes Deng Liang, but Deng Liang is afraid that Dong Bud knows that Deng Liang likes Dong Bud." Dong Bud was a little helpless. Since Deng Liang was so impolite, she would not be polite either. After all, she had tolerated Deng Liang for a long time. The summer palace's meeting hall is the size of a palm. I'm not a fool. Of course, I can tell that you like me. Not only that, I know that you can't control your eyes. You don't dare to peek at Luo Zhini's face, so you keep staring at Luo Zhini's back. Deng Liang had nothing to lose. I'm not the only one looking at Luo Zhini. Didn't Wang Xinshui look? Didn't Chong Taiching look? Luo Zhini was a beautiful woman with an extremely cold expression. At this moment, Her face was as cold as ice. She suddenly smiled. It was difficult to pretend to be angry. These were all trivial matters. Dong Byud had spoken to her in private. What could two women not say? What could they not say? Dong Byud said that Cho Miao's figure was actually very good. He looked thin in clothes, but he was actually very muscular. Dong Byud asked Luo Zhini if she had touched him before. Even if she had not touched him before, she should have seen him before. Luo Zhini respected Cho Miao very much. She saw him as a brother and did not allow Dong Byud to make fun of him. Dong Byud also said that although Chao Gun was still a young man, his small face was actually quite handsome. He would definitely be an elegant young master in the future, especially his elegant language, which was naturally soft and pleasing to the ear. When spoken by Chao Gun, it was even clearer. He would often speak some local dialect. What he said and what he did not say, he would chew and chew. Great Qing dynasty. In the future, when he was with his immortal Tao companion under the moonlight, he would call her name intimately and lift her chin with his finger. It would definitely be very charming. At this point, Dong Byud was about to lift Luo Zhini's chin. He imitated Su Ning's voice and called her Zhini. Zhini. Luo Zhini was so embarrassed that she blushed, which made her even more charming. At first, Luo Zhini did not pay attention to Chao Gun's voice. After being reminded by Dong Byud, it seemed to be true. Every time she saw Dong Byud holding her chin with one hand and making small talk with Chao Gun, Luo Zhini found it funny. Dong Byud also showed her a booklet. It was full of words from the brothels and marriage books. The women were those fox immortals, beautiful ghosts, and flower goddesses, while the men were those destitute scholars. There were many sentences that were really unbearable to look at. What about small waists? It made the men look like herons standing on the beach. If they were hugged, even if they did not die, their souls would be destroyed. Luo Zhini only read one page and was too embarrassed to turn the page. She only felt that the booklet was too hot. She twisted the corner of the booklet and threw it back to Dong Byud. Luo Zhini suddenly felt a little envious of Deng Liang. At this moment, after being interrupted by Dong Byud, Deng Liang lost the heroic spirit that he had painstakingly accumulated. Moreover, as Deng Liang said, today's words were just to let Dong Byud know. Deng Liang clasped his fist and said, "Miss Dong, when you get married in the future, you must send me a marriage invitation. If the man is a sword cultivator, I want to challenge him to a sword." Dong Byud just smiled and did not say anything. Deng Liang turned and strode away to catch up with Gu Jianlong and the others. In the end, he was elbowed by Wang Xinshui and Chang Taiqing. Luo Zhini joked softly. "Deng Liang is actually not bad." Dong Byud smiled and squinted her eyes. "How do you know if Deng Liang is good or not?" Luo Zhini was helpless. She walked slowly, with Guizhuzhou on her back. The little girl carried the small bamboo box that was always by her side. Dong Byud knew why Luo Zhini rushed to carry Guizhuzhou first. Some words could be said as a joke. Nothing was taboo, but some words could not be said. Fan Dash went home alone. His footsteps were staggering. He drank and missed his sweetheart. Dong Huafu was strolling. Along the way, he saw things and food that he liked. He put them on Young Master Chen and Fatty Yan's tab. On the other side of Tai Xiang Street, Chen Sancho was squatting at the foot of the wall. He leaned his head against the wall and gently knocked it. He muttered, make way. Otherwise I will go crazy drunk." Stack Zhang went to the counter to rest. Young Qiu Long and young Louis were busy. The two children, Tao Ban and Feng Kangle, were also helping. The outside of the house was noisy. Stack Zhang looked up and saw the nameplates on the wall were silent, like rows of little mutes. "I can drink, kill demons, write poems. My talent is not inferior to the second shopkeeper. My appearance is inferior to Wu Qingpei. My life is complete. I just lack a wife. I have money in my pocket. I drink until the wine shop collapses. My swordsmanship is not bad. I can kill an ascendant realm demon together with Alliance. Nayland Saihuan, I will be back soon. Shepherd's flute and camel's bell are the sound of the wind. The good spring is given to idlers. The good girls are taken away. I have never been drunk in my life. I hate wine. I have never been to inverted hanging mountain. Chun-Li, sword Hui Ming, flying sword Hui Ming. 100-year-old sword immortal is at your fingertips. There is no good wine in the world. Son of AB, *Tsich, give me back my wine money. Lu Xi is indeed beautiful. Life is short. Practicing the sword is too difficult. After Old Deaf opened the restriction, Chen Pingon was like a host opening the door to welcome a guest. His vision suddenly opened up. The world was vast, and there was not much scenery. There was only a towering stone tablet with the words Partridge Sky written on it. Chun Pingon steadied his body and mind, quickly adjusting his breathing and blocking the copious amount of spiritual energy that was surging towards him. The prison that Old Deaf was in charge of was a broken grotto heaven. It was similar to the Golden Millet wine shop on Inverted Hanging Mountain. It was especially rich in spiritual energy and did not have any sword chi. There were no other sword immortals or even sword cultivators here. Ever since Old Deaf took over, there was only this ascendant realm demon watching over it. Old Deaf was not really deaf. How bad could an ascendant realm's hearing be? It was just that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi had always looked down on Old Deaf. Old Deaf was also a pushover who didn't fight back when they hit him. Furthermore, he rarely showed himself in public, so he didn't cause much trouble. In addition, Dong family was in charge of the sword workshop, Chi family was in charge of the clothing workshop, and Chun family was in charge of the pill workshop. They were the 4 forbidden grounds of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In the files of the Summer Palace, there were not many written records about the prison. They only roughly recorded the identities and origins of the monsters that had been locked up. Those that were dead were nothing more than a stroke of paper. Old Deaf smiled. It was normal for the young hidden official not to trust him, but how could he not trust his boss? However, he soon felt relieved. If he did not have such a personality, he would not have been able to become a hidden official and come here. Back then on the city wall, the hidden official who needed the sword immortal to protect the formation was not him, but Lu Ji. Now, the one he did not trust was himself. Could it be that, in the end, he did not even trust Qin Qing? No matter what the answer was, Old Deaf felt that it was interesting. Chun Pingon and Old Deaf moved forward at almost the same time. Chun Pingon realized that the stone tablet that looked like it was only 300 yards away would take the time it took to drink a cup of tea if they continued walking like this. Old Deaf did not want to be mistaken as a bully, so he respectfully greeted him as Lord Hidden Official. He then revealed the secret of heaven. The smaller your mind, the smaller your thoughts, and the smaller your steps, we will be able to walk faster. Chun Pingon did as he was told, and in a few blinks of an eye, they arrived in front of the stone tablet. Old Deaf was slightly surprised and couldn't help but compare Chin Pingon with the 2 hidden officials before him. That little girl with ponytails who had a bad temper, didn't believe in heresy, and insisted on rushing to the stone tablet in a spurt of energy. As a result, she was thousands of miles away from the stone tablet in an instant. That wasn't all. Xiao Chua continued to fly like that, enjoying herself. In the end, after 10 minutes, according to the speed of the commoners, Xiao Chua had already crossed continents. She had drunk quite a number of bottles of immortal wine and would run madly there every day, getting further and further away from the stone tablet. Old Death had seen boring sword cultivators, but he had never seen one as boring as her. As for the hidden official before her, he was either boring or uninteresting. However, the merit under the table was not small. That mirage was something he had spent money to find someone to build. It was a pity that his cultivation aptitude was too poor, and his lifespan was not long. Otherwise, the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi wouldn't have been Xiao Chua, much less the young man beside him. Old Death accompanied the young hidden official to look up at the stone tablet. Old Death said with a hoarse voice, "Partridge and heaven." These 3 words were written by 2 ancient sword immortals who had extremely high seniority. They were just slightly younger than Dragon Sovereign and Guan Zhao, but they didn't have much of a reputation in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Old Death smiled and said, "I believe that with Lord Hidden Official's eyesight, you should have seen through the trick long ago. Partridge and heaven were carved by a male sword immortal, and their ripples were extremely beautiful. Only the partridge was written by a woman, and her sword aura was swift and fierce, but it still couldn't hide the trace of delicateness. At that time, she was heavily injured and slightly tired, so the man tried to remedy the situation. The last word seemed to be full of energy and strict, saving the middle word, but in fact, it was already a little sad for the couple. Compared to the partridge word, the heaven word that should have had the most imposing aura was much more dignified and lacking in sword intent. What a pity! What a pity! Chin Pingon said honestly. I didn't see these. Strange. How did he become the last disciple of the line of the literary saint? Old Death asked. Lord Hidden Official shouldn't be unfamiliar with the River of Time, right? Chun Pingon nodded. I'm not unfamiliar with it. Old Death stretched out his hand to grab, and the 3 words partridge and heaven on the stone tablet seemed to be dismantled. Stroke by stroke, they left the stone tablet, and the sword lights gathered together like streams converging into a river. Old Death brought Chin Pingon and waded through the water. When the 2 of them reached the end of the water, they saw a completely different world. The scene in Chun Pingon's vision suddenly changed. Corpses were strewn all over the ground, and devastation filled his eyes. There were huge skeletons that were deathly white and stretched out like a mountain range. There were also golden skeletons of gods. It should be the ruins of an ancient battlefield where ancient gods and demons had fought fiercely. There was a huge pit with steps carved out of it. The demons with high realms were locked up high as they walked down the steps. Chun Pingon suddenly asked, if Boss wasn't a sword immortal, how many sword cultivators would Senior have killed in the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Old Death didn't hide it and smiled. All that entered my eyes would have died. He then added, it's not that I'm angry at those little brats for gossiping. It's not worth it. He turned his head and asked, Senior? Chun Pingon said, those who are older, have higher realms than me, and have no enmity with me are all considered seniors. Old Death nodded. Good habit. Old Death then said, according to Boss Sword Immortal's intention, Lord Hidden Official should take action on my behalf. Chun Pingon nodded. On the way here, he had already thought it through. The stairs that kept extending downwards curved, and Chun Pingon's vision was blurry. He could only see the stairs and nothing else. However, after encountering the cages of different sizes, his vision became clearer. He saw that the cages were fenced by sword lights that had condensed into substance. Most of the cages they passed by were empty. Old Death stopped and pointed at an empty prison. The one inside has already been beheaded by Boss Sword Immortal. The pill workshop should have made a huge profit. Chun Pingon said. The 2 cross-continent ferries of Jinjia continent paid a huge sum of immortal money to buy the head of the Ascendant Realm's corpse. In order to be able to return safely with the treasure, they even hired a sword immortal to escort them. Old Death grumbled, the pill workshop is really annoying. It seems like I'm the one who's stopping them from slaughtering the demons of the upper 5 realms. I'm in charge of thousands of demons, and I'm in charge of one or two demons. I can't get any benefits, so why are they blaming me? Is it so hard to understand such a simple principle? It takes a lot of thinking, a lot of thinking. Chun Pingon said, I don't blame you. Everyone is considerate and willing to respect seniors. Sword cultivators don't look at you because of your identity as a demon. Can you still live? Do you have the nerve to live? What's there to think about? You should be secretly happy. Old Deaf said with a smile, That's reasonable. That's really reasonable. It's a pity that I haven't heard such a straightforward reason before. That Alliance didn't hit the nail on the head. He only lied to me and said that the Ascendant Realm demons in the world are as happy as immortals. It's not difficult to establish a sect. Along the way, they finally saw the first demon cultivator. It was an immortal realm demon that had revealed its true body and was entrenched like a mountain. Miasma overflowed. Chun Pingon walked closer to the bars of the cage and looked over, but he still couldn't see it clearly. This prison imprisoned 6 demons of the upper 5 realms, 61 demons of the middle 5 realms, and 3 demons of the lower 5 realms. Those who died would be thrown to the pill workshop. Their bodies were full of treasures, and everything was put to good use. There were also those who left alive. They went to the Mirage to fight each other or sword cultivators. There were also the disciples that Old Deaf picked out when he had nothing to do, being imparted sword skills by Old Deaf. In any world, as long as it wasn't the cage of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it was a great Tao opportunity that one yearned for even in their dreams. An Ascendant Realm preacher didn't hide anything, and imparted sword skills. Wouldn't they want to learn it even if they died? The problem was that Old Deaf sword skills were too high here. It was too easy to learn the sword and break through realms. Once they entered the nascent soul realm, they would die. Many demons who purposely stopped at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm had forcefully tortured themselves to death. If their realms didn't rise, their lifespans would be shortened and they would die. Either their Tao hearts would shatter, or their golden cores would be blown apart by the constantly strengthening sword chi. As for the skin, Old Deaf had used his methods to keep it. Otherwise, the pill workshop would hold him accountable. As for Old Deaf's origins, there were records in Summer Refuge Palace. It was rather strange. He was an Ascendant Realm demon that pretended to be a sword cultivator and refined several flying swords left behind by sword immortals. It was the same method as Chun Pingon refining level 1 and level 15 as his natal items. Old Deaf's realm was high enough, and he had refined 3 flying swords for his own use, so he seemed more like a sword cultivator than a sword immortal. Old Deaf was once a great demon that ran amok in the world of desolation. When he came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he was content to be a bitter prison head. He might have thought of nurturing another natal flying sword in Realm 13. As for the immortal realm great demon in front of Chun Pingon, he was also extremely legendary. When he was first imprisoned, his cultivation was at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Who would have thought that in this place where he should have been struggling at death's door, he would break through to the immortal realm in 1,000 years? Old Deaf asked, Lord Hidden Official, shall we make our move now? The old man was slightly curious as to why the young Hidden Official hadn't brought along that immortal weapon sword immortal. If he wanted to use his fists to kill a great demon in the celestial realm, it was hard to say who would exhaust who to death. Of course, Old Deaf knew that Chun Pingon had a fist move that was extremely extraordinary. However, as a martial practitioner at the bottleneck of the Golden Body realm, his physique wasn't tough enough. If he wanted to kill the immortal realm great demon in front of him, Chun Pingon was destined to not be able to last until the last punch. When facing an immortal realm, the difference in their realms was too great. Even if Chao Ci came, she would be helpless. Once he asked someone else to do the job for him, he would be completely useless, and there wouldn't be much meaning to it. Besides, Old Death felt that unless Chin Pingon was a martial practitioner of Realm 9, he would have some hope and be able to endure the pain of having his soul shattered. Even if the martial realm of the young hidden official was about the same as Chao Ci and Yu Juanfu, which could be viewed as a realm higher, Chun Pingon was still a realm lower than a martial practitioner of realm far roaming. Chun Pingon began to move. There's no rush. As he walked, Chun Pingon took a few glances before continuing on his way. Old Death couldn't help but ask, "Lord Hidden Official?" Chun Pingon said, "Let's go through it once. At most, we'll just have to take another trip back. It won't affect our proper business." Old Death smiled and asked, "That's all there is to it. Is there a problem?" Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Just treat it as a distraction." Old Death said, "Young people are too calm and can hold it in. Although it's easy to do things accurately and be ruthless, it's easy to peck at their vital chi and hurt their fortune." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Senior is wise. What you said is even more mature and prudent. It's good to be careful everywhere." Old Death had been trapped in the Great Wall of Sword Chi for 3,000 years, and this was the first time he had been addressed as senior so many times. It was also extremely rare for him to chat with a sword cultivator and have so many words to say. Chun Pingon asked, "What did Boss Sword Immortal agree to with senior?" Old Death said, "When I go out of the city to fight, first, I will kill all the demons locked up here. Of course, it has changed now, and Lord Hidden Official will do it personally." Second, I can take away 3 Golden Core disciples from here. It's an exception. Old Death didn't talk about the years of cultivation in the wilderness. Just based on the Great Wall of Sword Chi alone, he had endured more than 3,000 years. After 3,000 years, he was still in the Ascendant Realm and didn't get absorbed a mortal suffix. Along the way, they finally saw a fresh face. It was a demon cultivator who was curled up on the ground. He could sense Old Death and Chun Pingon's presence, but he still pretended not to know. Although the few demons of the upper 5 realms behind him were suppressed, their cold gazes were still as solid as before. There were also great demons who seemed to have gone mad and crazily rammed into the sword light fence. They were unwilling to stop even when their flesh and blood were badly mangled. In the end, they held onto 2 sword lights tightly with both hands and cursed Old Death and the unfamiliar young man whose realm wasn't high. Chun Pingon stopped and asked a few questions in the language of the wilderness. The great demons only cursed and swore. After that, there were also the earth immortals of the demon race who kowtowed and begged for mercy. There was also the graceful fox Charm. She was 1,000 years old, but her face was still radiant and charming like a young girl. When she saw the young hidden official, she looked pitiful and sat sideways with her hand over her heart. She bit her lips tightly and looked like she wanted to cry. There were also demons who swore solemnly and were willing to swear an oath to be enslaved, just to be able to leave this place alive. Chun Pingon didn't say a word. Old Death smiled and said, "Although that fox Charm only has 7 tails, Lord Hidden Official won't lose face if you take her in as a maid. I believe Lord Hidden Official still has this bit of authority, and you don't have to worry about her loyalty." Chun Pingon didn't reply. Chun Pingon couldn't help but think of the cliff plank road in the snowy night when he was halfway back home from the Great Sway Kingdom. In these years of traveling, he had seen many fox charms. However, he had never had the chance to visit the fox kingdom of the Su family in Qingfeng City. Su Yuanxia once said that he had to go there. If a man didn't go to the fox kingdom, he wouldn't know what a hero's grave was. Among the 4 madams of How Ran World, there was the Madam of the Bamboo Sea Caves Green Immortal Mountain, who had a close relationship with Alliance. Then There was Madame Huanyan, who had disappeared from the central divine continent. She used a plum blossom garden to exchange with Chen Pingan for a secret letter that would be handed to the mellow scholar Chen Pingan in the future. She hoped that the South Saw continent would treat this elite of the upper five realms better. In the end, since Chen Pingan asked for a protective talisman from the scholarly sage for Madame Huanyan, he was also thinking about the long term for Lu Ji. With a high realm, there would be a big problem. Lu Ji was not the kind of sword immortal who was willing to do things smoothly. Once she went to the South Saw continent, she would be a foreigner. When a scholar calculated how many twists and turns were there, he was even more afraid of those open and above-board schemes. Lu Ji had no choice but to use her sword. That would be a big problem. Therefore, it was more reassuring to have Madame Huanyan by Lu Ji's side to help her plan. However, Chen Pingan was also worried that Madame Huanyan's selfish resentment would be too strong and Lu Ji would be subtly influenced. Therefore, once Chen Pingan appeared, it was not only protection but also supervision. Madame Huanyan couldn't act willfully. It was just that Madame Huanyan didn't know about this for the time being. She was probably still curious about what the young hidden official had promised her in exchange for a merit. Chen Pingan had no intention of telling her in advance. When she accompanied Lu Ji to the South Saw continent, everything would come to light. There was also a madam who was regarded as the most orthodox of the Moon Palace species, but her fate was unknown. Chen Pingan had long confirmed that she was Madame Gui, who was worshipped behind the scenes by the Fan family. Finally, there was a nine-tailed celestial fox who had ascended to the immortal realm, Madame Huanxi. Her whereabouts were also unknown. At the bottom of the prison, the last cage was an existence that looked like a water prison. The depth of the water was less than 2 feet, about 1 mu. It was dark green and rich in water fate. It directly transformed into small dark green fish. The water was clear and fine, and the small dark green fish that were suddenly motionless seemed to be suspended in the air. A young man stuck his head out of the water. Below his head, his body was submerged in the water. It was as if he had merged with the water. Was it a method to raise a dragon? There were scars on the demon's face. There were slight bumps on the left and right sides of his forehead, like deer antlers. Chen Pingan held his hands in his sleeves and stopped moving forward. He looked at the young man. His cultivation was at the cave abode realm, and he had not taken human form for long. In the end, it was his talent that won. On the path of cultivation, if one wanted to be rewarded by the ancestors, they would first have to be rewarded by the heavens to be able to cultivate. Chen Pingan began to return. He praised, obtained an opportunity, practiced the sword, and cultivated. Master guided them through the door, and they have a Tao heart. Senior's 3 disciples' achievements in the great Tao are frightening. Including the young man, the 3 of them were at the cave abode realm, the Dragon Gate realm, and the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm. This cage did not hold cats and dogs picked up from the roadside. The younger the demon cultivator, the more amazing his talent, and the stronger his foundation. Old Deaf smiled bitterly. Hidden official, it can't be that bad, right? Of course, this young man was difficult to deal with. However, he could still kill him with a casual slap. The problem was that Chen Qingdu could kill him with a slap before he could make a move. If Chen Pingan was really determined to break the contract, he would kill him along with his 3 disciples. With Chen Qingdu's temper, did he even need to think about who he would side with? Chen Pingan said, "All this time, Senior has scrupulously abided by your duties. This junior respects you from the bottom of my heart." Old Deaf sneered, but Chen Pingan smiled. "Senior is so good at chatting. Senior, please continue. This junior is all ears." Old Deaf had no intention of doing business with this young man at all. Old Deaf asked loudly, "Boss, Sword Immortal, is this okay? You don't care?" There was no response. Chun Pingon continued, "Senior, the three you picked should all have the aptitude of the upper five realms, right?" Old Deaf nodded helplessly. Chun Pingon said, "Then let's calculate according to 1 jade unpolished realm and 2 immortal realm. Of course, they are sword cultivators. I will ask Senior for 3 cultivation opportunities. Dao arts and magic treasures are fine, but the Dao arts that are suitable for demons to cultivate are best." Old Deaf heaved a sigh of relief. To an ascendant realm cultivator, these things were worldly possessions. 2 unpolished jade realms and 1 immortal realm. If you are unlucky, it will be 1 nascent soul realm and 2 jade unpolished realm. Old Deaf didn't lie. Whether a sword cultivator had the aptitude of the upper 5 realms, and whether or not he could become a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms were 2 different things. Yan Ming, Yin Shun, and Nailan Saihuan were all sword immortal embryos with outstanding aptitudes. How were they now? Chun Pingon agreed. "I will listen to Senior." Old Deaf smiled. As expected, Senior is not for nothing. Chun Pingon cupped his fists. "Senior, please don't bear grudges." Old Deaf shook his head. "It's not worth it," Chun Pingon said. "This cage is actually the corpse of a god who has lost his head, right?" Old Deaf nodded. They walked to a cage that Chun Pingon originally thought was empty. Suddenly, a person walked out of the fog barrier. Chun Pingon turned his head and saw a young woman with a snow-white face and scarlet lips. There was an embroidered bag hanging on her wrist. Below the head, it was a tragic sight. She was definitely not human, and was even more ghostly than a ghost. She had no skin and was almost transparent. Her internal organs, veins, bones, and flesh were all wriggling. Chun Pingon was used to seeing bloody and treacherous scenes, but when he suddenly saw this woman, he still felt his scalp tingle. There were no records of her in Summer Palace. The woman walked to the fence and took a step forward. She was almost face to face with Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon didn't move at all. Old Deaf smiled. "Her name is Nianxin. She is a tailor who fled here. In her early years in Gold Armor Continent, she caused a huge commotion." Chun Pingon understood. A tailor. It was extremely rare. Chun Pingon had once read about it in a secret file in Summer Palace that specialized in recording heretic cultivators. It wasn't old news, but it was too heretical. It was the demonic path. In the history of the world, they were once killed by the Orthodox talisman sect's Qi cultivators. There were 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain: sword cultivators, Mahis saber masters, Dawa saber masters, and legalist disciples. However, these cultivators were only difficult to deal with, and were feared by other Qi refinement warriors. They were not notorious at all. Apart from that, there were 10 other types of cultivators who were despised by the masses. They were even worse than the wild cultivators, and everyone had the right to kill them. For example, there was the Southern Sea Lone Rider, who carried the Dragon King's basket and captured tired flood dragons for his lord. His realm wasn't high, and was only an earth immortal, but even sword immortals couldn't kill him. He liked to go ashore and steal the water of the rivers. There were also those who specialized in refining graves and could easily cause soldiers to pass by. And the woman in front of Chun Pingon was the tailor in the legends. She was proficient in the talisman Dao, but she only used human skin as talisman paper. The foundation of her great Dao was making wedding clothes for others. It was recorded in the secret record that to cultivate this technique, one had to peel off one's own skin. Being able to endure the pain of being skinned was the first step. The second step was to truly walk through the underworld, which was similar to Fengdu's Gate of Hell. After that, there were several more checkpoints. Chun Pingon was very puzzled at that time. What was the point of choosing to cultivate this technique? The woman took a step back and walked around Chun Pingan. She stopped and asked, "How old are you?" Chun Pingan remained silent. The woman, who was called Twisting Heart by Old Deaf, didn't mind and continued asking, "It shouldn't be a trick." Then, "Are you from a rich family in Taixiang Street?" The elders in your family finally persuaded Qingqingdo to build a martial temple for you and obtain the martial fate of the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Chun Pingan shook his head and said, "I'm a foreigner. I'm quite diligent in my training." The woman seemed to be a little regretful. Qingqingdo still has too many worries. He can't bear to use many of his methods. Old Deaf smiled faintly and said, "You're young and only know some fancy methods. Don't call our boss Sword Immortal by his name." He then reminded the woman, "Twisting Heart, this is the new hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi." The woman tilted her head and stared at Chun Pingan. She said intermittently, left-handed, "Flood Dragon, rebuilt longevity bridge. His skin and soul are severely mended. He first practiced martial arts before nurturing his natal flying sword. His control of his body is meticulous. He's half a kindred spirit. His killing intent is heavy. Yes, it's even heavier now. But he can completely control his killing intent. He's very powerful at such a young age." As expected of the new hidden official, Chun Pingan stood at his original spot and smiled. Miss Twisting Heart has good eyesight. Old Deaf knew Twixen very well, so he wasn't surprised at all by her methods. There were 3 strange things in prison. Twisting Heart was one of them. Old Deaf suddenly asked, "Why don't you call me Senior and Miss?" Chun Pingan asked back, "Senior, have you never drunk without food?" Old Deaf was stunned. In the distance, a young and tender voice sounded. "This guy is mocking you for your drunken talk and nonsense that is out of place." Chun Pingan turned his head and saw a white-haired boy sitting cross-legged in the air. His forehead was huge, and there were 2 green snakes on his ears. There were 2 short swords by his waist. His eyes were sparkling as he nibbled on his fingers in boredom. Old Deaf gave him a sideways glance and explained to Chun Pingan, "It's an otherworldly devil." Chun Pingan nodded. The white-haired boy said, "Old Deaf, quickly call me Grandpa." Old Deaf called him Grandpa. The white-haired boy said angrily, "Why are you so boring?" The woman couldn't be bothered with Old Deaf and the boy. She stared at Chun Pingan and said, "Can you really take the pain? Don't die." Chun Pingan smiled. "Let's try." Then Chun Pingan felt his hair stand on end. He saw the woman smile sweetly and give him a salute, adding clothes for young master in the cold, sewing, and mending. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.